look at this little brat being so cheeky. But as they say, age is power, and the coquettishness of a 7-year-old girl was just adorable. In fact, it's human nature that if it's not your own child, it's enough if they're cute and pretty right now. That's why other people's dogs and cats are cute, or it's like how grandparents unconditionally dote on their grandchildren. The scolding, education, and behavior correction that might be disliked are the parents' job. They just need to adore them. Jigul Hyang grabbed King's fingers and pulled. Her tiny fist could barely hold 2 fingers and was full. The child's unique warm body temperature was transmitted to King, whose hands were cold due to the side effects of demonic arts. King pretended to be dragged along and spoke. Hey, but what if it's not a lie? I may not look it, but I'm a great elder at the level of a sect leader of the 9 sects. You know, the crime of daring to deceive an adult is very serious. Ah, really? Really? Then if Unni is right, you can specially marry our Arabioni a broken bar, huh? Are Murim practitioners supposed to bet on other people's positions? Your Arabioni should find his own marriage partner. Oh, then what? King smiled wickedly. Hyang, was it? If I'm right, then Hyang will marry me. Okay, how about as my second concubine? It was a mischievous joke that only an uncle would make. Gulp. The child swallowed hard. But between women a broken bar. What? You can't do it. Then I should go back. Eek, you're just bluffing to make me give up now, right? The 36th stratagem, retreat to advance. HMPH, do you think I'm a little kid who doesn't know military tactics? Jigul Hyang puffed and led King. Somehow, despite the winding and similar-looking scenery, she managed not to get lost and led the way skillfully, finally reaching a wide garden with a well-decorated lake. And on one side, iron balls piled up by type caught the eye. They were iron balls with handles for easy lifting. Here, this is a 100 kati iron ball. Now, let's see if you can lift it with one hand as you said a broken bar. Oh, you're lifting it, our broken bar. Ah, so this is 100 kati. It's quite heavy, huh? 100 kati was already more than double the official world record, 53 kilograms, by King's hometown standards. But is this based on fruit or meat? In King's hometown, they still used a primitive and stupid unit system where the kati weight varied by item. The Chinese people of the same era adjusted the kati weight to match the times, 600 500, unified for all items, so this was one aspect where the Korean people should emulate their proactive and progressive future-oriented attitude. Of course, this is the primitive ancient uncivilized Central Plains, so it's before the adjustment of kati weights. A broken bar? At this rate, I could probably lift 200 kati too. Which one is the 200 kati one? Jigul Hyang looked around and said, there's no 200 kati one, only 250 kati a broken bar. It was clearly a lying face to anyone who saw it. King chuckled and said, after lifting 100 kati, she felt like she could lift 252. Which one is the 250 kati one? That near broken bar. King grasped the 250 kati iron ball with one hand. It was manageable just to hold and stand, but when she tried to lift it above her head, her hand trembled and it wasn't easy at all. Even for a body that had transcended human limits, it was creaking and straining. Still, somehow she managed to fully bend her elbow and push with her shoulder strength to lift it high into the sky. It was a miracle performed without even using momentum. It was truly a heroic posture that would dominate an era. At this, Jigul Hyang's mouth opened stupidly, and conversely, her eyes sparkled brightly. At that moment, King felt a sound resonating from inside her body, going tok-tok. Startled, King immediately dropped the iron ball behind her, on the opposite side of Jigul Hyang. Thud. When the 250 kati iron ball hit the ground, not only was the sound loud, but the vibration of the ground caused large waves in the pond. Wow, I can't lift it twice, that was too much. Having directly felt the sound of muscle and tendon rupture, it seemed she wouldn't be able to use her right arm properly for a while. She deeply regretted showing off unnecessarily and only hurting herself, wondering what on earth this was all about. How about that, kiddo? If it's 250 kati in one hand, That counts as 500 kati with both hands, right? Suddenly realizing her situation, Jagol Hyang answered with a pale face and a whimper. This concubine greets my lord, sniff or broken bar. Hey, what's this? If you cry, what does that make me? And am I that unlikable? But, I'm a concubine, sob, and the second one at that. Speak properly, will you? Is it that you don't like being a concubine, or that you don't like marrying me? Be both Abada broken bar. You dislike me that much? I'm hurt. Hyang is about to be neglected as soon as she becomes a concubine. Then at least make me the principal wifey. A broken bar sniff. A tear, finally formed in the child's characteristically large eyes, dropped. King tried to scratch the back of her head, but with a shortug. She immediately used her left hand instead. It seemed her right arm was more injured than she thought. Well, the night wind is cold. Let's go back, kiddo. We need to consummate the marriage. King lifted Jagol Hyang with her uninjured left hand and held her in her arms. The little one clung to King's neck and started wailing loudly. King had quite a mischievous side to make the child cry like this, but in fact, looking at her actions, she was overtly a bad person. However, although this little Jagol Hyang was knowledgeable and could recite even unfamiliar characters fluently, the fact that she readily believed such an absurd joke and burst into tears was truly befitting of a 7-year-old child. But I don't know the way. We might get lost and become missing children who die if we're not careful. Won't someone guide us? At this, Jagol Hyang's ears perked up. This is troublesome, very troublesome. If someone could show us the way, I might be able to grant one wish. Jagol Hyang immediately took the bait. Oh, then, sniff, I'll show you the way, so please forget everything. A broken bar sniff. I guess it can't be helped. I thought I was going to live happily ever after with a pretty new concubine. Now I see this tiny strategist girl led me to an unknown place knowing this would happen. As expected of a Jagol family strategy. I've been had. HHMPH. You've only just realized. A broken bar sniff. Jagol Hyang said with a bright red face. You're so cute. Acknowledgement. King tried to pinch the chubby cheek characteristic of children but only let out a short scream due to the alarming pain in her right arm and gave up, walking forward. But, my right arm isn't moving. Is this really okay? Isn't there some hidden dragon tournament or something to attend? Somehow, the pain that kept coming as time passed was no ordinary thing. King tried hard to ignore the chilling sensation running down her spine. Right, there's a physician, so what's the problem? And well, one left hand should be enough. As such, here they were, a clumsy adult who properly ruined one arm just because they wanted to tease a little child. Alright, let's go. Which way? That way. Meanwhile, Jagol Hyang, whose tears had subsided, finally started to subtly inquire about King's background. Ani, how old are you? Me? 20. I decided to be 20. It was an unreasonable number brought about by Ximantzuran's greed. How cool would it be if a disciple of just 20 years, in her prime, easily swept away the formidable hidden dragons and won? It would also be a giant step for female martial artists. It was part of Ximantzuran's women's rights advancement plan, thinking that if the world knew the greatest talent of all time was a woman, all martial artists would no longer be able to look down on women. The fact that King's apparent age kept getting younger due to continuous legal plastic surgery also played a part in this judgment. She had an appearance that could pass for 20 if she insisted on it. From King's perspective, well, isn't younger better when it comes to age? Could you be sad because you're young? That was something only those with low status would say. A broken bar? Then aren't you a year younger than Hyeon or Abioni? Why are you called Nunim? Jagili is only 21. He's just big in size, but he's a complete baby, huh? Originally, when I met your brother, I guess I was about 22. Something like that. A broken bar? Does Unni age backwards? It was a cute disaster brought about by innocence. Didn't you just almost say something dangerous? I'm sorry. Alright, I'll let it slide because you're cute. But then, if Unni uses her inner cheat too, aren't you an incredibly powerful master? Didn't I already say? This body is a master. A body on the verge of the transcendent realm, a veteran of 100 battles who has defeated countless transcendent realm masters with the combination of inner and outer arts. Ah, I'm not a veteran, huh? A young veteran. Young veteran doesn't sound right. Then a greater broken bar. I want to eat some intestine as a broken bar. King activated her specialty of thinking everything that comes out of her mouth is valid speech. At this, Jigul Hyang burst into clear laughter. Oh, then, can't Hyang be the principal wife instead of a concubine? Tut tut. Don't you know the saying that fortune has no back of the head? It's too late to reach out after it's past. For broken bar. Later, when you grow up and become very pretty, maybe when you become one of the 5 great beauties like the thunder flower or the scheming flower or the vile flower, then I'll accept you. A broken bar, isn't it usually the wisdom flower or the virtuous flower or the intelligent flower? What, can't I attach good names too? The really ugly looking one next to me is the poison flower, you know? Ah, right. But then, what about Unni? I've never heard of the Herculean flower or the Xiangji flower or broken bar. As the two chatted like this and disappeared, a huge shadow fell over the empty space. A shadow fell over the iron ball in an ambiguous state, neither firmly embedded in the ground nor completely free. It was because some senseless human had left without cleaning up after use. Perhaps because of this, there were huge hands carefully grasping the handles with both hands. Hup. With a breath-catching sound, a modestly dug hole in the ground was revealed. The ground had not fully thawed as spring had just arrived, so this was about right for a 250 catty iron ball falling. The iron ball was lifted with difficulty and quietly placed back in its original position. When she returned to the guest room and showed her arm, Tang Nana scolded her, saying she had really done a number on herself. She asked what on earth King had done in the middle of the night to properly damage her ligaments like this. But listening to Tang Nana's explanation, the ligaments had stretched so much that the gripping parts were already loose and lost elasticity, and some had ruptured, so she should avoid using her shoulder altogether and not even think about lifting her arm for a while. Only then did King regret her attitude towards Jigul Hyang the night before. It was truly a foolish act. But why is it only like this on top? The lower part is fine. Is that strange? Of course, the upper arm with more muscle is naturally stronger and the more stable, isn't it? The muscles in the forearm are just for bending and rotating the wrist, so they're inherently weaker. Of course. It was thanks to the white hand demonic arts. The white hand demonic arts protected the area below the elbow like a Vajra body, so even in the pathetic show of strength in the middle of the night, it had faithfully protected its stupid owner. Let's apply some acupuncture first. It would be good if we had ice. Since this is the Jigul clan, they must have ice, right? It's okay. I can use ice arts. Huh? Ice arts? How? Well, a broken bar I just can. That's great. Can you freeze this a bit? Not too much. Tang Nana handed King a towel soaked with water. As she drew up her true chi as if cooling Longjing tea, frost immediately began to form and freeze. Ah, that's enough. That should do. Tang Nana rubbed the towel to loosen it up, then wrapped it with another towel and tied it to King's shoulder. Tell me when the towel gets mushy. We'll need to untie it, freeze it again, and retie it. Can't we just freeze it like this, with ice touching bare skin? That would cause frostbite. Oh, that's a proper physician's answer. You're cool at times like this. But didn't you say you'd apply acupuncture? Can you do that with it wrapped like this? Ah, right. Tang Nana quickly unwrapped the towel. King's eyes narrowed. The cool comment should probably be retracted. If you're going to stay for a day anyway, it's better with a familiar face. And during the last visit, the Daijing sect leader's snack selection was quite remarkable. So King was about to make her choice win a broken bar. Since this is my first time traveling in Jianghu, I would like to have many experiences if possible. Staying at an inn is one of them. Tang Nana conveyed a roundabout refusal. That's how it sounded to King. For reference, the I she used was a choice of formal vocabulary that elevated herself one level above this girl. While it was a roundabout refusal, it was also a firm attitude indicating she would not accept any objections. Ah, then it can't be helped. Then, May I at least treat you to a meal or broken bar? Our travel expenses are sufficient enough that we don't need to impose. I see a broken bar. Wang Sun Xiao and the other martial officials who had come to greet them drooped their shoulders, thinking, as expected of one of the 5 flowers of Murim, what a haughty attitude. King thought there was no need for all this, but since it wasn't a solo trip, she had to accommodate her companions. After staring at Tang Nana until the end, they then left the men who seemed to think the carriage would become transparent if they stared hard enough, and found an inn. But, why? Wouldn't it be nice to stay for a day? Come on, where in the world is anything free? They're probably all planning to go to the Murim conference anyway, so it's annoying if they subtly want to travel together. Is that so? Noonim Tang, how could that be? With 3 ladies such as yourselves, how could any man dare to ask to travel together? In fact, asking to travel together on a journey of women moving together becomes an unofficial discourtesy. Is a detailed explanation even needed? Even when transcending eras, it was the kind of behavior that would make people curse, saying that bastard is crazy about that woman. Owing at this, King looked at Zhu Jihan, with a look that said, who said they wanted to go together? Ah, Noonim, you're indifferent to Central Plains affairs. I'm a Zhuge, aren't I? The choice of words, not saying she was ignorant, well reflected Zhu Jihan's character. It was also an answer with multiple meanings, in a good sense, since the Zhuge family's aesthetic standards were well known. Even if he asked to travel together, it wouldn't be taken as a come-on. In another sense, it meant that someone of the Zhu clan's status had no reason to make advances in such a way. Moreover, with the Taoist elder, the elder's sworn sister, and Tang Nana, the precious daughter of the Tang clan, it was even natural for the Zhu clan to be together. This was how the top echelons of the Central Plains interacted with each other. Then isn't it hard to bring up traveling together even if we stay overnight? Is there really a need to be so cautious? Oh my, Noonim. You should know the danger of your beauty. Even if they ask to travel together, we don't particularly have a reason to refuse, so if they say they'll endure shame, wouldn't they just bring it up? Then Tang Nana added a word. That's right. Kinga, you need to know how pretty you are. It's not that much. At any rate, it was around early evening. People in the Central Plains eat a very light breakfast and lunch, but have a very hearty dinner. Although the farmers, who make up the absolute majority of the population, might not agree, farmers were considered somewhere between humans and livestock, so they weren't counted as people of the Central Plains. Of course, King ate hearty meals 3 times a day, but still, she put the most effort into dinner among them. This was because there were many dishes that could only be ordered in the evening, as they were made in large quantities for sale. There was also the advantage that if she got acupuncture before bed, the paralysis would wear off around lunchtime, so she could eat dinner by herself again. After all, it was a bit frustrating that the 2 of them fed her only after she had completely swallowed. So after dinner, they took a walk around Nanyang Lake to aid digestion, played a bit, got acupuncture, and went to sleep. It wasn't a diary, so it wasn't written down anywhere, but it could be said it was fairly enjoyable. And then she received a bath, got acupuncture while lying down, and then fell asleep leaning on sworn sister wannabe in the best room, which was like a normal day. These days, she shared the same bed every day, feeling sorry for constantly refusing when Jai Eonpo he asked to share a room before, not knowing Central Plains culture. When she was at the Zhu clan, she asked Zhu Jihan if she might be misunderstanding something, and his answer was firm. In the past, roughly a week ago, Zhu Jihan, the top intellect among muscle men, said, for sworn sisters, isn't it a touching display of affection to use one bed, share one blanket, and sleep embracing each other? Touching display? That's right. In the past, didn't the 3 great heroes Liu Xuan, Guan Yunqing, and Zhang Yide also share one bed, embracing each other and sharing warmth, and weren't they praised as the most affectionate brothers under heaven? What's the point of sleeping far apart on the same bed? True affection is formed when you have to endure cold times with each other's body heat on a cheap bed barely big enough for a bouger, with a cheap blanket that doesn't provide warmth. Huh? Those 3? So when Liu Xuan brought Zhao Zilong into his bed, Zhao Zilong was moved to tears and served him with lifelong loyalty, and even in ancestors Zhu Zhiliang's diary, he recorded the emotion of when General Liu first offered to share his bed. These are examples of Liu abusing bed-sharing politically. I see. This is quite eye-opening. Is this the reality of the Three Kingdoms? Is it because it's a different world? Surely it wasn't like this in my original home world, right? In contrast, a fellow named Cao Zi didn't share a bed even with his cousin, so Liu Xiu, and, in comparison, had a tendency to particularly invite his subordinates to his bed to spread his name for benevolence and righteousness throughout the world. Your choice of words is a bit strange. Of course, purely, without any unsavory incidents, they just slept close together on one bed, just literally as stated. But for someone with a more modern sensibility, a broken bar. You are ugh. There's even a saying that if Cao Zi had shared a bed with Sima Yi even once, the owner of the world might not have changed. Cao lost because he didn't sleep with Sima Yi? Did Cao lose? Wasn't he killed when Huaqiao cracked his head? Her knowledge of the Three Kingdoms was roughly at this level, skimmed through manhua. King only knew the names of famous people, knowing it at a level that almost rewrote history. If an adult shared a bed with his father, it would be almost equivalent to an adoptive father. So how could they dare to tease and mock? Cao might feel a bit wronged, as his family was basically wealthy, so they never had times difficult and poor enough to overcome with one bed. This contrasted with how the three sworn brothers still slept together when they gathered even after Liu established himself in Shu. However, Liu was married. It was difficult for the three brothers to gather after he established himself, and all three were heavy drinkers who lived and died by alcohol. So they would drink in the room and pass out, going straight to bed. King also had many memories of rushing out in department groups during university, drinking heavily, and then being neatly packed into rooms for group sleep. However, he only said that it was a touching display of affection to sleep embracing each other under one blanket. This meant that people didn't actually do this. They wouldn't call something everyone does a touching display. Zhu Zhihuang nevertheless explained with particular emphasis. It wasn't to tease King. There was just a small misunderstanding. Rather, Zhu Zhihuang, interpreting it as that kind heart trying to build up the sworn sister's spirit, ended up admiring it, as if saying, "She's not my rival, she's my sworn sister, so don't treat her carelessly." So Zhu Zhihuang had indirectly expressed that he would now properly recognize her as Murim and serve her, so please stop now. However, this was too high-level an expression for King to understand, so she just took it literally and thought, is this a cultural difference? There was also the shock of learning Liu Xuan's true nature. In fact, his only truly close friends in the world were his two sworn brothers, and he was a gloomy big-eared guy who imitated a sage-like ruler with a political performance of his utmost sincerity. Of course, one might say that Liu, who at least tried to act like a good person even with a black heart, was much better than Cao, who was born without guilt due to a genetic disease and had a social development disorder. Moreover, Cao's lack of guilt and empathy was passed down genetically. Sima Yi, who cut off that line, could be called the true chivalrous hero under heaven. Plus the achievement of finally shredding the Chinese people into the 16 kingdoms. He was truly a saint who would live happily ever after, receiving blessings forever next to the highest throne in heaven. And back to the present. King's group, who had rested well for a night in Xianyang, started their journey north towards Kaifeng again, passing through small towns and villages. Finally, what was bound to happen eventually happened. It was Tang Nana, who had developed some skill and was changing angles while applying acupuncture. However, this was one of the taboos of acupuncture. Are you going to keep making ominous exclamations while doing acupuncture? My long needly broken bar. This is exactly the kind of action that's perfect for breaking needles. This was why needles should be inserted perpendicular to the affected area, without force, gently tapping them in. However, she had gripped the needle with her fist, shaking it around and stabbing it in roughly, so how could a thin, long needle possibly withstand that? Tang Nana made a tearful face. It was both because a familiar tool she had used for a long time had broken, and because the needle Tang Nana used was no ordinary needle. It was a masterpiece among masterpieces, a luxury item among luxury items, that a famous needle craftsman had prided as his life's work. The fact that it had withstood Tang Nana's crude acupuncture technique, inserted with her whole body's strength until now, was proof that it was truly a world-class luxury item. As Tang Nana was blankly staring at the broken long needle, that's when it happened. King, feeling a bit of conscience, knowing it wasn't the time to bring this up but still having a question she ultimately had to ask. "My broken bar, where's the remaining part, huh? Your broken bar, huh?" It was a talent to make someone nervous with just one syllable. "Can it be pulled out?" If you move your arm like this, it should naturally come out." "My arm doesn't move, though." "Well, my dad will come to Kafing too, so we can ask my dad to broken bar." "What?" "Well, why don't you think positively? Since you won't be using any strength in your arm at all, in a week the injury should be all healed." A broken bar. And so, after this very minor incident where her arm became completely paralyzed, according to the medical opinion of Tang Nana, an authority in traditional medicine, the group arrived at a large city. Its name was Zumadian. Zumadian was also a land called Runnan in the past. The current Runnan has been separated into Runnan County to the east, which happened during the Tang Dynasty. A broken bar. An unsolicited explanation automatically popped out. Of course, it was a sound that dispersed emptily as no one in the group was properly listening. Still, King found it amazing to see how he always burst into speech like this. Is there some book that just collects information like this? How does he string it all together so smoothly? Of course, among them, she did pick out interesting stories with uncanny accuracy. For example, the story of how Zumadian got its name because of Yang Guifei, one of the four great beauties of China and famous as the greatest villainess under heaven. Yang Guifei loved lychee the most among fruits, but it happened to be a fruit from Southeast Asia. This city was where they stopped once while quickly transporting it, hence it became Zumadian, literally meaning stop point for horses. In fact, it's not something to laugh off. There was even a saying that one of the reasons for the Tang dynasty's downfall was the enormous cost spent on the lychee transport operation to bring fresh fruit for Yang Guifei. For reference, lychee is called Lizzie in Chinese, and in the history of King's homeland, the Westerners took Lizzie and named it lychee due to pronunciation limitations. It was that lychee that was always piled up like mountains as dessert in cheap all-you-can-eat places. However, its place of origin was Southeast Asia, so it originally had a different name. But no one in the world, not a single person in past or future, was ever curious about the original name of the Southeast Asian fruit, so that name remained unknown. They say, after hearing this interesting explanation, King thought, lychee. Lychee is delicious too. I want to eat lychee. However, since King was not Yang Guifei, no one would go get it for her just because she wanted to eat it. Instead, there was one girl being annoying about something else. "King, let's go look for needles." "We haven't even unpacked yet." A broken bar. "We have to go before the sun sets." The needle craftsmen close their metal shops and go home. When it gets dark. A broken bar. They hadn't even found an inn or unpacked their luggage yet, but Tang Nana was suddenly urging to go look for new long needles. She said if they were lucky, they might be able to pull out the needle stuck in her shoulder with the iron tongs used by needle craftsmen. Naturally, any large city would have at least one street of metal shops. After leaving the carriage at the inn, they asked for directions to the metal shops and headed back out to the streets. Then there was something that felt missing. Come to think of it, no one came out to greet us. While she hadn't particularly expected it, the lack of the usual welcome made her feel empty. When you don't know something, you just ask someone who does, and coincidentally, there was a muscle-bound weirdo in the group who answered even without being asked. There's no particular orthodox martial hall to speak of in Zumadian, Murim. Owing. Why? First of all, isn't it a city used as a major government stronghold? Orthodox martial halls are usually rare in cities where government influence is strong. Clans, local gentry, cannot take root in government-controlled cities. Rather, Even halls that were originally established there end up being pushed out by pressure. Moreover, Orthodox martial halls are basically chivalrous people who don't listen to the government. It was even more so after the Celestial Martial Emperor. When the government borrows the power of Murim, it's usually for dirty or unjust deeds they're ashamed of, so Orthodox martial halls wouldn't respond to that. However, unorthodox martial halls were bastards who actively approached government officials without even the pride. This is Ujihon's explanation, to refuse. Moreover, since their usual deeds were dirty and unjust, they often took on government errands well. So in cities tightly controlled by the government, orthodox factions dry up and only unorthodox ones swarm. Isn't that dangerous then? If it's swarming with unorthodox bastards, while the southeast and central plains, where the unorthodox path's influence is strong, certainly has that aspect, there's no unorthodox faction that would dare touch an orthodox martial artist in Henan. Ujihon said with a gentle smile. This was because the city's location was quite unfavorable. To the north were Shaolin and the Beggars' Union, to the south was the Zhu clan, to the east was the Namgung clan, and to the west was the Yudang sect. If the unorthodox faction acted up relying on government backing, they wouldn't be able to avoid annihilation from the combined forces of the orthodox faction from all directions. So at most, their mischief would be limited to ignoring us as if we don't exist. Nunim. After arriving at the metal shop street like this, Tang Nana took the lead and guided the group. King knew nothing about metal shop streets, and even Zhu Jihon, who liked to talk, wasn't an expert in the field of needles. However, Tang Nana wasn't a reliable guide either. "Hey, you apprentice there. Who's the best needle craftsman in this city?" Speaking informally right off the bat to a stranger was befitting of the speaking poison flower's reputation as a villainess. She only acted like a Chihuahua-level idiot when with King. Originally, she was a high-class young lady with no regard for others. The poor apprentice was more distracted by her dazzling beauty than the sudden informal speech. "Hey, what's this? Are you ignoring me?" No, I'm not." "But what do you mean by needle craftsman? What craftsman in the world makes a living just making needles? A broken bar?" "There are very few craftsmen in the world who specialize in needles. Only in medical families like the Tang clan, who also run metal shops, would they have a needle craftsman in the family to make them." As the apprentice said, how many needles could be sold to specialize in making them? If there was a craftsman famous for needles, physicians from all over the world would come to buy them. When asking for a needle craftsman at a local metal shop, the response would naturally be to ask if such a craftsman even exists. Then how do the physicians in this town make needles? "Well, if you just flatten it thin and long, it's a needly broken bar." Tang Nana frowned deeply. Saying that flattening it thin and long makes it a needle was an outrageous statement that a physician absolutely couldn't let slide. What kind of stupid talk is that? Forget it. Then, who's the best craftsman in the city? That would be Old Man Ban, but right now has a broken bar. The apprentice tried to say something, but Tang Nana, who had already lost her patience, immediately barked at him. "You talk too much. Which way do I go?" "Go straight and at the second alley a broken bar." The apprentice explained the way. Unexpectedly, the metal shop street seemed quite developed, as the directions were quite complex. Surprisingly, Tang Nana nodded and said with an expression of complete understanding, "Little brother Zhuge, did you remember?" "Of course, Nunim Dang." "Then let's go." King nodded at this scene and thought, people should naturally leave things they can't do to others. Even if she seems like a quack, she's still a physician, so it seems she's not completely incapable of using her head. Zhu Jihon, fully demonstrating his status as the top intellect among muscle men, showed the marvel of memorizing the complex directions heard just once and leading the group. Finally, arriving in front of the Ban family metal shop, said to be the best in the city, King asked, "As Yugi, is this the right place?" It was a building that didn't seem to have been used for a long time. In the open space characteristic of metal shops with just a roof, fresh weeds had already grown up to ankle height. Considering it was early spring before even cherry blossoms had bloomed, it meant it hadn't been managed at all. "Nunim, we've come to the right place. Look, it's right there." Ban family metal shop, Zhu Jihan pointed to a signboard lying on the ground. The signboard, made of iron plate befitting a metal shop, clearly had the 4 characters for Ban Family Metal Shop engraved in elegant calligraphy. Just looking at the signboard, it's clear this is a craftsman of extraordinary skill. However, a broken bar. Even if he was a layman when it came to needles, the Zhu clan's metal shop was also one of the famous names known throughout the world for its precise mechanism production. The level of craftsmanship could be seen just from the characters engraved on the signboard. "Well, we'll know when we go in." "Hello? Is anyone here?" King said this as she darted into the metal shop that looked almost like an abandoned house. "What's this? Did the shop go out of business?" And as she looked around inside, suddenly her eyes met squarely with those of an old man quietly glaring from the shadows. "Ack, shit, you scared me." A broken bar. King let out an unladylike, strong scream. But that was only for a moment. The only things she feared were ghosts or a sudden nuclear noogie from her master falling from the sky, not just an old man glaring. "Excuse me, Grandpa, are you okay? Why are you like this?" "You scared me. Now you're even mobilizing women." "Get out." "Even if I die, I have no intention of forging weapons for you bastards," the old man shouted vehemently. We came to make needles, not weapons." "Ha! Aren't hidden weapons still weapons?" "No, not those needles, but long needles. The ones physicians use for acupuncture." "Don't you know needles?" "Needles?" Has Grandpa already gone senile?" At this, the old man's expression turned to bewilderment. "You came to make needles, not to ask me to make swords?" "I already have a sword, you know." "Why would I use another sword when I have the one my master gave me?" King said, tapping her scabbard. Only then did the old man show an embarrassed expression. "Yes, you came to make needles a broken bar. It's been a while since I had customers. A broken bar needles are quite expensive, though." Wait a moment. I'm not the one buying them." At this, Tang Nana held out the broken needle. As soon as Blacksmith Ban saw the broken needle, he let out a deep sigh. "Oh my, how did you break such a precious needle?" "Just looking at it, it's undoubtedly a divine relic that might appear once in an era. Could it possibly be reattached?" At this, the old man carefully examined the broken cross-section. TSK. How much force must have been used for this excellent needle to break like this? As they say, pearls before swine. It seems the tool is a divine item of the world, but the owner's skill falls far short. What did this old man just say? Still, fortunately, the cross-section is clean, so it shouldn't be difficult to reattach. Tang Nana's face turned bright red. What does an old man know? What kind of muscle blocks a needle wrapped in inner chi? It would be easier to stick a needle in a rock. So the young lady was doing acupuncture. This old man has made a foolish mistake. HMPH. Tang Nana snorted. "So, where's the other half?" About that." Tang Nana looked at King. "Speaking of which, old man, don't you have those thin tongs used for making needles? We need to pull out something stuck in a bordure broken bar." The broken needle was stuck in King's shoulder with just the tip slightly protruding, so it was in a state where it couldn't be pulled out without a proper tool to grip it firmly. It was too short to grab with hands as the protruding part was only as big as a millet grain, and fingernails would slip on the metal and couldn't apply enough force to pull it out. Moreover, ordinary tongs couldn't even grip the thin long needle tightly. Fortunately, among the tools the old man had collected over a lifetime of running a metal shop, there was a pair of tongs for gripping iron needles. "All right, shall we pull it out?" "If you pull it out and it's broken in half, I really won't let it slide." I'll shout as my hidden dragon tournament victory speech that the Tang clan's whatever Nana is a quack physician who kills patients. Suddenly, Tang Nana's movements became stiff. King narrowed her eyes. "What's this? Surely there's no real possibility of that, right?" "It's all because of you, Kinga. Your muscles are compressed like rocks, not even like 10,000-year cold iron, so if the needle can't withstand it and twists a broken bar." "Yes, it's my fault, all my fault." "Well, anyway." Over there." "Huh? What's there?" Swoosh. There was a clear feeling of something being pulled out. A sigh of relief followed. Phew, it came out safely and well. to induce carelessness. What a vile trick, a broken bar. Come on. How can you say such things even when I speak? Tang Nana laughed and slapped King's back. And then Old Man Ban was in a fuss about having to light the fire again. Anyway, it wasn't particularly interesting for King, who didn't know anything about metal shop work, to watch. Come to think of it, Old Man Ban, are you perhaps a descendant of Ban Kai? Ah, Nunim. You know Ban Kai. He was truly the greatest blacksmith of all time. Yeah, broken bar. It was the usual nonsense King spouted. Hearing it from someone else's mouth made her feel strange. Isn't this guy like actually from the Central Plains? Is this the true spirit of pretending to know things? One that transcends time and space itself? Actually, metal shop work is hard and tiring, and doesn't bring in much income, so usually children inherit it. In fact, unless you're skilled enough as a craftsman to amass some wealth, even getting married isn't easy. A broken bar. So often, they pick up orphans, raise them, and pass on their skills. Of course, in most cases, they substitute wages with the cost of skill transfer, so they're usually no different from servants come assistants who are just provided with room and board. Some craftsmen with personality issues even work them like slaves until their bodies break down and then kick them out. That's why many blacksmiths have the surname Ban. It means they want to emulate the greatest craftsman among craftsmen. Speaking of Ban Kai, I can't help but mention his beautiful love story and the Bokshin Jiaok. The Bokshin Jiaok refers to Ban Kai's treasure that has now disappeared forever. A flute made of 10,000-year-old. I own a broken bar. King stretched out her hand to the side. Then Jianpo he took out a flute from somewhere and placed it firmly in that hand. It was thanks to Choi Leong having completed the handover as Yuki. This is that Bokshin Jiaok that was said to have disappeared forever. A broken bar. It really is 10,000-year-old iron. Is it genuine? Their Zhu clan's metal shop is famous, and Zhu Jihan was knowledgeable about all the business his family was involved in. He could recognize at a glance the characteristic lusterless dark blue appearance of 10,000-year-old iron. Then what? Would it be fake? My goodness, such a treasure. A broken bar. King succeeded in temporarily sealing the never-resting terror of a chatterbox by placing the Bokshin Jiaok in Zhu Jihan's hand. However, the peace for her ears that had come after a long time did not last long. What's this, old man? Who said you could light a fire? Didn't we tell you to close up shop? Who's there? What fearless bastards dare to violate the laws of the Naaman sect? A broken bar. It was thanks to a group of thugs who appeared wearing swords loosely. King smiled brightly as she confirmed their evil karma. King waved her face veil side to side as she greeted the guests. Well, aren't these our friends? A broken bar? Yes. What brings you all the way here? What business do you have at this grumbling metal shop? The thugs hesitated. What's this? Does she know us? Why is she acting friendly? Is she one of us? Perhaps she's from the unorthodox path. Who might you be? Broken bar. Would you know who I am if I told you? Come on. So, why are you here? I haven't been in this neighborhood long, so I don't know what's going on. In fact, thugs also have a sort of script prepared for when the other party takes a strong stance. If King had shouted something like "You scum, what are you doing to innocent civilians?" as an orthodox martial artist might, the thugs would have had a manual for how to respond. We are the virtuous experts of the Naaman sect. If you mess with us, the Naaman sect won't stand idle, and if the Naaman sect doesn't stand idle, all the unorthodox factions in the city won't stand idle. And if all the unorthodox factions in the city don't stand idle, the government officials who took our bribes won't stand idle either. They were prepared to recite something like this in a rough tone mixed with curses, but to confidently act friendly. This was often the attitude shown by infamous demonic adepts to cute unorthodox faction saplings. Of course, demonic adepts don't act friendly because they find the juniors cute. Usually, it's to exploit them. This was how the seniors and juniors of the unorthodox faction typically behaved. That's why the thugs became even more tense. Well, we are martial artists of the Naaman sect, but Naaman sect? Raymond sect? Little brother, can you explain? The Naaman sect, a group that flourished about 10 years ago,
I heard their leader is a leper. I believe I heard his realm is transcendent. Ah, that Naaman sect? Ah, I want to eat ramen. Zhu Jihan scratched his chin. No matter how he thought about it, he had never heard of a dish called ramen. But originally, the Central Plains were so vast that if one were to count local dishes, one couldn't name them all even if they spoke of them from birth to death. And Zhu Jihan didn't hold back when he was curious. To be precise, he couldn't hold back when he was curious. Murim, I haven't heard of a dish called ramen, but which region's food is it? I heard they call it lamian around here. Ah, a dialect. I understand. The Naaman sect martial artists froze even more upon seeing Zhu Jihan. Originally, the less skilled a martial artist was, the more they cared about the other party's level of external arts. Of course, since the criteria for judging external arts for low-class martial artists without discernment was size and muscle, a huge muscle man was already no different from a supreme master. And to be the Murim of such a supreme master. So, what's the matter? Well, that old man dared to defy the Naaman sect's orders, so we came to teach him a lesson. A broken bar. Teach him a lesson? Can you explain in more detail? The Naaman sect martial artists, overwhelmed by Zhu Jihan, obediently revealed their purpose. There was also a reason why King had acted in a somewhat friendly manner. Old Man Ban is the best craftsman in Zhumadian. In fact, it's a bit ambiguous to say he's the best in Zhumadian, as he was one of the top master craftsmen even if you expanded the range to the entire Henan province. However, the master craftsman's specialty was limited to agricultural tools and the like. No matter how excellent an ironsmith is, they can't make masterpieces if the field is different. If a master of swordsmanship picks up a half-sword, they might be able to swing it roughly, but they couldn't be called a master of the half-sword, could they? The problem was that a sword Old Man Ban made in his youth had been discovered, and it was said to be a truly excellent sword. In other words, Old Man Ban wasn't unable to make swords, he was unwilling to make them. Skilled sword craftsmen are precious people that sects compete to recruit. If martial artists are perfectly equal in skill, the difference that determines victory or defeat would be the superiority of their weapons. Even if not, martial artists' interest in better weapons was something that even masters of fist arts couldn't hide. And the excellent sword craftsmen of Zhumadian should rightfully be taken by the Naaman sect, the unorthodox faction leaders of the city. So you want to take Old Man Ban away? No. We gave up on that long ago. That old man is so stubborn. A broken bar. Old Man Ban had sworn not to make weapons. Craftsmen who have the ability but refuse to make weapons are more common in the Central Plains than one might think. If you throw a silver coin to a street storyteller, you could listen to tragic stories about this all day. No matter how they coaxed, threatened, and tried every method, Old Man Ban remained unmoved, insisting he'd rather die than make swords. Even kidnapping and threatening his grandson didn't work. So the Naaman sect leader thought, if I can't have him, I'll destroy him. How can I make an example? Right, let's starve him to death. If they see a bastard who dared to defy the Naaman sect die of starvation, others won't dare to think differently. Ah, so that's why you come to chase away customers every time? Yes, well, that's how it turned out. A broken bar. The Naaman sect martial artists answered, looking anxious and trying to gauge the situation. However, they became more relaxed at King's next words. Wow, that must be tough. Really tough. So you've been watching the metal shop all day, checking if he lights a fire or not? That's right. We all take turns watching to see if anyone gives the old man food. But some bastard keeps sneaking in food, so the old man won't die, and the higher-ups keep pressuring us, asking if we're not blocking properly. A broken bar. This was the life of a low-ranking martial artist, especially for unorthodox faction members. How much worse must it be? Life seems tough. Want me to help? If you're offering to speak to the higher-ups for us, we're fine. You really don't need to. Broken bar. Number. We need to remove the fundamental cause. Pardon? Life is hard. Then just don't live a life that only chooses to do bad things. What's the point of living more? A broken bar? King stretched out her left hand. However, feeling nothing in her hand, she frowned and looked at Zhu Jihan. As Yugi, when I do this,
You should know what to do. You should put the Bokshin Jiaok in my hand. Didn't you see what sworn sister did earlier? Ah, I'm sorry, Nunim. My apologies. King grasped the Bokshin Jiaok in her hand. Then, barbaric chi output burst forth from the 10,000-year-cold iron short staff. Somehow, Tang Nana had taken up position at the rear, blocking the metal shop entrance with a poison bottle in hand, and Jai Eonpo he was beside her, cutely raising her fist with 3 fingers extended to shoulder height. The Naaman sect martial artists, blocked front and back, spoke politely with pale faces. If you have any grievances, perhaps we could resolve this through dialogue. What dialogue with unorthodox faction vermin? I'm from the Divine Maiden sect. This is Azuj. That nasty face over there is from the Tank clan. And next to her is a Broken Bar Seal Family Trading Company. At this, Jai Eonpo he made a tearful face. But it's not like she could say Bliss Palace or Demonic Cult, could she? King thought for a moment and changed her words. Cancel that about the Seal Family Trading Company. She's my sworn sister. Jai Eonpo he's expression brightened again. She seemed satisfied. On the other hand, the Naaman sect martial artists were not satisfied. Except for the Seal Family Trading Company, these were names known to all Murim practitioners under the heavens. Damn it! Attack! Even among low-ranking members, there's a hierarchy. So the highest among them shouted. At the same time, he immediately jumped to the side. One followed the order and rushed at King, while another jumped back and tried to break through to the entrance. King calmly looked at the Naaman sect martial artist rushing towards her, raising his sword high above his head as he charged. It didn't matter whether he was a Murim practitioner or a samurai, either way, his torso was wide open. It was a gap at the level of politely asking, "Please stab my torso." So King simply extended Bokshin Jiaok forward. The short staff, imbued with barbaric strength, entered the upper abdomen and angled upwards, reaching the heart in one go. The vicious unorthodox faction bastard couldn't even bring down the sword he had raised above his head, dropping it with a clang. You are Broken Bar. In the Central Plains, there's a weapon called a blood hammer, which is a hollow awl with a hole. If you stab the heart with this, blood enters through the hole and gushes out, creating a spectacular scene. This was what was happening in King's hand right now. Blood spurted out regularly from each air hole of the Bokshin Jiaok, matching the heartbeat. The stickiness wetting her hand was something she hadn't felt in a long time. The blood touching her hand, always cold due to demonic arts, felt so hot it might burn. King couldn't control her expression. Her mouth corners pulled up to her ears in a vicious smile. It was fortunate she was wearing a face veil. Zhu Jihan frowned at this sight. Nunim. Isn't it unpleasant to have blood enter the flute? It's fine if you wash it well. What? Should a martial artist be picky about weapons? Even if you try to gloss over it with such cool words, the Bokshin Jiaok wasn't originally a weapon. But, Zhu Jihan suddenly spat out his words. As expected, your flowery and bewitching eloquence is still the same. To make the enemy spill information without any kind of torture or coercion. This dull brother is moved. Moved again. I was starting to suspect recently that you might just be a stupid woman, but you shatter my foolish thoughts completely. What's this? Why do I feel like shit even though it seems like I'm being praised? Anyway, King was very satisfied after getting a proper taste of this feeling in her hand after a long time. Piercing through soft skin and tough heart muscle, she got to taste both weak and rough sensations simultaneously. And stabbing with the Bokshin Jiaok made blood gush out. Oh, it's a complete rediscovery of the flute. It was a discovery that would make Ban Kai weep tears of blood in the afterlife. The group's level of force was too excessive for dealing with mere neighborhood unorthodox faction dregs. The one who ran for the door had his head pierced by Jai Eonpo he's finger pointing, with some contents leaking out. The one who tried to escape alone was in a slightly better state, with Tang Nana's whip wrapped around his neck, his eyes rolled back and foaming at the mouth. Why did that one faint? Fire ant poison entered his arteries. He probably felt like his whole body was on fire. On second thought, he might be the most pitiful. That's when it happened. You damned bastard. Old man Ban suddenly charged with bloodshot eyes, raising a huge hammer high above his head in the familiar posture King had just seen. In that direction lay the martial artist, foaming at the mouth, with the whip wrapped around his neck like a scarf. King gracefully flew with the ultimate form of the divine maiden footwork, spatial leap, to block in front of the old man. "Wait, Grandpa. Get out of the way. I'm going to smash that bastard's skull to pieces." "That damn bastard." "I understand how you feel, but for someone who said they won't make swords, is it okay to kill people with a hammer?" "But that bastard a broken bar." "Ah, it can't be helped. Be satisfied with this." King placed the sole of her shoe on top of the fallen unorthodox faction martial artist's head. Her knee trembled for a moment as she applied force, and finally, crunch. In fact, from the moment King said it couldn't be helped, her expression behind the face veil was already blooming with a wide smile. King staggered for a moment as if she had lost her balance. To her companions, it looked as if she had been shocked by the sensation. Of course, she was shocked. "Wow, a broken bar. This is really amazing." "How long has it been?" "It must have been too stimulating after such a long time. I wonder how many spare underwear I packed." Choi Leong's foresight in preparing the face veil was shining brilliantly, emitting a dazzling radiance like the sun. "But good things are good things, and having sticky shoe soles is doubly unpleasant." King dragged the soles of her shoes across a clean part of the floor. Old Man Ban, who had witnessed the Naaman sect martial artist's miserable death, stared blankly at the corpse instead of reflecting. Then he hacked up phlegm and spat it out with a tui between the broken remains. Seeing this, King spoke up again. "Grandpa, don't we have something to talk about too?" At this, Old Man Ban subtly averted his gaze. King took a crooked stance and continued her questioning. "You said this wasn't a matter of just a day or two, right? You must have known these guys would rush in if you lit a fire. There's a saying about borrowing a knife to kill someone. It means using someone else's power to achieve an evil scheme." He clearly knew the Naaman sect martial artist's watching would come if he lit a fire in the furnace, yet he didn't say a word. The old man snorted shamelessly. "HMPH. What could I do?" "How could a country bumpkin who doesn't know martial arts deal with those bastards?" "Aren't you being too brazen? Weren't you the ones who drew swords?" "It wouldn't have mattered if blood wasn't shed, right?" He was basically saying they killed of their own accord without him asking them to. King spoke, dumbfounded. "Well, we're masters now. I'm too much of a master to be compared with those fodder, but anyway, since we're stronger." Those scum hesitated. "Otherwise, wouldn't they have caused trouble seeing pretty women?" "A huge strong man, two extraordinary beauties, and one dreg walking around without a speck of dust on their clothes. I figured they must be formidable fellows," the old man said, looking at Zhu Jihan, Tang Nana, and Jai Eonpo in turn, and his final gaze turned to King. "Owing. What's this? Why am I the dreg?" "Why else would a woman cover her face?" By the common sense of Jiang Yu, if someone covered their face, it was naturally because they had a face they couldn't show others. Or it could be because she was a woman of noble status who couldn't casually show her face, but such noble ladies didn't lower their dignity by carrying swords. "Anyway, I've seen a satisfying sight before I die, so I'll make the needle well. It'll be done soon, so take it and leave. They'll come swarming up in a frenzy since 3 of them died." "Then what about you, old man?" "What's the point of an old man living?" "They'll just use my useless grandson to pressure me." "If I don't want to see that, I should just hang myself." "Come to think of it, this needle will be my last work." It was a miserable thing to say so calmly. King frowned. "What's this? You trying to evoke sympathy or something?" "I have no intention of asking for help anyway, so don't concern yourself whether I hang myself or drink molten iron." "I was barely hanging on before you came, planning to take down one of them before leaving." King remembered the cold gaze of the old man quietly watching from the shadows when she entered the metal shop. It seems his words about planning to take down one of them before leaving weren't a lie. "Why don't you ask for help instead of thinking about dying?" "HMPH. Who would I ask?" "Even other sects are all in cahoots, and the government takes bribes to side with them." "Who could I appeal to for help?" "Why, there are orthodox factions, you know. They literally use the character for righteous." "HMPH. Orthodox or unorthodox, Aren't they all the same Murim lot? They're all just murderers with weapons. Isn't that what you do? If you want something, you steal and threaten, and if that doesn't work, you vent your anger. So what can you do? If you don't know martial arts and are weak, you have no choice but to just die. Tang Nana flared up at this. What? You old man, a broken bar. It's fine. He didn't say anything wrong, so what? As King restrained Tang Nana, Old Man Ban smiled crookedly. It was a look that said, so how are you any different? Well, he did say there were no orthodox factions in the city. If the only Murim practitioners he's encountered in his life were villains from unorthodox factions, they'd all seem the same to him. In fact, just like how it is said that the interfering sister-in-law is more hateful, he might have hated the orthodox factions more for not caring while just talking about being righteous. It's a bit childish for provocation, but I'll bite. I'll look for your grandson, so don't die and wait. You're going to help, HMPH. Even if you try to bestow grace like you're doing me a favor, I won't make swords. Who asked you to make swords? That's ridiculous. Swords are things you use and throw away when they're worn out, not something you cherish just because you got a good one. King uses weapons carelessly. You could tell just by how she named them. A regular sword is a moonlight sword. A half-sword is called a hell sword. The Bokshinjiaok was no different. If there is an afterlife, wasn't she abusing the Bokshinjiaok to the point where Ban Kai, unable to bear it in the afterlife, might return as a Jiangshi Ban Kai to seek revenge while weeping tears of blood? If she got another short staff later, it would become Bokshinjiaok, number 2. In return, I'll also run away if things don't work out. So if someone says they ran away because they couldn't handle the trouble, then you can hang yourself or stick your nose in molten iron and die. King said this and turned around. Just as she was crossing the front yard of the metal shop, a corner of her vision flickered as the mission window clamored to be opened. King opened the mission window and then dismissed it without even checking. It would just be a sudden mission anyway, and the content was predictable. Help the old man, or rob him, or kill everyone with the heavenly slaughter star, something like that. Murim, please calm down first. At that moment, Zhu Jihan grabbed King. Only then did King realize her mistake. She had always caused trouble alone in these situations, so she had forgotten she had companions. Right. I'll go play around for a bit, so you guys go to cafing first. Don't worry about me. If it doesn't work out, I'll just run away. Come to think of it, you did the same in Liaoyang. But Murim, do you know how hurt elder brother Peng was? Huh? Why? If you had just asked for help, elder brother Peng, myself, or even elder brother Huangbo could have easily dealt with a mere unorthodox faction. But you just left abruptly. King waved her hand dismissively. Well, we're masters now. I'm too much of a master to be compared with those fodder, but anyway, since we're stronger, those scum hesitated. Otherwise, wouldn't they have caused trouble seeing pretty women? A huge strong man, 2 extraordinary beauties, and 1 dreg walking around without a speck of dust on their clothes. I figured they must be formidable fellows. The old man said, looking at Zhu Jihan, Tang Nana, and Jai Eonpo in turn, and his final gaze turned to King. Owing. What's this? Why am I the dreg? Why else would a woman cover her face? By the common sense of Jiang Yu, if someone covered their face, it was naturally because they had a face they couldn't show others. Or it could be because she was a woman of noble status who couldn't casually show her face, but such noble ladies didn't lower their dignity by carrying swords. Anyway, I've seen a satisfying sight before I die, so I'll make the needle well. It'll be done soon, so take it and leave. They'll come swarming up in a frenzy since 3 of them died. Then what about you, old man? What's the point of an old man living? They'll just use my useless grandson to pressure me. If I don't want to see that, I should just hang myself. Come to think of it, this needle will be my last work. It was a miserable thing to say so calmly. King frowned. What's this? You trying to evoke sympathy or something? I have no intention of asking for help anyway, so don't concern yourself whether I hang myself or drink molten iron. I was barely hanging on before you came. planning to take down one of them before leaving. King remembered the cold gaze of the old man quietly watching from the shadows when she entered the metal shop. It seems his words about planning to take down one of them before leaving weren't a lie. Why don't you ask for help instead of thinking about dying? HMPH. Who would I ask? Even other sects are all in cahoots, and the government takes bribes to side with them. Who could I appeal to for help? Why, there are orthodox factions, you know. They literally use the character for righteous. HMPH. Orthodox or unorthodox, aren't they all the same Murim lot? They're all just murderers with weapons. Isn't that what you do? If you want something, you steal and threaten, and if that doesn't work, you vent your anger. So what can you do? If you don't know martial arts and are weak, you have no choice but to just die. Tang Nana flared up at this. What? You old man, a broken bar. It's fine. He didn't say anything wrong, so what? As King restrained Tang Nana, old man Ban smiled crookedly. It was a look that said, so how are you any different? Well, he did say there were no orthodox factions in the city. If the only Murim practitioners he's encountered in his life were villains from unorthodox factions, they'd all seem the same to him. In fact, just like how it is said that the interfering sister-in-law is more hateful, he might have hated the orthodox factions more for not caring while just talking about being righteous. It's a bit childish for provocation, but I'll bite. I'll look for your grandson, so don't die and wait. You're going to help? HMPH. Even if you try to bestow grace like you're doing me a favor, I won't make swords. Who asked you to make swords? That's ridiculous. Swords are things you use and throw away when they're worn out, not something you cherish just because you got a good one. King uses weapons carelessly. You could tell just by how she named them. A regular sword is a moonlight sword. A half sword is called a hell sword. The Bokshin Jiaok was no different. If there is an afterlife, wasn't she abusing the Bokshin Jiaok to the point where Ban Kai, unable to bear it in the afterlife, might return as a Jiangshi Ban Kai to seek revenge while weeping tears of blood? If she got another short staff later, it would become Bokshin Jiaok, number 2. In return, I'll also run away if things don't work out. So if someone says they ran away because they couldn't handle the trouble, then you can hang yourself or stick your nose in molten iron and die. King said this and turned around. Just as she was crossing the front yard of the metal shop, a corner of her vision flickered as the mission window clamored to be opened. King opened the mission window and then dismissed it without even checking. It would just be a sudden mission anyway, and the content was predictable. Help the old man, or rob him, or kill everyone with the heavenly slaughter star, something like that. Murim, please calm down first. At that moment, Zhu Jihan grabbed King. Only then did King realize her mistake. She had always caused trouble alone in these situations, so she had forgotten she had companions. Right. I'll go play around for a bit, so you guys go to cafing first. Don't worry about me. If it doesn't work out, I'll just run away. Come to think of it, you did the same in Liaoyang. But Murim, do you know how hurt elder brother Peng was? Huh? Why? If you had just asked for help, elder brother Peng, myself, or even elder brother Huangbo could have easily dealt with the mere unorthodox faction. But you just left abruptly. King waved her hand dismissively. Well, you all had your own circumstances. And back then, it was my business. When I first met you then, I let it slide thinking that's just how you were, but elder brother Peng was grinding his teeth. I wondered why, but now I understand. Murim, you say we are close enough to call us siblings, but when it's actually needed, you draw a line treating us as strangers. Well, we are strangers. Just because we're close doesn't mean we're carelessly entangled. I take responsibility for my own decisions. Strictly speaking, I'm not even part of the Divine Maiden sect, and my master told me not to hold back because of her. At this, Zhu Jihan visibly showed a hurt expression. If you really think we're close, you should at least invite us once. Not just announce I'll handle my own business, so let's part ways here. Is that really something to feel hurt about? King tilted her head. But I'm already a super supreme master at running away, so even my master said that if I'm determined to flee, no one under heaven could catch me, so there's no real danger for me. But if you come along, you might be in danger. This time it's your responsibility, right? Huh? If you invite us and we decide to come along, as you said, it's not your personal responsibility, right? Then you don't need to worry about it. Does that make sense? Because of me. Forget it. I'll follow Murim on my own, so whatever happens, it's all my decision. No, wait, why? As King made a sour face, Tang Nana seized the opportunity to chime in. That's right. If Kinga goes, I'm going to. If things get dicey, I have this too. Tang Nana pulled out something round about the size of a fist from somewhere and proudly showed it off. Zhu Jian's face turned pale. That a broken bar? Do you always carry poison bombs? Don't worry, it's fine. It won't explode on its own. For reference, this was the same as the line that accounts for an absolute proportion of the last words of people who die from explosives. It's okay, it won't explode. And then, bang! The group strode boldly through Zumadian. The good thing about having Zhu Jian was that just asking for directions once was enough to set the route perfectly. It's to the left up ahead, and then it's the first main street on the right from the big square. Are there any enforcements for speeding? Pardon? Just kidding. Don't mind it. It was incomprehensible to Zhu Jian. A joke was a joke, but King's confidence was so imposing that they were naturally barging in. By the way, do you have any other plans? Of course I do. I always have a plan. May I hear your wise thoughts? We go and demand they hand over Old Man Ban's son. A broken bar? Would they hand him over willingly? And it was his grandson, not son. Son or grandson, what's the difference? And if they don't give him up, we attack. We block the main gate. I'll be in front, you guys in the back. If the enemy doesn't come, Nana will cowardly throw hidden weapons to provoke them into charging. A broken bar? If a transcendent realm master comes out, peak transcending Xaman King will face them. The end. I see. Zhu Jian nodded and then spoke. Is it too late to back out? I don't hold back people who want to leave. Couldn't you at least pretend to hold me back? A broken bar? If it were the usual Zhu Jian, he would have dissuaded her and turned back at this point. However, having already experienced Xaman King as a person, he knew well that even if he tried to discuss more detailed attack plans, she was the type to say then I'll go alone and charge in. Moreover, with her brimming with such confidence, there was also an expectation that she might have some other method. Tang Nana didn't have much thought. Just the idea of going to defeat bad guys. It was the typical thinking of a newbie chick on her first Jianghu outing. At this point, one might suspect if a stupefying aura was emanating from King. However, Jai Eonpo he was unaffected because she originally had no thoughts in her head. And so, finally, the main gate with the name and sect's signboard appeared before them. King continued forward without stopping. The guards lazily guarding the main gate spotted the group, and especially upon seeing Tang Nana's face, their mouths fell open. As they approached confidently without hesitation, the guards thought they must be guests from somewhere. Watching this, King thought, why are unorthodox faction bastards so desperate to show their nastiness starting from the gatekeepers? She couldn't understand. What business do you have? We're here to find Old Man Ban from Ban Family Metal Shop's son, grandson. If you hand him over quietly, there won't be any bloodshed. What? Go and tell them. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let them off if they hand him over. King stomped her right foot and launched like a cannonball with the subtlety of the maiden footwork. She stopped abruptly in front of the name and sect martial artist, her left arm continuing forward to grab his collar and swing. The man's body floated up, not quite clearing the wall but hitting the top, sending tiles crashing down as he fell and crumpled. King spoke with a sour expression. Sorry. Seems like I lacked strength. With both hands I could have thrown you over. The main gate guards are usually one on each side, so the remaining one shouted angrily. What are you doing? Even after there's a broken bar. Do you want to fly too, or will you run on foot to deliver the message? Tell them to hand over Old Man Ban's son. King cut off the guard's words. Zhu Jian added to King's words. It's his grandson, Murim. Damn, why do I keep saying son? Anyway, you can clearly see I'm stronger than you, right? Want to die gloriously by resisting? Cuck, you bitch won't die peacefully. Hup. The name and sect martial artist was trying to curse out of pride, but as something touched his Adam's apple in an instant, he immediately shut his mouth. Want to say bad words? You should show respect to masters. If they show any sign of fighting, she switches to no words mode. At these times, King's words come from her spine, skipping the process of going through her head. However, it's the way of the world that the weak follow whatever the strong say. No, number. I must have lost my mind for a moment. Good. Go and tell them to bring Old Man Ban's grandson from the metal shop. While you're at it, take that friend who failed at flying too. If you could please remove this first. A broken bar. King obediently removed Bokshin Xiaok. The Naaman sect martial artist cautiously picked up his comrade and fled inside the main gate. And just as they seemed to have gained some distance, "You damn bitch. Did you think you could touch the great Naaman sect and live? How ugly must you be to cover your face with a broken bar? Nana, isn't it a bit noisy? A broken bar. I'll tear your crotch apart and kill you, you bitch. I'll right now." Suddenly, the Naaman sect martial artist who shouted what sounded like a slogan from a certain amphibious assault unit grabbed between his legs. "Ow!" King frowned and looked at Tang Nana with a reproachful look that said, no matter how dirty his words were, "Isn't that going too far?" For reference, King had a nickname given by the soldiers of the Chengdu garrison in Sichuan, namely the Absolute Witch, the demonic maiden who ends bloodlines. He was saying dirty things, so I just a broken bar. This is why people should be careful with their words. Trying to tear someone else's crotch. Didn't his own crotch get torn instead? What's this? What's going on? We're under attack. Ring the bell. A courtyard behind the main gate is common sense in both the east and west. Witnessing their comrade becoming a eunuch in the middle of that courtyard, the startled martial artists ran around in confusion, grabbing their weapons. Ding ding dong ding. The loud sound of striking metal was chaotic. Originally, the signal to alert of a surprise attack is designed to grate on people's nerves to the point of being unbearable. Nana, you're making us fight because of you. If you had let them deliver the message quietly, we could have left quietly with Old Man Ban's grandson. Huh? I just a broken bar because he was cursing at you. A broken bar. Alright, get ready. As Yuki and sworn sister, beat up anyone rushing out of the main gate and be ready to run at any time. Nana, stay behind me. No, if you stick that close, how can I fight? Sorry. It was a cute mistake due to lack of real combat experience. King blocked the main gate and drew out the moonlight sword, number 8, instead of Bokshin Xiaok. Although there was a big tooth missing in the middle of the blade, it didn't matter as long as the core wasn't damaged. As King faced the enemies rushing in like that, she thought she looked like Zhang blocking the Qingbin Slope broken bar. Or was it the Battle of Qingbin? Was that the right name? Qingbin? Was that it? Wasn't it blocking a bridge? Qingbin Bridge? Ban Bridge? The sight of them rushing out in chaos was like an anthill that had water poured on it. The Naaman sect martial artists formed a semicircle around the main gate. Among them, a middle-aged man with an ominous aura stepped forward and shouted, "Where are you from to be so rude? Your evil deeds end here. Hand over the grandson of craftsman Ban from the metal shop that you kidnapped." King glanced behind her. With the chaotic sound like striking a pot, spectators had gathered all around outside the Naaman sect. Seeing this, the middle-aged man seemed to have guessed the situation outside the main gate. Do you dare to accuse the great Naaman sect of such an outrageous crime? Although we belong to the unorthodox path, we are righteous experts who proudly uphold the law of the land. King grinned. He was someone who didn't even know the basics when it came to a warfare of public opinion. After all, one should emphasize important words loudly so everyone can hear. You even have the audacity to lie. Clearly, Old Man Ban from the metal shop knelt down, crying, and pleaded that you bastards kidnapped his grandson, and threatened him to make weapons. Didn't you? At this, the middle-aged man smiled slyly. That's strange. But there are so many who try to slander our sect. Even if you shout like that, everyone is used to it. Wouldn't it be better to speak nicely instead of straining your voice? After all, the spectators know everything. It was mockery. Saying did she think they would charge in with brooms or something if she tried to incite them? A vein slightly popped up in the corner of King's forehead. Is this shameless bastard pulling a so what are you going to do about it? King's brain, which only worked when screwing others over, started spinning rapidly. Should I go with Operation Cooking Master Boy? Actually, I could sell out my master saying I'm a special disciple, and since we're in the middle of a group project, sell out the Zhu clan, sell out the Sichuan Tang clan, but hide the demonic cult because that's a bit much. Then they'd immediately turn serious and bow subserviently a broken bar. But that wouldn't be any fun. For a neighborhood unorthodox faction, they had quite a high evil karma count, which was very suspicious. King called Tang Nana in a small voice. Hey, Nana, that poison bomb, is it strong? Can't you throw it now, huh? This is really patent a broken bar. If they're bastards who kidnap children and try to starve old men to death, it's okay if they die from strong poison. Really? Let's see. The wind direction ice a broken bar. Okay, then which one should I throw? Tang Nana seemed somehow excited. King could fully understand that feeling. No matter how many blue practice grenades you throw, it can't compare to the thrill of throwing the real thing. Wasn't there only one? I brought two just in case. One is spicy smoke, and one is deadly poison a broken bar. Good. Deadly poison. Roger. Keep the spicy one for when we run away later. Hee. I get to throw this. My brother said to use it when we might become public enemies of Murim if we mess up. And immediately, the round object flew through the air. It's a thunder bomb. Dodge. Thanks to someone shouting, everyone jumped and swam on the ground, causing a commotion. Thanks to that, the poison bomb that fell to the ground without interference dropped with a thud and rolled to a stop. The Naaman sect martial artists who were swimming on the ground blinked in bewilderment. King asked in a hushed voice. What's this? Did it fail? I heard it's supposed to be like this. They said the truly scary poisons are invisibly broken bar. However, even Tang Nana's voice lacked confidence as she said this. That's when the middle-aged man got up. It was amazing reflexes. How he had jumped and lain on the ground so far away when he was in the center just now. You brats whose blood hasn't even dried behind your ears, how dare you mock your elders? He was beyond ashamed, having panicked and thrown himself at just a metal ball. It was a cry full of anger, saying he would find and kill the bastard who shouted thunder bomb when this was over. Is it something to brag about being old? There's an order even in dying, so when you see a thunder bomb, shouldn't the thought of covering your subordinates with your body cross your mind, old man? Since he asked if she was mocking him, she went all in on mocking him, and the effect was tremendous. You gladly ignore the wine of courtesy and drink the wine of punishment. Punishment wine is up. The number one thing old bastards say. Why on earth are old farts so desperate to force others to drink? It's a mystery. Looking for someone to drink the punishment wine instead. Seeking a pussy war. No. A black-hearted warrior. Giggling sounds could be heard from behind. There were even some among the Naaman sect who couldn't keep their composure and let out a snort before quickly covering their mouths. What are you all doing? Not cutting off that bitch's limbs and making her kneel before me. That's when it happened. Thud. One Naaman sect martial artist just collapsed. And then he convulsed, beating the ground with his whole body. The expression having a fit that's often used as a curse is actually short for epileptic fit, describing the state of foaming at the mouth and convulsing with the whole body. He was literally having a fit in the purest sense of the word. And the fit spread, with one after another collapsing and rolling their eyes back. Then, bloody tears flowed from their eyes, nosebleeds from their noses, blood from their ears, and red-tinged saliva dripped from their mouths. In technical terms, it would be called bleeding from the 7 orifices. 2 eye holes, 2 nostrils, 2 ear holes, and 1 mouth makes 7 holes, hence 7 orifices. Poison. It's poison. An even greater pandemonium broke out than before. They scattered in all directions like insects under a rock, with some even heading outside the main gate, unable to distinguish front from back in their panic. King's left arm drooped while holding the moonlight sword. The sword of Namgung is the Emperor's sword. The Emperor sits on the jade throne atop the imperial steps, looking down on all under heaven, moving millions of soldiers with the point of his finger. Hence, the strongest sword in the world reaches everywhere. The space in front of King split diagonally. The enemy's sword that got caught in that trajectory was pushed outward by the overwhelming force seeping through the diagonal contact. With the weapon that should have protected the body flying out along with the enemy's sword, there was no means left to protect the body behind it. The lower body fell to its knees, while the upper body flew and tumbled on the ground. Following that, King swung her sword with precision, and swoosh, a long blood stain was etched on the ground. King smiled as she let her sword droop again. She had thought the sword style suited her taste somehow since it entered her head. It was a sword technique that observed and responded to the enemy's attack, drawing a straight line that minimized the angle of contact between weapons. A sword technique that pushed away the opponent's weapon while cutting, so defense immediately led to attack. It was easy to say, but responding after seeing the enemy's attack meant always giving up half a move and being at a disadvantage. She could understand why Sword Brother stubbornly only used swords. Dividing the front into 8 directions for 8 sides, dividing 8 sides into 64 directions, and dividing 64 directions into 100 for 6,400 straight lines. It was a sword technique where you had to find the correct answer among these. As such, how could there be time to be distracted by other weapons? But, Sword Brother, sorry for stealing the Emperor sword form. But I didn't choose it, you know. If you want to blame someone, blame my master, not me. Alright. Next, King said as she let her sword droop again. It was what she said as she majestically blocked the main gate. It was truly a moment when coolness exploded, with the spirit of a hero soaring high. Poison, it's poison. Antidote no. A physician no. Antidote first. Brother, come to your senses, come to your senses. You idiot, get away, you'll get poisoned too. Unfortunately, the Naaman sect martial artists affected by the colorless and odorless deadly poison were in no state to notice that coolness at all. A win for Tang Nana. The Naaman sect martial artists immediately started collapsing one after another, causing chaos. Those with some loyalty cried out brother, sister, senior, junior, as they grabbed their convulsing sect members. However, only physicians who were prepared could safely touch those poisoned by deadly toxins. Among the Naaman sect thugs, even those with some loyalty who tried to help their comrades ended up collapsing and trembling alongside them. Amidst this, King cut down about 3 enemies who rushed at the main gate. After that, only those poisoned and having minor convulsions remained in the courtyard. They had endured the shame of abandoning their sect's safety for their own survival. It was like the story of Hansen crawling between someone's legs, showing true potential as a chivalrous hero. To think they would actually retreat inside a broken bar. One couldn't help but be amazed at the cunning of the Naaman sect martial artists. Should we set a fire? It hasn't rained recently, so it should burn well. A fire attack would be good. We've already used poison bombs, so why not add fire? But Murim, if a big fire breaks out, will Old Man Ban's grandson be safe? TCH, why did he have to get kidnapped? It would be easier to just burn it all down. Murim, could you maintain just a little bit of dignity as a righteous female expert? I had intended to use this opportunity to eradicate these filthy unorthodox demonic adepts through a fire attack. However, I cannot bring myself to carry it out for fear of involving an innocent child, which is truly regrettable. You can do it if you want to, can't you? Zhu nodded with satisfaction. My lips are going to blister trying to maintain dignity. Do we really need to stretch out something that could be said in 2 words? It's valuable because it's difficult to maintain. It was persuasive, befitting the top intellect among muscle men. The eloquence of smart people is frustrating but impossible not to accept. Alright, let's go find that grandson. Since they've completely lost their minds, we can just beat them up until someone who knows comes out. That's when it happened. You fools. Do you think colorless and odorless poison stays in one place forever? Where did you learn such manners, running away from the enemy? You, and you. The poison is already dissipated, so spread the word to gather again. I superscript 1 TMA tilde dot FI circumflex inverted question mark acidillo inverted question mark acid. Yes, understood. It was an old man with a fierce expression full of wrinkles. The inner chi in his voice was no ordinary thing, so King carefully sized up her opponent. Surely another unrestrained realm master wouldn't pop up, right? Meanwhile, the old man stood proudly among the corpses and soon-to-be corpses and spoke. This old man is Yu Chae-sung, a disciplinary officer of the unorthodox path. You must have heard of my reputation. The blood-forged sword demon, Zhu shouted loudly. King frowned. She really couldn't understand why both allies and enemies always shouted out titles after hearing names. Is it some kind of Jianghu common sense or custom? Is he a famous old man? Number. He must be famous since they shouted. Is he a strong old man? He's a great demonic adept in the late-stage transcendent realm. Zhu couldn't hide his tension. However, King's expression relaxed upon hearing those words. Then he should be manageable. Murim, did I perhaps say late-stage peak realm? I must have misspoken. He is not a late-stage peak realm, but a late-stage transcendent realm great demonic adept. You said it right. Late-stage transcendent, right? I'm Xamen King, peak transcending. Even unrestrained realm masters get crushed by me, right? Nana? Yeah, you've defeated unrestrained realm masters? No, Murim, why didn't you tell this little brother such an interesting story earlier? I'm hurt. Yu Chae-sung's expression hardened as he watched this scene. The purpose of revealing one's name in Jianghu was to gain the upper hand by showing off one's realm or backing. Normally, with the unorthodox path and late-stage transcendent realm, average Jianghu youngsters should be trembling and looking for a chance to run away. But if they're casually chatting, Yu Chae-sung's mind raced quickly. Come to think of it, colorless and odorless deadly poison wasn't something you could just go and buy anywhere with money. Strong poisons have deep colors and smells, while those that are colorless and odorless are usually weak. Poisons that satisfy both conditions are not easy to obtain even with 1,000 gold pieces. Moreover, the beauty of one girl was enough to stir lust even in an old man, so combining the two, a conclusion could be drawn. That girl over there, aren't you the speaking poison flower of the Tank clan? Huh? Do you know me? Yu Chae-sung swallowed a groan. As expected, just as he thought. What if it turned out to be an affair entangled with the Tank clan? And then the youth with the mountain-like build looked different too. If it was the young prodigies gathered before the Murim conference, he must undoubtedly be the beastly sage, the heir of the Zhu clan. The timing couldn't be worse. The Murim conference was a united meeting for the Orthodox Murim, so it was a time when they absolutely shouldn't give any pretext. Isn't creating an enemy the best way to unite in the first place? This old one is a disciplinary officer of the unorthodox path, here to confirm rumors that the Naaman sect leader is concocting evil decoctions. I assume you are here for the same reason? Zhu picked up on this. We were simply trying to rescue a child who was said to be kidnapped. But when you say decoctions, surely note a broken bar. The Naaman sect leader is a leper, and an evil decoction made by a leper was something too horrible to even mention. This is unfortunate. It seems the rumors are true. So I'll use my authority as the unorthodox path's disciplinary officer to expel the Naaman sect. So this old one has no more connection with the Naaman sect now. Yu Chae-sung's conclusion was to cut ties. This old one must leave now. I am far too busy with urgent matters to linger in a place that has nothing to do with me. As King was about to say something, Zhu grabbed her shoulder and shook his head. Why? The Naaman sect leader is also a transcendent realm martial artist. Perhaps, are you confident in facing two transcendent realm martial artists? That's a beat a broken bar. Yeah. King clicked her tongue and barked. You should know how lucky you are, old man. Be careful on your way at night. Next time we meet, you're dead. Even if her face was invisible, it wasn't something an old man should hear from a young girl with such a green voice. Yu Chae-sung forcibly suppressed the anger welling up inside him. The girl with the covered face has quite a rough tongue. Isn't it proper to reveal your name when saying such things? My name is Xamen King, and my master is the zenith among women. Happy now? Old man, next time we meet, you're dead. It seems you have inherited the temperament as well. A broken bar. Yu Chae-sung rubbed his chest. He thought he had done well to hold back, as he almost touched the disciple of the female mad dog. If she even passed on her surname, she must be no ordinary cherished disciple, rather, a walking human trap. This old one will be going now. Would you mind stepping aside? Is there really a need to pass this way? Can't you just jump over the wall? Don't bad guys usually like jumping walls? Thieves, robbers, assassins, arsonists, kidnappers, and even perverts with voyeurism. All those evil fuckers were jumping walls, though. King muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. Ujihan sent a reproachful look asking why she was needlessly provoking him. But King pretended not to see and played dumb. Since she deliberately spoke loud enough to be heard, Yu Chae-sung could no longer jump over the wall. Now, if he jumped the wall, he would become either a thief, robber, assassin, arsonist, kidnapper, or a pervert with voyeurism. Yu Chae-sung forcibly suppressed his boiling blood pressure, trying hard to ignore her, thinking she must be a little mad dog. Being the female mad dog's disciple, he was about to stride through the main gate when a broken bar. Ah, right. Hey, old man. A broken bar, what is it? Earlier, you said something about a woman with a covered face. I didn't cover it because I'm ugly, you know? That is exactly what a woman with a covered face would say. Ha. Everyone is surprised when they see it, I tell you. What, are you pockmarked or something? If you are so confident, why don't you just show it? At this, King lifted her face veil. Yu Chae-sung's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, King's right hand subtly reached out and gently grasped Yu Chae-sung's wrist. What is this? King smiled mischievously. Once you reach late-stage transcendent realm, you don't usually let your body be grabbed easily, so she had startled him a bit, and it was perfectly effective. Have you heard of the Buddha's palm? Wah! In that instant, an enormous amount of inner chi surged up from King's dungeon all at once. It was an incomparably more intense flow than when she faced the demonic cannibal. Not only had her inner chi increased several times since then, but with the addition of overhaul rebirth and the Yijin cleansing method, the flow through her 8 extraordinary meridians was also different from before. As it was a Buddhist divine art, the great meditation chi and Yijin cleansing chi took the lead, shouting excitedly as they rushed in, followed by the Zuxiang True Chi and the Taoist family members. Seeing this enviously, the demonic Chi peeked out, and the maiden True Chi, guarding the principle of the Golden Mean, nodded once. Excited by a proper summons after a long time, the various True Chis bustled about noisily as they left the dungeon. Deng! A huge but far from noisy sound of a Buddhist temple bell. Suddenly, a cloud of dust rose thickly. Within it, Yu Chae-sung's grabbed wrist swelled, bulging flesh rising up his elbow and over his shoulder. His entire body swelled, tearing his clothes, his head doubling in size, before suddenly returning to normal as if it were a lie, and he collapsed with a thud. As the dust cleared, the wall behind where Yu Chae-sung had fallen, reaching about 1 jang in height, had disappeared, leaving only debris. It was the form of Saint A Diaresis Ma A superscript 1 Ikakra, the internal explosive chi strike of the Buddha's palm, used at full power for the first time in a long while. King let out a tired sigh. Phew. My chi is completely drained. Seriously. Nunim? What is this, a broken bar? Ah. This is called the Buddha's palm. Why does Nunim know the Buddha's palm? Ah, was this why you deliberately provoked him about the wall? There's no martial artist who would jump the wall after hearing those words. Yeah. Once I grab them, a transcendent realm is no big deal. Even if they're prepared and we clash with internal explosive chi strikes, I can handle it. But if they're caught off guard, there's no answer to it. As expected, inducing the enemy's carelessness and striking their weak point. What an excellently vile tactic. Nunim, you always surprise this little brother. Wait, what is this praise? It's felt like he's been force-feeding me compliments for a while now. Even though they say internal explosive chi strike is an advanced subtlety, its essence was a method of crudely competing with inner chi. That's why even with the demonic cannibal, she had to provoke him and roll around, sweating bullets trying to deplete his inner chi. However, with her master's confirmation that she had inner chi comparable to the unrestrained realm, now transcendent realm was no big deal. That's when it happened. The name and sect martial artists finally swarmed back, led by a man whose face, hands, and all exposed skin were completely wrapped in bandages. The bandage man shouted with an urgent expression. Disciplinary officer. We apologize for involving you in this unsavory affair. A broken bar. Disciplinary officer? Your disciplinary officer? You mean this? At this, King held up their former Disciplinary officer, still gripping his wrist. Suddenly, Tang Nana had a question about this sight. Huh? Wasn't she unable to use her right arm? The bandaged man quickly examined the disciplinary officer. King was quite tall, and a martial artist who had undergone overhaul rebirth naturally had long limbs. When King raised her hand holding the wrist to its full extent, the old man's corpse floated about half a kai in the air, swaying. It was a hair-raising scene with a double whammy. First, it was chilling to see a formidable opponent who had subdued a late-stage transcendent realm master right before their eyes, and second, thinking of the consequences of the unorthodox path's disciplinary officer's death sent shivers down their spines. It was truly a case of adding insult to injury. I am Dan Unsak, the Naaman sect leader. Who on earth are you to commit such an outrageous act? Dan Unsak tried to speak without his voice trembling, but a slight vibrato like a singing technique mixed in. Is there a need to reveal names when cleaning up trash? It's just those who are bothered doing the cleaning. A broken bar. Dan Unsak let out a heavy groan, translating their conversation into Murim speak. It went like this. Let's talk this out. Shut up and come at me. As a 5-year veteran of Murim, King could now not only interpret but also speak the language of Murim quite excellently. And she didn't stop there, she could even apply it. However, the possibility of saving your life isn't entirely gone. Hand over old man Ban's grandson. Beside her, Zhu Zhihan inwardly admired. As expected, Nunim. You don't say you'll back off even if they hand him over. Since you said possibility, isn't this a scam-like trick where you can say it was just a possibility if it doesn't work out? By now, Zhu Zhihan had come to understand about 8/10 of King's character. Once she decided to mess someone up, she was a persistent and vile expert who wouldn't hesitate to use any means, be it words, swords, poison, or fire, until she was at a disadvantage. While she had no concept of face, she somehow seemed righteous, so it was a perfectly fitting description. Gook. You may call us trash, but aren't you also after old man Ban in the end? Rescuing a grandson is much better for appearances and bragging than kidnapping one. How can you compare? Is a feast just prepared the same as food that's been rotting for half a month? Do you think all food is the same just because it's edible? No matter how you dress it up, in the end, it's still the same ugly greed to possess the greatest sword craftsman under the heaven. Enough. Hand over old man Ban's grandson. Weak bastards can't just say here you go when told to hand something over. Why is your tongue so long? That's a broken bar. At that moment, Zhu Zhihan leaned close to what he presumed was King's ear under the face veil and whispered, Nunim, I don't think they can hand over old man Ban's grandson. The inspector mentioned evil decoctions, so probably a broken bar. The rumor that lepers eat children was originally just a false accusation born from prejudice. However, rumors are the world's most vicious things. They shake the hearts of the desperate, making them believe it's the truth. And leprosy, where flesh rots and falls off while still alive, was such a horrific disease that it was called the judgment of heaven, heavenly punishment. King's eyes lost their luster, cooling to an inorganic texture. A faint purple light leaked from the eye holes behind the face veil. It was the light of a malevolent star that people instinctively avoid, realizing as soon as they see it that it is something very harmful and terrible. I should have just set fire to everything earlier. I agree. King dropped the old great demonic adept's corpse with a thud and gripped the moonlight sword with her right hand. While it wasn't so bad that she couldn't use her left hand, still, it felt more familiar and fit perfectly in her hand when holding the sword in her right hand. Seeing your covered face, you must be the Naaman sect leader? People in Jianghu say there's not a single normal face among those who cover their faces. Everyone present looked at King with strange eyes. Beauty broken bar. As King was a proud beauty, she had nothing to be ashamed of. I should let the world know how ugly you are by hanging you up high to dry. You eat people because you have nothing to eat? You dog-like. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. There's a misunderstanding. Dan Unsak shouted urgently. King tilted her head crookedly. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? The horrible rumors about decoctions and such are not true. Who would believe such rumors? Not rumors. Clearly, the dead security deputy. Nunim, it's disciplinary officer. But security deputy. Was it our broken bar? Why does that sound so cool? Somehow it makes my heart feel warm. Enough. That disciplinary elder said you were making medicinal decoctions. At this, Dan Unsack spoke with an aggrieved voice. It was truly an aggrieved voice. We sold Old Man Ban's grandson to the black market long ago. We gave up on such ineffective superstitious prescriptions a long time ago. So you did try eating them? No need for further questions, then. King stomped on the ground and shot out like an arrow. Sword threads, now forming the shape of a huge single blade, completely covered the moonlight sword, leaving a thick twilight-colored trajectory. Ha! Damn it! What are you doing? Attack! Dan Unsack shouted as he drew his sword. A faint starlight shimmered on the blade. By the late-stage transcendent realm, one is skilled with sword force even if it's not fully compressed. Sword chi and sword force cannot be compared. However, it wasn't easy to break through King's barbaric output with the less compressed sword force of a transcendent realm master. King continued her sword strikes, riding the momentum. Firing Kazan 1 when it strikes, it's like a storm. The latter moves of the 108 Azure sword, 11,000 strikes, a swift sword relying on wildness with countless after images, struck mercilessly up and down, left and right without discrimination. As Dan Unsack kept retreating and deflecting the sword strikes, he thought to himself, why does this seem manageable? Although the purple light in her eyes trailing like a tail was terribly eerie, and the sword threads extending in one mass were bizarre and unheard of, nevertheless, since she wasn't using sword force, this was what it looked like when a peak realm master crudely increased only their inner chi. Damn it! I've been fooled. This bitch isn't a master. What are you saying? You see this body? Master, what are you all doing? Why aren't you rushing in? Dan Unsack shouted, but his disciples instead retreated and hesitated. To the low class without discernment, King's vicious sword thread seemed 100 times more dangerous than their leader's faint sword force. The first-rate and few peak realm martial artists with discernment were watching King's companions keeping their distance behind her. Anyway, since the blood-forged sword demon had died, they were certain there must be a master among them or some technique equivalent to one, so they thought it better to watch the duel and rush in to quickly turn the tide if their leader gained the upper hand, or surrender if he was defeated. From the beginning, the one thing that unorthodox sects consistently emphasized most was the loyalty of virtuous experts, believing in such qualities. Because they were people without loyalty, they emphasized and re-emphasized it until their ears were calloused. You damn bastards! Dan Unsack ground his teeth. In the end, he had to do it himself. No matter how vast her inner chi, could he really not defeat a mere peak realm girl? Dan Unsack deliberately put on a troubled expression and started acting as if he was being pushed back, retreating one step at a time. Then, in the gap between sword and sword, his eyes flashed, and he dove in with a sharp sword path through the opening in King's arms. It was one of the few excellent moves in Dan Unsack's life, a strike containing the essence of the counterattack. In the momentarily accelerated thought process, in a world slowed down just as much, the girl raises her arm to block the sword's trajectory. In the slowly flowing world, Dan Unsack's mouth slowly draws a long arc. You stupid bitch, do you think human flesh can block sword force? Finally, Dan Unsack's sword force touches King's forearm, raised diagonally. In time that now seems almost stopped, the sword force seeping into the white skin is visible. At the moment when Dan Unsack believed without a doubt that that beautiful forearm would be cleanly cut off, an intense impact hit his hand. It was like striking an iron block, making his skin scream and sending a stinging pain through every joint as the shock traveled. How a broken bar. Right on cue, King's right arm that had left its place returns. Realizing there's no way to avoid the slashing strike coming for his waist, Dan Unsack completely takes the strength out of his legs and falls backward. King's sword blade barely grazes the tip of Dan Unsack's nose, drawing a crescent. Dan Unsack accepts the impact on his back with relief and immediately flips his body over vigorously. Lazy donkey roll. It's a type of King Gong meaning lazy donkey turning over, which is simply a technique of rolling on the ground. Murim practitioners who value face as much as life unanimously say they'd rather die than roll on the ground so unsightly, But when the critical moment comes, no one chooses death over face by not rolling. And yet, they go on about Hanksen and crawling between legs. It was Hanksen's great mistake to provide an excuse that would be milked for over 1,000 years. King stomped her foot. The rough pressure of the heavenly demon raining step firmly presses down on the surroundings. The advantage of the heavenly demon raining step is that since the energy gathers in the soles of the feet, you don't have to see that disgusting chi full of eyes. It meant she could use it roughly without worrying about appearances. Dan Unsak, who couldn't even roll a few times, groaned at the suddenly doubled pressure. Following that, with the deng sound of the Buddha's palm, blood spurted from the thigh of the lying man with a swoosh. Arg! Dan Unsak grabbed his thigh and screamed for his life. The inside of the thigh is unexpectedly one of the most critical weak points. It's a passage where one of the thickest blood vessels passes unprotected without muscle protection. So uncontrollable massive bleeding occurred below Dan Unsak's pelvis as his femoral artery burst. Still, being somewhat of a master, he dug into the wound and tightly gripped the blood vessel with his fingers, though not a technique of the true fire of Samadhi. A couple of streams of white smoke along with a savory smell permeated. He stopped the bleeding, but he lost one leg. Even a peak realm martial artist other than Xaman King could sufficiently handle a one-legged transcendent realm master. King grinned as she looked down at Dan Unsak. The crime of not recognizing a master? The death penalty. In fact, it was a ridiculous statement. There was a difference when it came to enlightenment of the sword from the start, so even amidst the chaotic flurry of strikes, hadn't Dan Unsak found an opening and launched a fatal counterattack? If it weren't for the White Hand demonic arts Vajra invulnerability, no, since it was at peak realm level it was a bit weaker, so maybe it could be called gold-plated invulnerability or silver invulnerability White Hand. At any rate, without that, her forearm along with her torso would have been neatly cut. If it weren't for the heavenly demon raining step, he would have jumped up and rushed in again, and without the Buddha's palm, how could she have struck the air and burst his thigh? However, it was also a very natural tactic for martial artists to hide one or two secret techniques. King was just hiding a bit more than others. In professional terms, if you don't know, you have to fuck around and find out. It was a precious truth that has been passed down from the emergence of humanity until now. And when victory and defeat were decided, there was also something the loser had to do, established since ancient times. Please spare me. Whatever you want, I'll give you everything. So Broken Bar. I already told you what I want. Old Man Ban's grandson. Can you bring him right now? Time. Please give me time. Since we sold him to the black market, if we inquire around, we can surely find him a Broken Bar. An opening. This is for my arm. King scratched her chin and naturally lowered her hand, then suddenly extended her arm. Deng. Pack. With blood spurting, Dan Unsak's arm below the elbow fell off and rolled on the ground along with his sword. Arg. Why? The way you were moving your eyes was suspicious. Your posture was off from the start. If you want to live, you should know how to rub your hands together like a fly. Why are you gripping your sword tightly with your hand turning white from the force? There's actually a technique called sword breaking. It's a technique where you violently infuse true chi into the sword blade to shatter it. And if done clumsily, you just ruin one weapon and that's it. However, a properly refined sword-breaking technique is truly like the great general's cannon, with over 1,000 sharp fragments filled with true chi being fired. King just thought it was suspicious, but it was actually the final technique Dan Unsak had been secretly preparing. Originally, King's fights were all about intuition and cunning, so she was extremely sensitive in these aspects. As such, it was inevitable she would notice. As King took a step forward, Dan Unsak crawled away with one leg and one arm. Regardless, King picked up Dan Unsak's fallen sword and swung it a few times. Excellent balance and a flawless blue blade. Even after tasting blood it clung in droplets, truly deserving to be called a famed sword without lacking a broken bar. Blood? King bent her elbow and examined her forearm. Blood was streaming from a wound split open to the depth of one finger joint. No wonder it was stinging and throbbing. But there was a subtle addictiveness to the pain, one could say. At this level, It wasn't bad. King looked down at Dan Unsak again, blood dripping from her fingertips, and spoke. Hand over the scabbard. I shall give it to you. I need it. Hurry up. I'm getting dizzy, probably because I'm bleeding. After receiving the scabbard, King spoke again. No, like, why bother an old man from a metal shop when you have such a good sword? Do you use dual swords? Is Murim the same in that there's no normal person among those who use dual blades? I heard it's a symbol of social disorders. That's not it. It's natural for any sect to covet such an ironsmith a broken bar. What? Natural? What a funny bastard. I suppose it's natural to kidnap grandchildren, sell them off, and cut off work to starve people to death. That's a broken bar. That's why it's natural to die by the sword when you live like that. If you've committed crimes, naturally you should pay for them. Even if your head gets cut off here, it's a natural death. So when Yama, the king of hell, asks why you died in the afterlife, answer that you naturally died because you were naturally meant to die. Got it? Wait, a broken bar. King strode forward with long steps. Dan Unsak crawled desperately, but the mobility contest between 2 legs versus 1 arm and 1 leg was as different as a race between an insomniac rabbit and a tortoise. Before he knew it, King thrust the sword right under his chin. Don't act ugly, just obediently offer your neck. Please, spare me. Heek. King raised the sword high. Dan Unsak covered his front with his palm, but that was a defense technique only someone who had learned the white hand demonic arts could do. And then, slash. Arg. A person whose neck is cut can't scream. However, Dan Unsak, whose palm to shoulder was sliced vertically into 2 halves, could scream. Indeed. You should have died gracefully. Why harm someone else's arm? You reap what you sow. That's why you ended up like this. His right arm was gone below the elbow, his left arm was split in 2, and 1 leg was crippled. Even if left alone for half a shishin, no, 1 he would die. Yet he tries to get away on 1 foot, hoping to live, but unless the heavens is moved by his sincerity and a cloud-riding immortal appears to save him, he is already beyond saving. King turned away without lingering anymore. Although her arm was injured, she managed to pick up Moonlight Sword, number 9, so she could just call it evens. Moonlight Sword, number 9, was longer and thicker than Moonlight Sword, number 8, about half again as heavy, and its weight felt just right. The metal shops that the Divine Maiden sect commissioned weapons from made lighter swords for women to use. Moonlight Sword, number 8, was also made lighter than men's swords. For King with her monstrous strength, it didn't even feel like she was swinging anything, making her wonder if this was how those ascetics with lightsabers in movies felt. What are you all doing? Everyone, kneel. King spoke to the Naaman sect disciples who had been just watching. In fact, kneeling was part of the basic training that unorthodox faction members learned as soon as they joined, so when the time came, it automatically came out as if ingrained in their bodies. Seeing the disciples kneel without hesitation, King clicked her tongue and muttered loud enough for everyone to hear. TSK. They listen so well. I thought I'd have to cut down 2 of them before they'd listen. What a shame. It was a chilling sound for the listening disciples. It wasn't for nothing that she spoke loud enough to be heard with just 1 sentence. King had succeeded in gaining the upper hand. At that, Tang Nana, upset that King was injured again, slapped her back as punishment. Then she took out some cloth from somewhere and started wrapping it, saying she didn't have confidence in sticking needles into muscles that could block sword force, so this was the best she could do. As she wrapped more and more bandages, the thickness of the arm increased in real time, so King lost interest and shouted again. If anyone here sold Old Man Ban's grandson, raise your hand. I won't harm you if you come out willingly. I swear on my master's name. An oath sworn on a master's name by an orthodox Murim practitioner is an unconditionally verified truth. It doesn't work for unorthodox Murim practitioners because sometimes the master-disciple relationship is like that of enemies. Although their actions were excessive, they claim to be righteous experts of the orthodox faction in their words, so perhaps because of this, 1 person hesitantly raised his hand. All right. Now everyone break their dancing. Begin. All right. Those who say they're peak realm martial artists are exempt. At this, One middle-aged man and two old men stood up with relieved expressions and quietly stood to one side. For some reason, they had smug expressions on their faces. The rest can choose to give up either their dantian or their head. If you don't break it by the count of 10, I'll break your head myself. 1, 2. Where are you going? Kneeling is a posture to show respect or submission, not to be used to gain momentum. If you do, you have no excuse even if your neck gets pierced by a flying hairpin. Even Tang Nana, who was wrapping bandages, reacted simultaneously, so too throwing knives were stuck as a bonus. Crunch a broken bar. However, since the fatal wound was to the neck, the disciple who dared to attempt escape using momentum foamed at the mouth and crawled on the ground. 4. Seriously? I don't get it. 5. Do you die if your dantian breaks? 6. You're making a fuss even though I'm letting you live. 7. Even with a broken dantian, unless it's a special martial art, the muscles, bones, and wide-open meridians remain, so you're still left as a martial artist who can easily handle ordinary civilians who don't know martial arts. Better than a third-rate who doesn't even know martial arts properly, but worse than a second-rate who can handle chi a little. So if one had to classify, they'd be 2.5, or in Central Plains numerical expression, second-and-a-half-rate martial artists. 8, 9. Time's up. Let's see. King looked around at the kneeling martial artists with shining eyes. Each had a faint blood stain at the corner of their mouth, so it seemed they really had broken their dantians without exception. That's when it happened. This fucker bit his tongue and pretended to break his dantian. It seems someone was annoyed at seeing someone pretend to break their dantian without actually doing it, so a public informant appeared. After King administered appropriate punishment, she took out a gold sissy from her money pouch, broke off half, and threw it to the informant. Here. You're free now. Go. You've got a lot of money, so leave carefully. The public informant blinked, then with a loud thank you, quickly left the estate. King didn't particularly try to stop him. It was originally the case that public informants should receive appropriate rewards and protection. Then she held up the remaining half of the gold sissy. Anyone need gold? If you report a bastard who didn't break their dantian and tried to sneak out alone, you get half a gold sissy. You've lost your inner chi, so you need some living expenses for a while, right? And then, lo and behold, there were two more such cunning bastards. More precious gold sissies went out, and two informants left the estate with half a gold sissy each. What should we do? Broken bar. Your masters, so I can't just let you go carelessly. Maybe it's better to hand you over to the authorities. Nana, can you seal their AQ points? AQ points? Even first-rates can just block that a broken bar. Then should we break their dantians first? At this, the three peak realm martial artists shouted. We won't block it. We'll have our AQ points sealed and go to the authorities quietly. That's what they say. Let them go. And so the three peak realm martial artists had their AQ points sealed and collapsed to the ground with a thud. That's when Zhujihan whispered quietly, Murim, the authorities in Zumadian are in cahoots with them anyway, so even if we hand them over, they'll be released soon. I know. But don't we need the excuse of the authorities for them to obediently let their AQ points be sealed? Some AQ points had mysterious effects like stopping bleeding within a chi, paralyzing the body, sealing the mouth, or inducing sleep. Ximenzuran had said her disciple should experience each one at least once and personally sealed her AQ points, but in King's experience, the most terrible was the sleep-inducing AQ point. After all, when she woke up, she had a terrible headache. If it weren't for that side effect, there wouldn't be any insomnia patients in the Central Plains. As expected, Murim, when it comes to deceiving others, you're truly a master. This little brother can only continue to admire, and admire again your vile schemes that utilize human psychology. Why is it that I feel like shit even though it's praise? Can't you just think these things to yourself from now on? I apologize, Murim. But how can I, as an aspiring wise man, albeit immature, hold back words of admiration? In the end, he was saying he would continue. What's this? Did I do something to upset Zhugi? King tilted her head. All right. Only the one who sold Old Man Ban's grandson stays, the rest disperse. The party's over, time to go home. King waved her hand, driving the 2.5-rate martial artists out. Great expert. What about me, a broken bar? You're coming with us to find Old Man Ban's grandson. I'll let you go when the job's done, so don't worry. Yes, a broken bar. Now, let's go. Sworn sister, can you take care of them and come to the metal shop? Is that okay? If you don't want to, you don't have to. King pointed at the 3 Peak Realm Masters with sealed Aku points. Understanding her meaning, Jianpo he nodded with a dazzlingly bright smile. Yep, I understand. It's a bit of a waste to just kill off masters at the peak realm level, right? I should feed the weak sworn sister living elixirs to help her grow rapidly. When they returned to the Ban family metal shop, Old Man Ban was waiting with a rope tied to the ceiling beam. What's with this unpleasant interior decoration? You're still alive, I see. The Naaman sect is gone now. I killed their leader. At this, the old man's eyes wavered, then suddenly became urgent as he grabbed King. My grandson? Did you find him? They said they sold him to the black market. We have the one who sold him here, so we're going to get refund. Is refund the right word in this situation? As Yugi, what do you call it when you go to undo a sale? Wouldn't it be something like repurchase? There were still 2 months left until the Murim conference in May anyway. It would be nice to go and play and wait, but it wouldn't be bad to use the remaining time efficiently. So put away that ghastly rope and wait, and tell us what your grandson looks like. Life returned to the old man's fish-like eyes. Please find my grandson, Jaguan. If you find my grandson, I'll do anything. I'll make you swords or whatever you want, or I won't even refuse the position of weapons craftsman. So broken bar. That's enough. What weapons craftsman? I don't need that. You don't need it? You say that because you do not know, but the work I made in my youth was the Xiking sword. How many sword craftsmen like me do you think there are in the world? The Xiking sword, Zhu Jian shouted loudly. King chuckled and spoke. Seeing how Yugi is shouting, it must be some amazing famed sword. But you're an old man who said he'd never make weapons again. A broken bar? Why now? There must be a reason you refuse to make them. That's a broken bar. Whether it's threats or favors, if you force someone who says no with that, what's the difference between the two? That bastard of a sect leader wasn't saying anything wrong. There's no reason to become the same kind of person. The old man opened his mouth with a dumb expression. King continued, giggling. I'll try making a scene if they say a refund, I mean repurchase, isn't possible, so take care of your health, old man. After all, if you're dead when we bring back your grandson, it's not like anyone can take responsibility. The black market is a kind of flea market for everything. More precisely, it was a night market that removed restrictions on items and excluded business ethics from a flea market. They sell anything. But fakes and stolen goods are rampant, and overcharging and swindling are everyday occurrences. What? There are such trash like a tourist merchant association? Don't fights break out? If you break the black market's rules, assassins from all over Murim will come after you. The black store manager puts up a huge bounty. Black store manager? The black market has a separate owner, huh? Wait. There's an owner but they leave it in such a mess. It's more profitable that way. That's the kind of place it is. Usually, people from the Central Plains only understand what this means after hearing such an explanation and actually visiting. However, King understood immediately upon hearing the explanation. So it's like that second-hand market website, Chunganara, that place where new items, used items, fakes, and stolen goods are rampant, and overcharging and swindling happen daily. So, where is it? The location changes every time, but with a few silver pieces, we can find out the place right away. Wow, if we didn't have Yugi, we might have wandered around for a long time. As they say, having one smart friend is really convenient. You speak the truth, Nunim. After praising him, an annoying self-compliment came back. Strange. Was he always like this? I thought he was a bit more modest. Is he the type to show his true colors when you get close? King couldn't have known, but it was actually a perfect answer. Rather than being a characteristic of Zhu Jian, it was the temperament inherited by generations of the Zhu family. Even that great ancestor Zhu Liang became more and more of an unpleasant, boastful bastard as an individual the closer you got to him. And in fact, because he was actually that great, he was doubly unpleasant. Thanks to this, just as King was at a loss for words, Sworn Sister returned with a bright smile. Sworn Sister, I'm back. Huh? Oh, why are you so hyper? Her excitement had increased noticeably, so it seemed she had risen in realm after eating those elixirs. Yeah, I'm a peak realm martial artist now too. You've gained enlightenment, I see. Enlightenment? Is that so? Jianpo he tilted her head. At that, Zhu Jian politely added, originally, enlightenment is not a concept clear enough to put into words, so you might not understand well. Congratulations on your grand star. Yes, thank you. It was just that Jianpo he was stupid. She actually had good intuition, so she understood well why King had expressly asked for cleanup. She had also learned from Silunni's Central Plains common sense lectures that the Bliss Palace's training methods were greatly looked down upon in Jianghu. At this, King looked at Tang Nana and spoke. Tang Nana should work harder. What? I have poison, you know. With that added, I'm stronger than her, right? Tang Nana wagged her finger at Zhu Jian. Tang Nana was only a docile quack doctor to King originally. She was a villainess who had put all her points into beauty instead of character, with no trace of manners or consideration for others. King stroked her smooth chin for a moment, pondering deeply. The Tang clan's poison, acknowledged. With poison added, you could probably be considered as late-stage peak to early-stage transcendent. Then Zhuge should strive even harder. Murim, isn't knowing one's shortcomings a virtue of a noble man? This little brother knows his shortcomings well, Zhu Jian answered with a gentle smile. Since he was smart, he couldn't even be teased, so King just snorted. After that, they left the Ban family metal shop and followed Zhu Jian's lead to a shabby tea house. Is it really true that good restaurants always look a bit old and rustic? King excitedly ordered a lot of snacks, but they came out quickly, looking very dry as if they had been made long ago. They didn't taste good either. King took out her anger on the snacks, meaning she ate them like a pig. Meanwhile, Zhu Jian got up to find the tea house owner, and she thought he might complain. But he came back asking only about the news that the black market was being held near Suil Reservoir in the east, completely omitting the story about the terrible snacks. No, with snacks like this, is the black market important right now? I need to see the owner's face too. Didn't you already eat them all? And originally, this is just a front business for the black store, so you're probably the first customer this year to actually order snacks. But isn't that Longjing tea? Why is the frost on the teacup? Even if it's a front business, serving cold Longjing is going too far. How dare they pull such a terrible trick on guests of the Zhujian Broken Bar? Zhu Jian showed a genuinely angry expression. It might be good to let him overturn this terrible tea house, but King frankly admitted instead. I put something ice in it with my ice arts. I like to drink it a bit cool. Want me to cool yours too? My goodness. Murim, are you crazy? Thwack. King performed the nuclear noogie she had learned, hitting him on the head. Arg. This is getting more and more out of hand. Zhuge, do you want to see your big bro me go crazy? Want me to show you? No wait, Murim. What kind of peerless divine arts is this? Ow! Zhu Jian couldn't finish his sentence as he rubbed his head furiously. King snorted. For a guy with a mountain-like build, he sure whines a lot. If he got a taste of my master's og fist, his head would split open. What kind of monstrous strength a broken bar? Monstrous strength a broken bar? Zhu Jian, who had been rubbing his head, suddenly put on a serious expression. By any chance, when you stayed with the Zhu clan, did you visit the Peerless National Scholar Training Ground? Peerless National Scholar? King's expression whispered to Zhu Jian. What's that? Is it something to eat? Peerless National Scholar refers to a broken bar. It was quite an amazing talent to ramble on for almost half a k about how it meant the best talent, a scholar without peer in the country, combining the characters for country, scholar, without, and peer. It was only then that King finally understood the meaning of peerless that was occasionally used. So that's what it means. Having forgotten about the training ground story while explaining, Zhu Jian, satisfied with showing off his knowledge, brought up the next topic. It would be a good to eat a hearty dinner in advance and then set off for Suil Reservoir. They do sell food at the black market, but you might end up eating human flesh if you're not careful, so it's better not to put anything in your mouth at all. The words about eating dinner in advance were welcome. The words about eating heartily were also welcome. But it was sad to just look around at a night market without eating anything. Then if we eat something other than meat, a broken bar, I won't stop you if you want to eat centipedes, spiders, scorpions, and the like. I ate too much of that when I was a beggar. It wasn't tasty. No, it's not like I will eat it raw. Right? Would it be different if we sprinkle some seasoning and grill it? At this, Tang Nana suddenly interjected. What? You were a beggar? King was at a loss for words for a moment. Nana, what do you mean by that? Does the highborn young lady of the Tang clan not share a table with beggars? No, that's not what I meant. I was just surprised, and I absolutely didn't say it to make you feel bad. I'm sorry, Kinga, we're friends. Right? Yes, we're friends. You don't have any friends besides me. Be grateful. Yes, thank you. A broken bar. It was exactly like how a friendless loser would act, stumbling over their words and clinging on after realizing they had spoken thoughtlessly, so King understood and let it go. After that, they ate dinner and left Zumadian. Emblems that could identify affiliations were forbidden, so they couldn't ride the Zhuge clan's special carriage. Even without that, they had to walk because if they rode a carriage, they would be robbed or other passengers would take it. So they walked together, chatting along the way, with no particular scenery to see in the dim early spring night. This is unexpected. I didn't know you would offer food to that lowlife too. I thought someone like you, Murim, would put a bowl on the ground and fill it with spoiled rice, telling him to eat like a dog. Tang Nana nodded beside him. King spoke, dumbfounded. What kind of person do you think I am? And no matter how much you hate someone, you don't mess with their food. Even if it's someone you need to kill right away, you should feed them and then kill them. At this, the Naaman sect martial artist flinched. To be precise, no matter how much of a bastard someone is, you shouldn't prevent them from eating. If you really need to kill them, you should feed them plenty of deadly poison. But it's too much to prevent them from eating at all or just make them watch. It wasn't some grand belief, just that King had experienced a lot of sadness regarding food, so that's how it turned out. As they chatted like this and crossed a hill, a huge night market spread out on a field behind a large lake. With over 1,000 yellow lanterns visible, the gathering of tents hanging from them was as impressive as a small city. Murim, you should take off your face veil now. You cannot cover your face in the black market. Huh? Didn't you say emblems that could identify affiliations were forbidden? But now I have to show my face? That, you see, is a story that goes back to the origins of the black market. The past Black Mao broken bar. To summarize, it was a place where you shouldn't hide your identity too much or reveal it too much. Even if you meet someone you know there, that's all there is to it. You shouldn't talk about meeting publicly outside. You should treat it as if you just saw their face in a dream and act like it never happened. So emblems that reveal identity are forbidden. Officially, because someone who has never visited the black market shouldn't be walking around with emblems. But you have to show your face. This was just a rule the black market unilaterally decided to prevent troublemakers. So it's just the tyranny of the sellers. Anyway, it was welcome news that she didn't have to wear the face veil, so King took it off and held it out to the side. Of course, taking care of it was Jian Pohe's job. Hey, Naaman, where do we go now? There. The Yashang are always in the deepest part. To prevent the merchandise from escaping, of course, Zhu Zhihan added a commentary. That chatterbox really never rests. Does he have muscles in his mouth too? Slave traders in the Central Plains were called Yashang. The fact that they had a separate job title because they found it a hassle to voice out slave traders shows how widespread the slave trade culture was in ancient, primitive China. It was the same in King's homeland. Human traffickers are the #1 most beloved profession among the Chinese people, boasting the second largest scale in the whole world, with a very efficient and scientific system including systematic distribution processes, and disassembly and export according to classification. Of course, They claim it's punishable by death if caught because the party's pride is hurt by not being number one in the world. However, in reality, it was closer to a performance than actual execution, as about 6/10 of the amount earned from selling one person went to the communist aristocracy. For reference, the homeland of human trafficking, the paradise of human trafficking, the great originating country of human trafficking and the overwhelming number one in rankings is a populous country located across high mountains to the southwest of the Central Plains. It was also a country of terrible criminals where the entire population, in this country, women are not considered people so they're not included in the population, were sex offenders and robber murderers with pickpocketing as a side job. If you travel alone by any chance, the probability of returning is only 50-50. For women, it's guaranteed to be a one-way trip, so if you're a man, you might as well start believing in the power of statistics. Anyway, the group passed through the black market smoothly. As they walked, a deliciously savory smell wafted up, making their mouths water, and after quite a while, a flag with Wang Fujing appeared. An entire alley was filled with grills heating up iron plates to cook, so the smell spread far and wide. And surprisingly, the source of the delicious smell was skewers of all kinds of grilled insects. Wang Fujing was originally a famous wealthy district in Beijing, or it referred to the street selling snacks in the black market. Only the black store manager would know why they specifically named the snack selling street Wang Fujing. It was also a specialty of the black market, as hungry customers gathered due to the nighttime nature of the black market, and because they sold all kinds of bizarre foods. Giant centipedes, scorpions, water bugs, flying squirrels fried with limbs and wings spread, palm-sized spiders, various long caterpillars, unknown insects, etc. Of course, there were certain items that sold among them. It was silkworm pupae called heavenly worms, a common snack seen anywhere in the Central Plains. It's the same silkworm pupae that Koreans enjoy. Instead, the Chinese people ate them after they had become king pupae that had evolved further than regular pupae, so they were a bit bigger than Korean silkworm pupae. They were about the size of a woman's thumb. The food at Wang Fujing was not to be eaten carelessly because everything from the source of ingredients to freshness was unreliable. But silkworm pupae were a verified clean snack as they weren't adulterated with anything and were raised through sericulture. The group each held a skewer in their hands amicably. Even the Naaman sect martial artist Naaman held a skewer with a sour expression, but he couldn't take his eyes off it and swallowed hard, seeming to like it. Fried centipede is a broken bar. Do people actually eat such things? They don't. Chewy. But it says it's a specialty. Chewy. It wasn't the sound of spatting in disgust, but of spitting out the tough skin. The basic way to eat silkworm pupae snacks is to eat only the savory insides and either chew or spit out the skin according to preference. For reference, Tang Nana, the young lady from a noble family, couldn't be satisfied with just one silkworm pupae skewer, so she held two, one in each hand. Such one's specialty isn't mallow but silk, and surprisingly and mysteriously, silkworm pupae are left after weaving silk. It's unexpected. I didn't know you'd offer food to that lowlife too. I thought someone like you, Murim, would put a bowl on the ground and fill it with spoiled rice, telling him to eat like a dog. Zhu Jihan urgently pointed to one side. It was a man with long, dry hair tied back tightly, including his bangs, somehow giving a poor impression with a roughly shaved, dirty dark face. He had the appearance of a common wandering swordsman that made you feel like you'd seen him somewhere before. Originally, wandering swordsmen sword for hire types generally had their hair tied back, were actually poor, and shaved or didn't shave their beards as they pleased. His realm seems to just barely reach the transcendent. He was above the peak realm, but it was ambiguous to call him transcendent, so he probably hadn't achieved it long ago. For a wandering swordsman, it was an exceptionally high realm, a broken bar. The transcendent wandering swordsman hesitated for a while holding a spider skewer, then carefully brought one leg to his mouth. Yug, all four in the group groaned simultaneously. In fact, not just King's group, but everyone on the street was either openly watching or glancing at him. The phenomenon of so many people frowning at the same time occurred. The wandering swordsman's expression was subtle. It seemed it wasn't entirely unpalatable. Perhaps encouraged by this, he bit into the body and chewed. Then, he immediately bent over and brought out what he had stored in his stomach. A moment of reversal. When what should not have risen came up, the wandering swordsman, who had barely composed himself, pointed angrily at the stall owner. "Are you crazy? You sell this kind of thing for 3 silver pieces? Didn't you buy it yourself, customer? Did someone threaten you to buy and eat it? You eat it yourself and then yell at me. What? Do you know who I am? I am Tliakshaw Yikte Ikong. Whether you're Tliakshaw or Dog Yakshaw, what do I care? If you're not buying, get lost." It was an amazing sight. A mere stall owner was talking back to a transcendent realm martial artist. At this moment, Tliakshaw, his face turned red, grabbed his sword hilt. "What? You want to draw out your sword? You'll cut down a black store member in the black market? Go ahead, try cutting me." At this, Tliakshaw hesitated, then turned away with trembling hands. And just as he was about to brush past with angry steps, it happened. King asked Zhujihan in a voice loud enough to be heard, "We can't touch such a vicious merchant." "But is it okay to touch them when it's not in the black market? How about watching where they go when it's over and then swish slash?" Of course they want to protect black store members, but they can't escort each and every member home. Once dawn passes and the black store closes, the black market will withdraw completely. But won't there be consequences later? Like sending assassins because someone messed with their people? Even from the black market's perspective, rude and unfriendly merchant bastards are a headache, especially if they're rude enough to a transcendent realm master. How much worse must they be to other customers? They won't care even if they die on the street. It was a conversation meant to be overheard. Tliakshaw stopped in his tracks. Then he bowed his head to King and Zhujihan, turned back, and sat down on the opposite side of the street from the stall, crossing his arms. The unscrupulous merchant selling insects noticeably became uneasy. Probably by tomorrow, one unscrupulous merchant who was unfriendly and had accumulated evil deeds through unknown side jobs would meet his death anniversary without fail. But by the way, Tliakshaw Broken Bar, doesn't that sound familiar? Of course, King didn't hold back when she was curious. Tliakshaw, is he famous? Murim, how could a late-stage peak realm wandering swordsman not be famous? Tliakshaw is counted among the top masters among wandering swordsmen. Ah. Maybe I heard about him when I was briefly a wandering swordsman. Anyway, he'll become more famous from now on. I wouldn't have been able to tell with a first-rate discernment, but this peak transcending Xaman King sees that he's entered the early stage transcendent realm, you know? Amazing. Tliakshaw is amazing, and Murim's arrogance is amazing. Perhaps he might be called the Wandering King in the future. At this, Tang Nana, who was alternately eating one silkworm pupae from each hand, asked with wide eyes, "What? You were a wandering swordsman?" "In the past, after trying both, I found there's not much difference between a beggar and a wandering swordsman. Both have no money, are dirty, suffer from the heat in summer and are miserable from the cold in winter. People think you'll do anything if they buy you food. They kinda look at you with fearful yet dismissive eyes, with pitying gazes." After that, King thought to herself, isn't that kinda like a graduate student? King didn't think much of it, but for Tang Nana listening, it was another tale of hardship that sent chills down her spine. Am I a broken bar? Sorry. Want some skewers? No. Why are you giving me what you were eating? Am I a beggar? King said as she took the skewer with 2 left. And then, along with the unique dining area of the night market with tables spread out, all kinds of restaurants were laid out in a circle. "Zhuge, what on earth is nameless meat? It's things so cheap they're not eaten. Smelly beasts like yellow weasels, wildcats, raccoon dogs." In order, they were ferrets, wildcats, and raccoon dogs. They really eat everything with 4 legs. A broken bar. They eat things without legs too. Those rolled up over there are snakes, and the ones spread out are prepared snakes. The rolled up ones next to them look like snakes but are goat penises. Excuse me, Murim. Wow, The length is even longer than snakes. Could that be? I hear it doesn't taste good. Even though they say it's good for men, it's not popular enough. The source was unknown, the hygiene and precision of the butchering were unknown, and even the taste was bad as they just sprinkled some seasoning and cooked it over fire. King obediently gave up and passed through Wang Fujing Street. As they went deeper, they were said to deal with more secret items, but there was no classification for displaying goods, so all kinds of odds and ends came out. To King, it looked just like a flea market. When they came to an area selling poisons, Tang Nana said she wanted to look around for a bit and stayed behind, and Zhu Jihan also couldn't tear himself away from the antiques section, so King told him to go ahead and look around. In fact, Zhu Jihan had emphasized and warned her strongly, so she was just thinking of politely inquiring around in the black market. It's not strange to feel like you're on a trip if you don't think there will be any knife fights or ominous events, but still, these guys. We came to get Old Man Ban's grandson, not to sightsee. Hey there, beautiful one, my goodness. You must be the incarnation of a fairy. The greatest beauty under heaven was here. Come over here and take a look at some martial arts manuals. Oh, they're selling martial arts manuals. Sworn sister, let's go take a look. Yes, there might be some peerless martial arts. There's no way something like that would be here. Broken bar. Naaman added a word to that. Oh, looks like you found your voice. Huk. When King frowned at him once, Naaman closed his mouth with an expression like he was about to stop breathing. It was because King's beauty was dizzying and harmful. Understanding this as him being scared, King proudly approached the martial arts manual merchant. Oh, the true arts of Yang, huh? Was that the name? King picked up a book just in case, but the martial arts window was quiet, so it was clearly fake. Then the merchant who had laid out books spoke. Please don't open it, beautiful customer. If you open it, you have to buy it. I'm not looking. Besides, how can martial arts manuals be so clean? They should be tattered and worn to have the right feel. That's because we've copied them out for customers to see better. Isn't that not allowed? King tilted her head and picked up each martial arts manual one by one. Tai Kai Control Sword, 27 Moves of the Cherry Blossom, Heaven-Rending Tao, Thousand Treasured Divine Fist, King Zu's Heart Cleansing Scripture, Yudang Sleep Rape, and So On a Broken Bar. With titles that each seemed to have a screw loose, and books that were completely new and shiny, it was hard to believe. Mr. Merchant, do these actually sell? They sell quite well, Yong. This Mister's way of speaking is a beta broken bar. Unique, isn't it, Yong? I'm the famous Jun Dae-yong, the Jack of all trades merchant, Yong. Jack of all trades merchant, King shouted. If Zhu Jihan had been there, she felt he would have shouted. So she felt a sense of duty. Because of the attention drawn, King first confirmed the facts. Are you a famous person? No, I just made it up, Yong. How can a person's name be Jun Dae-yong, Yong? That doesn't make sense, Yong. He. You're an interesting person. King giggled as she answered. This really made it feel like she had come to a real market. Just like how she used to take each new lover to see the truly unbelievable and bizarre merchants all gathered in one place. Ah, those were good times. Thinking about it makes me feel a bit lonely. A broken bar. As if the claim that they sold quite well wasn't a lie, the stall that had been empty when calling King was now crowded with other customers. Ahem. Shopkeeper, give me one of these. How much? How much have you found out, Yong? A broken bar? Divine arts naturally have predetermined owners, so isn't it the law that those who know their value should have them, Yong? Usually, the seller sets the price for goods. A broken bar, you'll have to give at least 2 gold cc's, Yong. Too expensive, Yong? No. How cheap do you consider the Yudang sects? No, all of Jianghu's best King Gong, Yong. What? You won't buy, Yong? Hey, customer, do you think I'm doing this because I have nothing better to do, Yong? Oh, I'm getting angry, Yong. Do you want to be a customer or not, Yong? As he showed his momentum like these. A broken bar. Wow, what's this? Unrestrained realm? Why is an unrestrained realm master selling fake books? Seriously, everyone and their dog is in the unrestrained realm these days. In the end, The poor customer was forced to buy the clearly fake Wudang sleep rape manual for 2 gold sissies. I'm telling you in advance, I'm just here to look around, okay? Oh, that's fine, Yong. Looking is free for beauties, Yong. Will you look around for one more if I give you this, Yong? The self-proclaimed Jun Daeyong held out 2 coins. Only then did King realize she had been had. This mister was using people as signboards. Since all kinds of gazes followed her when she took off her face veil, just being held at the stall was almost like a flashing advertisement board. In reality, it was the sight of a peerlessly beautiful woman carrying a sword looking at things with a serious expression. So everyone couldn't help but be tempted, thinking maybe there really was something there. King, unable to refuse pocket money given by an unrestrained realm master, obediently accepted the coins. Of course, since Jun Daeyong had no particular hostility, King's mouth, which had taken a stance, didn't move. You just turned 2 gold sissies and you're trying to get away with giving just 2 coins? Wow, you're stingy. So stingy that it stings like salt water. That's fine too, Yong. Next time I'll have to call myself the Coastal King of Saltfields, Yong. Coastal King of Saltfields. A broken bar. Do you really have to shout that, Yong? I heard this is the polite thing to do. I guess so, Yong. Well, it's nice to meet a polite customer, Yong. I can't give you more money, but you can look through the books for 1 Yong. It's not like there's any value in looking anyway. Still, King picked up and looked at each and every book. Suddenly, the martial arts window flashed. It was flashing, saying a new gold-colored hand technique called Shadowless Divine Hand had been registered. King didn't know, but this was actually the moment to shout exclamations loud enough to shake heaven and earth. My goodness. Shadowless Divine Hand. The Divine Thief. Like that, the Shadowless Divine Hand was the exclusive martial art of the legendary one-man thief. The Shadowless Divine Thief. But how would King possibly know that? Customer? What's wrong, Yong? Oh, it's nothing. King gently put down the book. It was extremely suspicious that not just any other color, but a gold martial art suddenly appeared. The secret manual merchant, Divine Thief, narrowed his eyes. But since his eyes were already narrowed to begin with, narrowing them further didn't make any meaningful change that others would notice. It was suspicious how someone who had been carelessly skimming titles and tossing books aside suddenly carefully put one down with proper posture. What's wrong, Yong? Shadowless Spring Wind, Yong. To recognize this, you have an amazing eye, Yong. Recognize what? I didn't even open it. Did you notice something, Yong? It's the legendary erotic art 1 collection by master artist Jum, Yong. You recognized it, Yong. Here, take a look at this, Yong. How is it? Isn't it lewd, Yong? The Divine Thief opened the book and thrust it forward. An explicit depiction of an intense lovemaking scene between intertwined men and women was spread across both pages. The Divine Thief expected one of 2 reactions, either seriously looking for the mantra, or blushing and not knowing what to do out of embarrassment. But King's reaction was neither. This art style is way too old-fashioned Eastern. You'd need quite a lot of imagination to get excited by this. Well, of course it was old-fashioned Eastern since this was, in fact, the ancient East. What does Sworn Sister think? How can you insert it while holding both knees? The thing would have to be over a foot long, a broken bar besides. Your knees would be shattered like that. Unusable. Customers, don't you feel anything, Yong? Not particularly. The Divine Thief drooped his shoulders in disappointment. Then he mumbled something under his breath, which King, wary of the unidentified unrestrained realm master, understood. Strange. I thought she recognized it. Maybe not. Fuck me, I'll die of old age before finding a successor, he said. King immediately thought, I shouldn't stay here any longer. King fiddled with the books to pass time. While it wasn't good to stay here, she thriftily checked if there might be other martial arts manuals. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any more proper secret manuals. Meanwhile, whether due to King's advertising effect or not, the merchant forcibly sold a few more books, earning gold sissies for nothing. Seeing that, being a successor didn't seem so bad. If it weren't for my master, would I have become a successor? But what does being a successor mean? Successor to an unscrupulous merchant? Judging by the righteous karma, he doesn't seem like a bad person, but due to the forced sales, the number has decreased by 2 since I first saw it. It's been 1 k, right? Can I go now? Want to stay 1 more k, Yong? I'll give you double, Yong. That's still just 4 coins a broken bar. Then 10 times? That's only 20. 20 for 1 k isn't bad, but I have some business to attend to. If I have time after, I might drop by again. Alright, Yong. Thanks to you, I sold quite a bit, Yong. Here. I'm in a good mood, Yong. It's a bonus, Yong. The divine thief flicked a coin. Come on, I wouldn't even give a beggar just 1 coin. If you're going to spend big. You're just wasting precious coins and getting cursed at. If you know coins are precious, you'll soon be rich, Yong. Take care, Yong. The divine thief pretended to wave goodbye. Only after the 3 disappeared into the crowd did he mutter quietly. A peerless beauty under heaven with the Bokshin Xiaok. Was that her servant behind her? The coin the divine thief gave had a special tracking scent on it, allowing him to track from afar once someone had held it. In the black market where prices were inflated and everything was expensive, there was no need to use coins, so if they didn't throw it away, it wouldn't flow to others. From their conversation, she didn't seem like someone who would throw away coins. But the Bokshin Xiaok, is it? It's a treasure no divine thief in history has ever possessed. The divine thief grinned. And yet, he didn't even realize his own martial art had been stolen. Although they were supposed to meet at the Yashang gathering, the other 2 in the group seemed to be lost in sightseeing. In fact, King had only been held up for 1 k by the strange merchant selling martial arts manuals. The 2 were probably still in the middle of looking at and selecting poisons, antiques. Thinking she should take care of business first without waiting, she wandered around, and finally, Naaman earned his keep for the meal he was given. It's that person. The Yashang who bought the old man's grandson is right there. King smacked the back of Naaman's head. You should at least speak properly, you know. He wasn't the one to buy, rather you sold, right? It's not like you were sitting there saying for sale, was it? That's right, a broken bar. King approached the Yashang Naaman pointed out. He was a vicious-looking man with burn scars covering half his face. Before she left for Jianghu, King might have been intimidated just by looking at someone's face, but now she was too much of a master for that. The other person would have to at least be in the unrestrained realm for her to lower her head, hunch her shoulders, and carefully gauge the situation. As it happened, he was the most evil bastard with evil karma about 1.5 times higher than other human traffickers. It was incomprehensible why this stupid unorthodox faction bastard sold the child to such a person. Hey, you there, Big Scar. Human trafficker. Are you calling me? Girls these days have no fear, huh? Why? Did you come to sell yourself? If you're selling, I could give you gold sissies in the form of guan, treating you as top quality. Then it should be about 50,000 guan. Forget it. I came to get back a young man you bought. She had thought it was some kid since they called him Old Man Ban's grandson, but he was apparently a sturdy young man of 19 this year. He's not an adult yet, so you could still call him a child. For commoners, 19 would be young for an old man's grandson, even though Murim practitioners marry much later. If his head was all white, he would be waiting for great-grandchildren or watching their antics by now. At any rate, Big Scar smiled slyly at King's words. Well, if you have enough money, there's no problem. His name is Ban Jagwan, the metal shop's grandson. He's a bit shorter than me, has thick eyebrows, and a dark complexion with lots of moles, or so they say. Why don't our little pussycat start by telling me when he was sold? It was childishly immature to emphasize that word like that, as if he were some 10-year-old kid. Shut up. When was it? It should be about 10 days ago. What, 10 days? I'm speechless, really. Do you think we're some poverty relief organization, keeping goods for 10 days, feeding and housing them? King frowned. Damn, it's not going to be easy. After all, you've already sold him? If it's the metal shop son, I do remember. He fetched a good price since he knew some metalworking. Who did you sell him to? At this, Big Scar wagged his finger. I have to protect client information. With the law prohibiting slavery, How could I do business in this field if I revealed who bought them? How much would it take? 10 gold sissies? It was a negotiation tactic of sorts, thinking if she offered 10, he might counter with about 20. Gramps had given her plenty of gold sissies, so if not for this, what else would she use them for? However, King's plan immediately fell apart. Didn't you hear me? I told you I'd be finished in this business if I sold out clients. Is there an idiot who'd throw away their life for such petty cash? Petty cash? It's 10 gold sissies. Even if it were 10 guan of gold, not just sissies, it wouldn't be enough. I told you, my life would be forfeit. We have our own rules too. Rules for vermin who sell people? Even a passing dog would die laughing. You bitch. Your way of speaking is really like a dog. Enough. The price of a life, you say. Will you tell me if I pay the price of a life? At this, Big Scar's eyes changed. The price of a life. Hee. Now I see you're quite the noble. I've been in this business for a while, so you'll have to pay quite handsomely. Oh? How much? Big Scar should have looked carefully at King's expression. Her pupils contracted, and a faint purple sinister energy rose from their center, looking extremely vicious. Along with her mouth split wide open to her ears, it was an utterly ferocious expression. First, enough for me to get away. Big Scar, who had been speaking obsequiously, suddenly screamed. When you're kicked between the legs and float about a jang in the air, anyone would stop mid-sentence and scream. This was the lineage-ending strike of the absolute witch that all the soldiers of Sichuan feared, and even those who had witnessed it directly still couldn't sleep at night due to the psychological trauma. Big Scar, who had risen vertically, fell vertically according to basic scientific facts. King grabbed Big Scar's ankle as he fell and crushed it in her grip. Arg! You're overreacting. Just because your balls burst and your ankle got crushed, you scream like that? Are you even a man? Just cut off your dick, why don't you? Wait, maybe you are not a man anymore? Eek. Not coming to your senses? I was going to leave you one side, but I guess not. It's much better to hop on one leg than to be completely crippled, right? King said as she kicked Big Scar's back repeatedly while he clutched his groin and curled up. However, he was in such pain that he couldn't even properly feel the crushed ankle, so how could he come to his senses after just a few dozen kicks? That's when it happened. With a loud patter of footsteps and rustling of clothes, martial artists dressed in custom-made black clothes surrounded King. What is this? How dare you cause trouble in the black market? Dare? Are you serving the emperor or something? What's with the dare from midnight market organizers? Their martial prowess was mediocre, with a few first-rate and two-peak realm mixed in, so there was nothing to be afraid of. You say you'll put up a hefty bounty? Go ahead. My name is An Yenyang of the Jin Prefecture's An clan. Also, this girl has nothing to do with this, huh? Sworn sister, but it's okay. I have a plan. Anyway, they just watched, so they're not involved, right? Now, Sun Young, step aside for a moment. Give me the flute. Naaman, you've finished your business too, so you're free. Go. Jianpo. He hesitated but eventually drooped her shoulders and walked away. Surprisingly, the black market warriors stepped aside willingly, either because they were reluctant to put up multiple bounties or because they were following rules. If they hadn't let her go, Sworn Sister was about to become Xaman King, disciple of the Zenith among women, but it seems that wasn't necessary. Alright. Now that business is done, get lost. I have something to discuss with the sky. Hey, are you not coming to your senses yet? You crazy bitch. To pick a fight with the Black Store broken bar. Right. This Sun Young is a crazy person. So if you had spilled everything for 10 gold sissies, you wouldn't have become a eunuch. I really don't understand. Receiving 10 gold sissies versus becoming a eunuch. And you choose the latter. You bitch, you are now a dead person. Varlag. King stomped on Big Scar's hand. With the subtlety of the heavenly demon raining step applied, the sensation of the joints under her foot crumbling like sand was indescribably ecstatic. At this, a black market warrior shouted angrily, Stop. What are you doing? I don't want to. Aren't you going to put up a bounty anyway? So why should I stop here? Will you cancel the bounty if this Young stops here? You really look down on the Black Store, don't you? Yes, Yes, this Onion Young really looks down on the Black Store. Why should the great Onion Young of the Jin Prefecture's clan be afraid of an organization that just gathers all sorts of dog-like bastards and dregs that need to turn into crotch beggars to run a night market? How dare you? If you're pissed, come at me. At this, the black market warriors hesitated. She was so blatantly picking a fight that it actually made them afraid to charge in. If not, just watch. King waved her hand dismissively and then firmly stepped on the back of Big Scar, who was trying to slyly crawl away. So, where did you sell that, young man? I'll talk, so please spare my life, ye broken bar. Only then did King smile and say, that's why I told you that I'd pay the price of a life. He was already a man who wouldn't live long even if King let him go. Having become crippled in both legs and hands, and having sold out a customer, Big Scar knew this fact too, but naturally, the crisis right in front of him was the most important. That's why King deliberately acted even more cruelly. It was a hint that if he defied her, saying he was already a dead man anyway, she would create an even more terrible end for him. That young man is. Halt, you bastard. How dare you try to reveal client information when you're registered as a Black Store member? Puke. There was someone trying to stop Big Scar's mouth. King, who had confirmed his evil karma, threw her hairpin. A first-rate black market warrior fell, clutching his neck. 3 birds 1 chopstick is a third-rate hidden weapon technique that only throws straight without any other tricks, but combined with superhuman strength and the inner chi contained in the throwing weapon, human bodies have no way to withstand it. Is there anyone else who wants to talk? I'm sure you all have eyes, so you can see how many I have left in my hair, right? It's not uncommon for women to use iron hairpins as hidden weapons. However, it was unheard of for a thrown iron hairpin to not just stick in the neck but pierce through it and come out the other side. 2 peak realm masters among the black market warriors exchanged glances, and one of them spoke. A broken bar, do you have any more business in the black market? Number. If he hadn't stopped me, I would have finished my business and left long ago. King pointed at the fallen black market warrior. Then the black market warrior lowered his voice. The Black Store will remember this. 1,000 grand bounty will make assassins from all over the world. No, even those who aren't assassins, go crazy. We'll see how long you can last. Onion Young, was it? The fallen clan of the Jin Prefecture's lineage will end. And then saying let's go, he left, and the other black market warriors followed with visibly relieved expressions. They didn't have confidence in winning if they charged in, and she didn't seem like someone who would listen if they tried to stop her. Even if they won, since the Black Store wasn't a force-based organization, each master was precious, so it would be a battle with more losses than gains. So if they weren't going to fight anyway, rather than stupidly just watching the violence, they judged it better to leave a stern warning and depart, creating a more plausible scene. After that, she heard Ban Jagwan's location and retrieved her hairpin. Then Jai-Eon-Po he came running. Sworn sister, are you okay? Yeah. What are you going to do now? If the bounty is 1,000 gran a broken bar. Well, after killing a few assassins, they'll realize their lives are precious and it'll die down. Just in case, it would be better for Sworn Sister to return to the Seal Family Trading Company. Can't I stay with Sworn Sister? I'm a peak realm master now too. Then what about the old man's grandson? Either of you meet him and tell him that kid was bought by the Dabi sect on the Dabi Mountains. TSK, those so-called orthodox factions buying slaves. But since they're orthodox, he probably isn't suffering too much. It seemed they bought him intending to raise him as the sect's blacksmith since he knew how to work with metal. And now, either the Zhu clan or the Tang clan, or both together, were planning to go, so there shouldn't be any problems after this. Then, what about Sworn Sister? I'll just lay low for a couple of months and then go to caving in time for the Murim conference. It would be a good to report this incident to Master 2. I'll ask you to do that, because I'm weak and can't help a broken bar. King grinned. This is you helping, you know. What else could be of help? Do you have to stand back to back with me and break through, leaving a trail of blood, to call it help? Without Sworn Sister in the morning, I'd have to dress and wash alone. Just thinking about it is annoying. Yeah, heartbroken bar. King held out her hand without erasing her smile. Jianpo he made a tearful face and grasped that hand. Then King spoke. No, what? Why are you holding my hand? I'm asking for the face veil. The face veil? Ah, right. King, who received the face veil, leapt up swiftly. She jumped up with the anti-gravity steps of the Divine Maiden footwork, stepping on the poles that held up the temporary tents of the night market, and flew away with the 1,000-leaf light. Her speed was so amazing that even a master of King Kong would find it difficult to catch up. It was an escape speed even Ximenzurin acknowledged. In fact, she said if King was determined to run, those who would be able to chase her could be counted on one hand in the world. However, she said they could be counted on one hand. She didn't say there were none. Why is this damn brat's feet so fast? Let's see, that looks like the 1,000-leaf light. Oh ho, not only are her feet quick, but her King Kong is already excellent. If she just has good hand skills, she'll be perfect. The past merchant world was heated with the Black Sky Association's defection. The Black Sky Association is a notorious human trafficking group. They were the real deal, with the skill and execution to carry out kidnappings across the Central Plains, and even connections reaching the western regions to bring in precious red-haired slaves. But suddenly, they spouted nonsense about living righteously from now on and left the industry. The problem was that they killed all the related workers like brokers, warehouse keepers, teachers, etc., before leaving. Moreover, they didn't just kill the related workers but massacred their entire families, hanging the corpses in the market and carving human trafficker on them. So no one mourned them, instead spitting and throwing stones, saying they died well. With such miserable ends, many in the business quit, and no newcomers were entering the industry. Because of this, the Black Store took a proper hit. The Black Store isn't just an organization that opens black markets, night markets, and lives off commissions. If there's a deal in the Central Plains that can't be spoken of to others, it all happens through the Black Store, so the black market is just a part of the Black Store, and all kinds of black market traders settled in every city were actually affiliated with the Black Store. So in reality, the slave industry workers who were massacred with their families were all deaths of Black Store members. The previous Black Store manager raged furiously, but in the end, couldn't catch the Black Sky Association's tail. To be precise, they were left with only a strong suspicion, almost a certainty, that it was a front for the demonic cult bastards. However, they couldn't touch the demonic cult with mere suspicion. Amidst the public sentiment that those sons of bitches deserved to die, it was futile to rise up in anger and pour out criticism. People would just say, wow, the demonic cult did a good deed for once. Moreover, if the demonic cult touched them, the Black Store would be crushed. Weren't they the war group that left deep scars on the Orthodox Murim in the 4 Great Wars between Orthodox and demonic, even though it was just a series of defeats? A war between such a demonic cult and a suspicious, secretive black merchant union couldn't even be established in the first place. No matter how much overflowing wealth they had, who would respond if they shouted, "We're going to war with the demonic cult, who will fight for money?" In the end, they had no choice but to swallow their anger with nowhere to go. But then a problem arose. A slave trader was brutally murdered in plain sight at the Henan branch of the black market. To be precise, it wasn't murder, but an incident that left him in a state where death would be preferable. Jiang and Chai, the Black Store Association leader, clutched his head. Why are they doing this to me? The slave traders' dissatisfaction is no small matter. They're even organizing their own association to protect themselves, so we've caught and killed the instigators for now. But at this rate, it's only a matter of time before the slave traders defect. Fuck a broken bar. We haven't even cleaned up the mess those Black Sky Association bastards made properly. We'll put up a bounty for now. But if we don't make an example of what happens to those who touch the Black Store this time, 500 guan. Jiang and Chai cut off the chief's words. The chief frowned. Pardon? You're saying just 500 guan? With that a broken bar. Anyang, was it? Say we'll give 500 guan for her corpse, 10,000 guan if brought in alive. We'll deduct 2,000 guan for each limb, So tell them to bring her in one piece if possible. Jiang and Chai's eyes were chillingly cold. This time, we'll clearly show the world what happens when you mess with the Black Store. Human pigs aren't the exclusive property of Empress La One Quarter. Empress La One Quarter, who proudly made the list of China's 4 great villainesses, ranked high for her cruel nature and creative torture. Human pigs were strictly forbidden as something horrific even in a long history of the Central Plains, so it was a terribly vicious grudge to say he'd capture her alive and make her into that. Unable to touch the demonic cult out of fear and burning with rage inside, now that someone had slapped their face, that anger had no choice but to be directed fully at her. It's already time for the Black Store to show some movement to appease the slave traders, isn't it? In a way, this could be seen as a good thing. Jiang and Chai smiled coldly. But would things really go as he wished? The Black Store put a bounty on An Yianyang. Black Store special grade wanted, An Yianyang, 500 yuan of gold for her head. 10,000 yuan if captured alive. Deduct 2,000 yuan for each limb. Characteristic: a beauty recognizable at a glance. Many people had seen King at the black market. So when asked what she looked like, they all gave stupid descriptions like she's pretty, very pretty, really pretty. No, I'm asking how her eyes, nose, and mouth look. Well, her eyes are large and clear, beautiful, her nose is straight and flawless, beautiful, and her mouth is small and red. Beautiful, you say? Yes, that's right. Next. But they were all the same. If asked to describe her eyes, nose, and mouth separately, they'd say pretty. If asked about her characteristics, they'd say pretty. If asked about her impression, they'd say pretty again. The listeners were all curious about what kind of beauty she could be. So when the black market mobilized all their painters to draw wanted posters, everyone cried out that the pictures couldn't do her justice. Even in King's homeland, the reliability of facial composites made only from testimony without video was quite low, so how much worse must it be in the Central Plains? Finally, when something that looked somewhat similar came out, now began the hellish copying process. Of course, there was a method called printing. The Central Plains is the birthplace of human printing technology. Ever since a person named Bai Sheng commercialized clay printing technology for the first time in human history, the Central Plains has exerted its dignity as the originating country of printing technology. There's a strong suspicion that they probably made the first metal movable type as well, but due to the double attack of the Cultural Revolution and the backyard furnace one, not a single piece of physical evidence remained, so it wasn't recognized. Thanks to this, the honor of inventing the first metal movable type went to the Korean people. Surprisingly, both the Cultural Revolution and the backyard furnace were achievements of a single human being, and because of this, he was ranked second among the most respected figures by the Chinese people even in modern times. Since the first place is always occupied by living power and the dead cannot intrude, he was essentially first place. Anyway, even with such excellent printing technology in the Central Plains, it was still primitive compared to modern times, so the portrait was too delicate to be produced with woodblock printing. For now, they were copying and distributing as they were completed, but the number was woefully insufficient. Moreover, bounty hunters and assassins were tearing off the papers with the portraits drawn on them and hiding them in their bosoms, wanting to eat alone. So in the end, only the wanted news spread widely. Very pretty top-class beauty Anyang of the Jin Prefecture's clan in the Central Plains, virginity unknown. 10,000 yuan of gold if captured alive. And so, the result. Oh my. There's a bitter poison scent in the tea, Xinpa. Do you have some grudge against me? Anyang said, sipping her tea. The old woman who was about to place her next move on the go board withdrew her delicate hand with a start. A broken bar. What did you say? Anyang rolled the tea in her mouth, tasting it, then swallowed with a gulp. This taste is dream soul incense. My goodness, am I some kind of Daxiang? This isn't an amount you can sleep soundly for 50 years. Is it? In Central Plains language, elephants were called Daxiang, Xinpa, a great demonic adept even among the demonic adepts, who in turn were among the demonic adepts that Jianghu people called the White Hand demonic sect, became enraged. How dare some bitch a broken bar? And so, she gathered all the household members of the estate to have a time of contemplating the truth together. Since water and fire always know the answer, it wasn't long before the culprit confessed their sin. I have committed a mortal sin. I was blinded by money and a broken bar. Money, you say? Did someone hire for an assassination? The black store put out a wanted notice, and the amount is as much as 10,000 guan a broken bar. At this, Xinpa turned to look at Un Yeanyang. You bitch, what trick did you pull on the black store? You know, even if you say what trick I have pulled a broken bar, I've done so many things. I'm not sure. Perhaps I underestimated the black store too much. Those insignificant creatures somehow managed to identify me. Excuse me, would-be assassin, are you certain it was me? It's Un Yeanyang of the Jin Prefecture's Un clan, and the characteristic is a beauty recognizable at a glance. See a broken bar. At this, Xinpa snorted. HMPH. It's certain, all right. They say if the tail is long, it gets caught, don't they? I told you so many times to wear a human skin mask at least. Oh my. I'm already wearing a human disguise. What difference would one more layer make? I guess I underestimated the black store's pitiful intelligence too much. Then, what shall we do? I only let you live because it was convenient for getting materials, but it's bothersome to leave a fly buzzing around without knowing its place. Oh my, this is troublesome indeed. Un Yeanyang continued with her characteristic gentle and elegant smile. For now, as a warning, let's clean up everything in sight. Will you help too, Xinpa? You should enjoy your hobby once in a while, shouldn't you? It was obvious to point out, but martial arts consume a massive amount of stamina. The foundation of martial arts is stamina. That's why almost all sects shared a training method for completely snot-nosed kids who could be roughly classified as fourth-grade disciples, though there's no actual title of fourth-grade disciple, potential third-generation disciples. Horse stance 1 and climbing mountains for no reason, and fetching water for the sect to use. Even throughout their growth period, it was the same process. It might look like bullying or child abuse, but this was a very important training that laid the foundation for martial arts by simultaneously training stamina and lower body strength. Of course, there was also the advantage that it was very convenient to have the little ones fetch water. At any rate, the stamina consumption of martial arts is extraordinary enough to require such a harsh childhood. Give commoners a sword and tell them to swing it 100 times. They'll end up sitting down, panting. And among martial arts, there was one that was the worst of the worst, draining stamina excessively. And that was King Gong. Long ago, didn't a Westerner run about 100 li to deliver news of victory and then drop dead, either from his heart bursting or lack of blood supply? If you make commoners sprint at full speed right now, you'll see them expelling all their body's moisture through their entire body before even 1 k passes. That's 1 k for Central Plains commoners. If you made modern people from King's homeland sprint at full speed, they wouldn't last even a minute before collapsing. So, King Gong was a difficult technique that required operating inner chi on top of that to add propulsion. It's not just a concept of assisting running with inner chi. It was a simultaneous task and double hardship of having to operate inner chi while running. Moreover, the places where King Gong is used aren't wide open, well-packed sports fields without a single pebble. It's rough terrain with steep ups and downs, where the ground to step on is covered with pebbles, fallen leaves, hidden puddles, slippery rocks, and so on, making even normal running difficult. So maintaining King Gong for a long time is very difficult. It requires not only iron-like stamina but also perfect body control and balance, concentration to operate inner chi, and quick reflexes to deal with terrain where no two parts are the same in the world. Ximenzuran didn't evaluate for nothing that there wouldn't be many people who could catch her disciple if she ran away. It was thanks to superhuman stamina, balance, and inner chi control that she could circle Mount Wu and come back still fresh, without sweating a single drop or catching her breath even once. The exceptions Ximenzuran mentioned were cases of quickly catching up to King over short distances. Over long distances, as far as Ximenzuran knew, there was no one who could catch up. She thought this would be true even for the divine thief, a master famous for having the fastest King Gong under heaven. And Ximenzuran was right. The divine thief stopped, panting like a dog. Huff, what, huff, phew, girl, huff, phew, doesn't get tired. Huff. No one had threatened him to talk to himself, but divine thief was chattering away even while out of breath. If someone pointed it out, he might answer that it's because he's been a lonely old man for a long time. In fact, just because someone's a lonely old man doesn't mean they talk to themselves a lot, so he was just born that way. The divine thief's plan was simple. 1. Watch and observe from a distance. 2. Appear at a dangerous moment and save her. 3. Sternly and seriously offer to take her as a disciple. 4. Receive the bow of discipleship from the 9 bows of etiquette. Then, success. But he was blocked from step 1. Watching from a distance. My ass. What kind of girl runs non-stop for over 2 shishan without resting once, making the distance grow as his stamina depleted? Even though the 1,000-li flight was known as a King Gong specialized for long distances, there should be a limit. To the divine thief, the highest authority on King Gong, she was just a girl born as a natural runner. Feeling like his old heart wouldn't last if he chased any further, he finally had to stop. Phew, this, phew. At this, huff, time, phew, if she passes here, Murim conference, phew, it must be the road to the Murim conference. The divine thief changed his mind. Was it really time to play tag in the middle of the night with a young girl? People should use their heads in the end. He'd see her in Kafing anyway, so he just wasted energy in the night for nothing. Without even knowing that the uninvited guest following her had fallen away, King kept running. She really didn't know anything at all. King was quite serious when it came to eating and running away. Rumors in the Central Plains spread surprisingly slowly, only spreading from person to person, face to face. If she runs away faster than rumors and hides to settle down, who would know and find her, be it assassins or bounty hunters? For now, she would sleep during the day and just get further away. Running and running and running like that, as the sky began to brighten dimly, she had run for a full 4 shishin. In modern terms, that's 8 hours. From about 3 shishin, even King started to get tired, so after 4 shishin passed, even King thought, wow, I can't go any further, and immediately collapsed spread-eagled on the ground. Her body eagerly sucked in air, gulping down inhales and throwing out exhales. Thanks to this, the inhales and exhales collided in the middle of her airway, giving a feeling of explosion, making her realize bodily that this is what it means when they say breath reaches up to your chin. In the end, King lay spread-eagled on the ground. People who have run to their limit would know. Surprisingly, many don't. But the after effects include a ringing pain where not a single part of your entire body doesn't hurt. The ground is cold but the body is hot, so that chill is rather welcome. After lying like that for a while, it's cold. It was early spring dawn, as cold as midwinter, and she had sweated so much that her clothes were completely wet. If she took them off and wrung them out, they'd probably pour like a waterfall. She was in a state of wearing wet clothes and being thrown into a bitter cold. The best condition for a person to freeze to death is when they're exhausted from sweat, their clothes are wet, and the weather is cold. When she was wearing thin clothes in the Divine Maiden sect, the wind could pass through but at least it wasn't damp. Thinking she'd freeze to death if she slept here, King painfully raised her body, and her damp back was covered in black dirt. But how would King know what her back looked like? In that state, she took heavy steps and soon a high city gate blocked her view. Seeing Zhangwen written on a large hanging plaque, she thought the city's name must be Zhangwen. As someone who doesn't know Chinese geography, King couldn't know where it was, but if others knew, it would be surprising news. Who would believe that she had run about 600 li from Shuya Lake to Zhangwen City all night? Zhangwen is a city located between Kafing and Puang. Puang is a passage connecting to Hebei in the north, so if you trace King's trajectory as she ran in a trance-like state, she had actually passed Kafing. Just in time, as it was morning, the city gate opened. Seeing the city, her empty stomach immediately churned. She had literally run all night, After all, her stomach was hungry and her body felt sticky and uncomfortable. I'm dying. A broken bar. King groaned and headed towards the city gate. With her face covered by a face veil, 2 swords slanted across her back at her waist, and a dark flute stuck in her belt at her side. She looked extremely suspicious. Like, what kind of woman is this? But there was the non-interference between Murim and the government, meaning, because individual officials were scared to deal with superhumans carrying swords and flying around, they didn't dare to catch her and were about to let her pass through the city gate. Suddenly, the veiled woman with swords turned directly towards the gate guard, and the poor soldier gulped. Then the veiled woman asked, "Excuse me, where's a good restaurant around here? What do they do well?" The soldier was greatly relieved. "The Daking vegetable shop on Changwon Avenue is good. They say the cook learned in Shandong, and they do Shandong cuisine really well, but whether it's real Shandong cuisine or not, well, some people say it's not a broken bar." Changwon Avenue. Daking vegetable shop. "Thank you. Good luck with your duty." King bowed her veiled face to the kind soldier and passed through the city gate. As it was morning, merchants who had come out carrying their breakfast wares were selling soup noodles or half-soup dishes. King's eyes darted round. But with the strong determination to eat something delicious when she was so hungry for once, King tightly closed her eyes and looked away. It's a loss to just fill up on something like that for one meal. When you're hungry, delicious food tastes twice as good. Soup noodles and bantan aren't anything special anyway. But what if I just taste a little? If you're too hungry, you can't eat well, right? How could the starving king resist food? Unable to hold back, King finally reached for her money pouch. A broken bar. After groping the air a few times, King's complexion turned pale blue. It was the first time since leaving for Jianghu that her complexion had been so pale. The money pouch. A broken bar gone. Of course, it was all King's karma. She, who could lift 500 jin as a world-class strong woman, had entrusted all her luggage to her weak sworn sister, so she only knew how to carry swords and didn't know how to hang anything on her own body. It was truly dog-like manners. To be fair, King could also feel a bit wronged. The culprits who created these manners were both the old bastard and young brat, crutch number 1 and number 2. Wasn't it because they begged and pleaded to carry things that she got into the habit of entrusting them? The problem was that King didn't have a single coin, not even one when in her possession. Remembering the 3 coins she received from the martial arts manual merchant, King hurriedly felt all over her body. But Central Plains clothing doesn't have pockets. Of course, martial uniforms do have places sewn inside to put this and that, but she had quickly handed the coins to Jai Eonpo-hee when she received them, so only bits of cotton fluff stuck under her nails. 1 coin could buy 1 empty dumpling bun. With 3 coins, you could even get a soup without any solid ingredients. As a bonus, a broken bar. King had returned to her original state after a very long time. Originally, King was a miserly poor person from the start. King started walking for now. Standing still made her wet clothes cool down and feel cold, so she had to move first. She was busy scanning the ground, rolling her eyes this way and that, wondering if there might be a coin dropped somewhere. What should I do? I'm hungry. No money. A broken bar. Suddenly, tears welled up. King shouldn't be hungry. She might not know other things, but she shouldn't be hungry. Moreover, just look at her state now. Her clothes were damp and sticky, and she had no change of clothes, so there was no other option. The weather was cold, her body was tired, and due to the after effects of long-distance Qigong, her soles were on fire and the slight cramps in her thighs and calves were not normal. Damn, this won't do. Let's get some sleep first. If she gets any hungrier here, it seems like she won't be able to sleep because of hunger. Also, it was just cold. It was not like she would freeze to death, and rather than holding her hungry stomach and looking for dropped coins, it was better to sleep when she could. King wandered around the city, looking for a place to sleep outdoors. After all, sleeping outside was something she'd been doing since she set foot in Jianghu, so it was familiar. King then found a good spot in the sun under a wall in a corner of the marketplace. It was an open area with many passers-by, so it was safe, yet while visible, it wasn't a place where people would walk, so there was no worry of being kicked. Moreover, if the sun was shining now, it would continue to shine until noon. Despite not having slept rough for a long time, to find such a prime spot right away, this is why they say people should learn that experience gained through physical hardship doesn't disappear. King lay down sideways under the wall and curled up like a shrimp. When people sleep in a warm, well-heated room, burying themselves comfortably on an expensive bed, they fall into a deep sleep akin to fainting or losing consciousness. Conversely, when closing one's eyes on cold, noisy, hard ground with stones digging into it, sleep is as shallow as a puddle after rain. Such shallow sleep settles somewhere between sleeping and being awake. You can't tell if you've actually slept, whether you've just closed your eyes for a moment or simply passed a long time with your eyes shut. King, with her eyes closed, curled up even more. It's cold. It's damp. Only where the sun shines is warm. She thought she had a good dream. A dream where she met a good master and good friends, living in luxury, wearing nice clothes, eating delicious food, and traveling around. Was it a dream, or not? King opened her eyes groggily to check. A world on its side, people passing by clicking their tongues as if they'd seen something they shouldn't have. King closed her eyes again. It was all a dream. No wonder such good things couldn't happen in this damn medieval China. I'm so hungry I feel like I'm being torn apart. Please, let me have just one rat today, Lord Rat. I want to eat meat. Or I'll go to Pyong Chincharu and right. Those bastards said they won't give out pork anymore. I don't want to move. In her first year, King originally didn't move. Moving unnecessarily only made her stomach emptier and nothing nutritious happened. At best, if she caught the eye of beggars, she'd get beaten up. She would only slyly look around and eat something when her body was so weak that she felt she might die if she didn't eat anymore. That's when it happened. A presence was felt in front of King, who had her eyes closed. King opened her eyes slightly. Beyond the blurry texture of the face veil, she saw 2 feet standing suspiciously on the ground. Rolling her eyes as much as possible, she saw the owner of the feet bending at the waist in her slanted view. As the arm moved carefully and delicately, she rolled her eyes until they hurt and saw a familiar-shaped sword hilt in that hand. It was the hilt of Moonlight Sword, number 8. Moonlight Sword? In that moment, King's mind, which had been in a strange boundary between dream and reality, snapped back to its place. Wow, fucking hell. I thought I'd gone back to that time. And, of all things, I happened to come across a sword thief. Sword thief is an unfamiliar term to Murim practitioners. Sword robber might be more familiar and comfortable. This is because a martial artist's weapon is like a concubine. For Chinese people, wives are mere family, so if someone else touches it carelessly, it literally leads to bloodshed. Therefore, a martial artist's weapon is not something to be stolen, but something that can only be taken as a memento after killing them. King quietly watched, pretending to be asleep, as the sword was slowly pulled out of its scabbard. The blade, which could hardly be said to be well maintained, gradually appeared. And finally, when it was completely out, her broken bar. Where do you think you're going? King's kick drew a line parallel to the ground about an inch high. The thief's ankles caught on it and he floated up into the air. Thud. The sword thief landed on his shoulder, then his chin hit the ground second, and as his arched back returned, his pelvis was thrown to the ground third. Ha, trying to steal a martial artist's sword. You must have truly lost your mind, King shouted as she jumped up and pinned the sword thief's wrist under her foot. Her face was so bright it was almost as if she was greeting a long-awaited lover. Hand. According to the law, thieves are to have their hands cut off. Do you dare defy the sacred rule of law? Sacred rule of law? Both the concepts of sacredness and rule of law would be deeply offended and curse at this. Throughout history, sacredness has never once been sacred, and the rule of law has been a high wall erected from birth to protect the interests of the privileged. And the fact that she was spouting nonsense showed that King's mind was in a perfectly sound state. Really, these people are so mean. They couldn't just warn me about someone stealing my sword. Instead, they just watch. King glared at the street. Because of the face veil, it just looked like she was scanning her surrounding, though. Still, along with her words, The spectators who had been watching with interest subtly averted their gaze to look at the ground or sky. Meanwhile, the sword thief kept screaming, "Hand, hand, hand." He should have been in enough pain to try to escape the situation by kicking King's ankle or something. But he was in a daze from the pain that felt like his wrist was about to break. All he could do was try to grab the shoe of the young woman and somehow create a gap. This is? King changed the pressure she was applying with her foot. Hand, hand, hand. Ha-and-d, hand, hand, hand. This is kind of fun. It seems that his voice gets louder the more I apply force. King's mouth curved into a sadistic smile. But that was only for a moment, as King checked the sword thief's evil karma and removed her foot with a regretful expression. What a shame. If it had been just 3 points higher, I would have been good to go. Only then did the sword thief shed a storm of tears, clutching his wrist and making a sound somewhere between sobbing and groaning. King, who had picked up the moonlight sword, stood crookedly looking down at him. "Hey, what are you crying for when you got caught stealing? You touched a martial artist's sword? Do you know what that means?" "Hup. Everyone, you saw this bastard trying to steal a sword, right? You know that according to Jianghu law, it's not a crime to behead him, right?" "That's right," someone shouted in response. It seemed they wanted to see blood in broad daylight. In fact, one of the greatest spectacles of this era was the beheading show, where the head goes thunk, blood fountains spurt, and the body rolls and collapses. It wasn't necessarily because the Central Plains were uncivilized in this era. Beheading shows were extremely popular among all races worldwide. It could be called a universal human sentiment. Still, if we had to rank them, Central Plains people only enjoyed beheadings visually and politely. They were much better than Westerners, who would get red-eyed with excitement, pushing and shoving each other to dip bread in the flowing blood, causing chaos where people even died from being trampled. Now, if you understand, get in position with your neck out. I'll send you off painlessly in one strike. Please spare me. You touched a martial artist's weapon, of all things, and you're asking to be spared. Would you show mercy to someone who touched your wife? My wife has already run away with another man. A broken bar. Well, a broken bar. Hang in there. The scene became solemn for a moment. King hadn't intended to kill him anyway, so she would have forgiven the man no matter what he said. Even if it wasn't that his wife ran away, but instead it was some primitive ancient contrived melodrama about his old mother, or something about how his wife was like a Daxiang and his children were the banes of his existence. For reference, Daxiang is elephant in Central Plains language. Alright. It seems you have a sob story, so I'll spare your life. Hand over everything you have and get lost. At this, the sword thief untied his travel bag and money pouch and placed them meekly in front of King. "Can I go now? A broken bar? Are you kidding?" I said, "Hand over everything." "I don't have a hobby of watching men's dangly bits, so I'll let you keep just one pair of underwear." "Do it." So the not at all pitiful sword thief took off all his clothes, revealing silver pieces tied and hidden around his ankles with strings. "What the hell? This motherfucker, even though I spared your life, you still hid silver pieces?" Why are there silver pieces here?" "Who tied silver pieces to someone else's ankles?" "How strange indeed." The sword thief said something awkward that anyone could see through as he untied the silver pieces and placed them on top of the travel bag. King said, dumbfounded, "This crazy bastard is talking nonsense. Should I just butcher you?" King didn't have a black flame dragon on her left arm or a subordinate spirit to say calm down and stop her killing intent, so her right arm holding the sword raised with a terrifying murderous aura. Eek! The sword thief ran away in a flash, wearing only his underwear. Along his escape route, the ground was stained black, leaving an irregular line and countless scattered droplets. "He's pissing himself." The watching commoners also fled in terror. Even a peerless master under heaven would step aside in fear if a dark man came running while pissing himself. Thanks to this, the sword thief quickly disappeared. King looked at the spoils left behind. Sweet, sweet. The money pouch had about a handful of coins and one silver piece, which felt like about a quarter of half a silver sissy when lifted. Although it was just small change, not even amounting to 1 silver sissy in total, She was overjoyed to have obtained a travel bag. The travel bag looked empty and sagged limply, seeming to have nothing inside at first glance. But the bag itself was important. She already knew from her first year how big a difference having a bag or not makes. Still, looking inside to see if there was anything, there was one dirty towel and something wrapped in an oiled broadleaf. Jerky. For jerky to be delicious, it needs to be a high-quality product made as a delicacy. This was dried miscellaneous meat so tough that teeth couldn't penetrate it, with questionable hygiene, the common and ordinary kind of rations that anyone would eat. But it was at least something. Even if it's smelly and tough to eat as is, if you soak it in soup for a long time, you can at least feel like you're chewing meat. Grumble. Thinking about meat made her insides clamor, telling her to stop doing stupid things and put in some food. Should I eat? I should have some dumpling buns and knock back a drink for the first time in a while. Anyway, it was better to fill up on cheap dumplings and push down some strong alcohol rather than eating poorly cooked food. The timing was just right. Looking at the sun, it seemed to be about the end of the horse hour and beginning of the sheep hour, around 3 p.m. in King's units of time. What the heck? I slept quite a long time. It doesn't feel like I slept at all though. Anyway, at a time that's neither lunch nor dinner, inns usually sell food even to beggars. Of course, they can't eat inside, but have to sit in an unobtrusive spot in front of the shop. Human hearts are truly fickle. When she thought all her Jianghu adventures were a dream earlier, she felt heavily depressed and didn't want to live. But now that she was about to act like a beggar again after a long time, it felt somehow familiar and nostalgic. It was natural since she could escape this beggar status at any time. Come to think of it, she could just pretend to be a beggar and pass time, then go to cafing on the right date. Who would imagine the bounty in question would be a beggar on the roadside, after all? King scratched her head vigorously as she slunk around looking for a suitable restaurant. If it's too high class, she'd be turned away at the door, and if business is too bad, they give out things that have gone bad from not selling, so those had to be filtered out. So she had to find a decent place where the staff's expressions were bright and the atmosphere was good. There also needed to be a good place to eat in front of the shop. At that, King found a suitable place to eat. Xiliang Eating House. An eating house was just one grade lower than a restaurant. King pretended to be cautiously looking around at the entrance of the eating house. As a server approached with a tense expression at the appearance of a sword-carrying beggar, King deliberately spoke in a very subdued voice to order. 5 dumplings please. And do you have any really cheap but really strong alcohol? A broken bar? Beggars are originally just beggars, but beggars who know martial arts are esteemed beggar. And here, the esteemed beggar in question was carrying not one but 2 swords, while politely placing an order. Moreover, even if she must be an ugly woman since her face is covered, her voice was strikingly beautiful. The server's self-esteem soared to the sky. As the server's shoulders rose, his attitude noticeably softened. Where in this world would there be cheap but strong alcohol? Strong alcohol is expensive because strong alcohol is made by compressing weak alcohol through evaporation or other methods. Anyway, even spoiled alcohol is fine. A broken bar. Please hand over 1 more coin. I shall bring you something suitable. The server's tone of speech was extremely old-fashioned. When else would a server get to use such an adult way of speaking? This was all wisdom gained through life experience. As a female expert of Murim, King would be considered an idiot. However, as a beggar, she had already surpassed any regular beggar and possessed wisdom worthy of being called a sage. She was truly a beggar by nature. As she waited unobtrusively by the entrance next to the door, the waiter soon handed over a tray, 6 dumpling buns, 1 soup, and a large bowl brimming with alcohol. Even if it was outside meal times, this could still be considered great generosity. Wow, thank you. You'll be blessed. Eat quickly and go. King sat down with her large bottom firmly on the ground in an unobtrusive corner and started eating. First, she unwrapped the jerky from her travel bag and dropped it into the soup, then quickly took a sip of the alcohol poured full in the bowl. The slightly spoiled huan, sour and stinging, blazed up as it seeped into her completely empty stomach. Higher, That's good. The hospitality here is really nice. I shouldn't come often. You should only go to hospitable shops occasionally. After all, if a beggar goes often, the hospitality worsens. Their generosity was honestly amazing, with even a large chunk of radish in the soup. Dumpling buns taste the same everywhere in the Central Plains, bland, tasteless, and dry. If there's no mold, they taste the same whether from a fly-infested restaurant or the best restaurant in the city. So, as she slowly chewed the dumplings, because when dumplings have no taste and need to be chewed slowly to taste a bit sweet, King thought mechanically. In fact, even now, if she knocked on the door of an Orthodox sect in the city and sold her master's name, she could receive the utmost hospitality. Even without that, if she used her monstrous strength to help with carpentry work, it wouldn't be a problem to eat 3 meals a day. But if someone rushed at her shouting a walking bounty, while doing that, innocent people would likely get hurt. It was just a situation where she felt sorry to get close to anyone. King, being the highest authority who should be enshrined with the status of a scholar even for vile tricks, knew well that she would have to step in if someone took an innocent person hostage again. Oh, well, let's just live as a beggar for a while, whatever. At any rate, it's not even 2 months until the Murim conference. Living as a beggar was only miserable when she had no skills and didn't know the ways of the world, but now she was rather worried it might be too boring. After finishing her meal, King stood up briskly and began preparing for a full-fledged beggar life. First, change into the clothes provided by the sword thief. The torso area was a bit loose, but the sleeves and trouser legs are a bit short. She washed her martial uniform vigorously at the laundry place and hung it on the communal clothesline, then went to the fabric shop to buy the cheapest cotton cloth and wrapped it around her feet, ankles, and up to her calves above the trouser legs. This was the famous beggar foot trap. This concludes the preparations for beggar life. It might seem too simple, but what grand preparations are needed to live as a beggar? They're beggars because they live without such. After all, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the appearance of an unfamiliar female beggar, and moreover, carrying 2 swords, the city people were initially wary and looked at her with suspicious eyes. But since she just sprawled out harmlessly without doing anything in particular, their wariness soon faded away. If you asked whether a beggar with 2 swords was strange or not, you'd get an ambiguous answer like, well, it's not exactly strange, I suppose. This is because traditionally, authentic beggars used dual canes. The most traditional begging method is to block someone's front gate. Stand the beating 2 canes held in both hands in rhythm while singing. The lyrics vary by region, but generally say they won't leave until they're given food. This method is impossible nowadays. It was an era where clubs flew instead of food. Instead of not leaving from the front gate, you might just leave for the afterworld forever. So now, this traditional begging method was a scene you could only see at celebration feasts commemorating good events. Meanwhile, this essential item for beggars that served as a cane, self-defense weapon, and percussion instrument was called a tagubong, dog-beating stick. You might think this is an ignorant name promoting animal abuse, but the person who gave this name tagubong was none other than Confucius, the father of Chinese philosophy. To summarize very briefly, it went like this. Pandan asked Confucius, "A broken bar, what if I go begging and the homeowner has a big dog, making it difficult?" Confucius angrily replied, "They dare." Then, beat the dog. And the beggars famous for using this tagubong martial art were the Beggars Union. The headquarters of the Beggars Union was in Kaifeng, and Zhangwan City, close to Kaifeng, was completely dominated by Kaifeng beggars. And finally, the beggars' fierce territoriality was about to extend its claws to King as well. A broken bar, but the knots. "You're from the Beggars Union. Is Grandpa Nugvik doing well?" "I'm pretending to be a beggar for a while due to circumstances, so please understand." "You know the discipline, elder?" "How do you know each other?" "Due to circumstances." "I can't say, but is he coming to the Murim conference this time?" "I'll greet him then, I guess." Yes." "Then have a pleasant beggar life." The 3-knotted beggar, branch leader of Zhangwan, said this and withdrew. It was the we are who we say we are of Orthodox Murim. If it turns out to be a lie later, It's not too late to give a beating then. But if they messed with someone who really knew them, things could go wrong. So it's unconditionally beneficial to believe. For now, all they could do was send word to headquarters that there was a female beggar claiming to know the discipline elder, gather the beggars' union members and tell them not to pay attention or talk to her unnecessarily. Moreover, with the Murim conference approaching, important guests would be passing through, and there was no benefit in causing unnecessary disturbances. Kaya. As expected, Central Plains connections are powerful. King had been preparing for a battle with the beggars, but she didn't expect things to be resolved so cleanly just by dropping one familiar name. It was almost unfair compared to her past struggles. With no one bothering her, King half-dozed pretending to beg, sticking to the ground in the sunlight during the day. Because of this, she was wide awake at night with nothing particular to do. Moreover, lying down all day made her body stiff and sore all over. Finally, unable to bear the boredom, King started training in the middle of the night. How bored must she have been to swing swords in the middle of the night? Days continued like this, sleeping during the day and training at night. You could say she was living a more diligent martial artist's life than when she was enjoying luxury as a female expert of Murim. As the 25th day of March passed, it started to feel a bit hot in thick cotton clothes. Still, it was chilly at night, making it just right for training. Today too, with her money pouch spread out, she was pretending to be a corpse on a straw mat she had gotten from two beggars' union members. Light footsteps approached, then stopped right in front of her with a presence. King checked the visitor with her eyes half open. A kid who looked about 10 years old was looking down at her like a strange animal. Just by looking, you could tell he was wearing good clothes, and his face was flowing with nobility, so anyone could see he was a young master from a rich family. He had a sword at his waist, so he seemed to be from a martial arts family. Well, with the Murim conference not far off, he must be a child the family is taking to Kafing, she thought. Come to think of it, Kafing was said to be close by from here. Well, that has nothing to do with me. Just as King was about to close her eyes again. Excuse me. What? King answered unenthusiastically with her eyes closed. You know. I don't. So why don't you go away? I have something to ask. A broken bar. The child's voice trailed off dejectedly. Honestly, she felt a bit sorry for him. Damn it. My weakness is being too soft-hearted. Despite everything, King was weak to children. King sat up, scratching her head vigorously. What is it? You know. You're a female beggar, right? Can't you tell by looking? Then you must be a dirty prostitute, right? A broken bar? King's eyes narrowed. What's this? I was going to exchange a few words because he was cute. But what's with this insult flying at my face? Of course, King didn't tolerate insults. Kid, have you ever been told you don't have a mother? From what I see, you look like you don't have a mother. The child's eyes widened to about twice their size, becoming round with surprise. How did you know? They say my mother passed away giving birth to me. Is that so? King answered indifferently. Even so, she wasn't sorry for a brat who called her a prostitute bitch to her face. If you're done, will you go away now? Well, a broken bath is a broken bar. The kid held out a large gold sissy with his tiny hand. What's this? Suddenly a peace offering? Well, with this level of sincerity, I should show adult-like generosity. It was too much money to refuse, after all. As King accepted it, the child asked with a bright smile characteristic of children, then, can I suck your breasts now? A vein popped up on King's forehead. Kid, I don't know what kind of home education you received to be so rotten already. Hey, where did you learn these manners? Where did you learn only bad things? Are you picking a fight with me? Don't you see I'm carrying swords? Huh? That's not it. A broken bar. What do you mean it's not? The child said with a tearful face. I heard that prostitutes let you do whatever you want if you give them a gold sissy. A broken bar. No, who said that? There are things you can and can't say to a child. Go tell your mom right now. Oh, you said you don't have a mom. Go tell your dad. Go ask him who taught you how to suck a prostitute's breasts. They didn't teach me. I just overheard the portier uncles talking. They said they were going to suck prostitutes' breasts. Oh, is it because it's a gold sissy? If I give you silver, a broken bar, I don't know if you are stupid or innocent. No, seeing how you came determined to suck breasts, it's not innocent. Did those porters also say that all female beggars are dirty prostitutes? That's what Warrior Beck said. He said all female beggars are dirty prostitutes without exception, so we shouldn't go near Thema Broken Bar. Who's this Warrior Beck? All right, let's summarize. So this guy called Warrior Beck said female beggars are prostitutes, and the porter uncles said you can suck prostitutes' breasts if you give them money, right? To be precise, they said you can do whatever you want, biting and sucking and kneading like dough. And you want to suck breasts? Well, the child blushed. I heard the kitchen aunties talking. They said their sons still fondle their mother's breasts even after turning Tana Broken Bar. Then you should do it to your mom too. Oh, you said you don't have one. So another auntie said that even very young male brats can't forget the taste of breasts and search for it all their lives. And I'm really curious what the taste is, but I don't have a mother, so Broken Bar. King frowned, dumbfounded. No, what? What kind of household can't distinguish between what should and shouldn't be said? It's a house with children, for goodness sake. This is why households with children should be careful with their words. What on earth is the child learning from? But listening to it was kind of interesting. King asked again in a much gentler tone. Is there anything else you overheard? A broken bar when touching breasts? They said not to touch the nipples, but gently scratch around them, and when the flood comes, then pa bar back. And you go to paradise. What's the flood, and what's pa bar back? Why go to paradise? Isn't that where good people go when they die? I can't teach you that. Alright. And then? Didn't you hear anything else? And also a broken bar. All sorts of lewd stories poured out of the child's mouth. King, who liked naughty stories, kept saying and then, until the child had nothing more to think of. I think that's all. I see. I heard you well. By the way, did they really say such things in front of you? Well, a broken bar. No, a broken bar. There's a secret passage, and while wandering around, a broken bar, I learned that eavesdropping is bad. But a broken bar. They were talking so interestingly. A broken bar. Originally, she was going to tell him to go to his father and repeat everything he just said. But now it seems the servants weren't particularly careless. He said he eavesdropped from a secret passage, so broken bar. Men might talk about naughty things during work. After all, how could they have thought their young master would be eavesdropping from a secret passage? It would be too harsh to make them lose their jobs over this. But does this kid always go around eavesdropping on people in the house? As King was thinking this, the child suddenly seemed to remember something and introduced himself, clapping his hands. Right. I'm Murong Jun. Murong? The Murong clan? That Murong clan? Where was it again? A broken bar. If you mean the Murong clan of Lining, that's our family. Right. That's it. Lining province. Now even King knows at least the surnames of the 5 noble clans. She even knows where they are if told. Wait, what? He isn't just any young master. He's a very rich young master. I'm just a beggar. King lied, not wanting to get close due to circumstances. Some genius tracker or famous detective assassin might be listening, and it would be a big problem if a precious young master got involved. At this, Murong Jun smiled brightly and said, "Then, can I suck your breasts now?" King sighed deeply. Round and round we go, back to my breasts again. A broken bar. King looked at Murong Jun quietly. His pure eyes sparkled with expectation. King tilted her head crookedly. Is he doing this on purpose? But why the breasts of a stranger beggar? Damn, that sounds so wrong. Well, don't you have an older sister or something? I do have an older sister. A broken bar. Is she pretty? No, wait, that's not it. Then, my sister is very pretty. But don't you know my sister? She's very famous. Among the 5 flowers of Murim, the golden sun sword flower is my sister. Then why don't you go ask your sister? Why? Wait. Why am I saying this? Anyway, why are you leaving aside family and number? That's more strange. King rambled on and briefly fell into an error. Is it worse if it's between siblings? Is it better than strangers? While King was confused, Murong Jun brought up unsolicited stories about his sister. My sister went to meet a friend in Hebei, and we're going to wait here until my sister and her friend come. then go to caving together. Then, to that sister's friend number. This is a bit strange too. No matter how you go about it, it's weird. You little one, being so cheeky. The friend is a man, so broken bar. Higher, you really know how to slip out of things. King admired. Regardless, Murim June continued to bring up useless stories. But my sister has no breasts at all. She's even flatter than Uncle Yu who manages the gardener broken bar. Then, even if it's Uncle Yu, if you close your eyes, wouldn't it be similar? It's just flesh anyway. But honestly, whether it's you or the uncle, basic human dignity would be hurt either way. But still, I feel like I'm digging myself a deeper hole. But Uncle Yu's chest is all muscle. Even in the dead of winter, he says a real man knows no cold. And such. King scratched her head vigorously. Uncle Yu wasn't a plump person but someone belonging to the Zhuge department. But by the way, to be overshadowed by pectoral muscle as a broken bar, the unknown golden sun sword flower seemed a bit pitiful. Of course, in King's experience, there's no benefit to having them big. They always make your shoulders stiff, and when sleeping, no matter what position you take, the pressure is uncomfortable, and when it's hot, the sweat makes it miserable, so there are absolutely no advantages. Although this discomfort disappeared after overhaul rebirth. Even so, it's a big problem as a martial artist. You can't see the lower part of your vision, making you vulnerable, and it limits the range of arm movements. Last time, she got half cut because she unnecessarily took a hit that could have been avoided, just causing pain. It creates not one, but 3 fatal weaknesses for a martial artist. Of course, the peak transcending Ximon King is powerful despite this. Still, she didn't envy the golden sun sword flower. But why don't I envy her? Well, that's because my proud breasts. My broken bar? Why am I proud of them? What good is it for me to have breasts a broken bar? It felt like she shouldn't think about it any further. King hurriedly brought up something else. But you don't just listen through that secret passage, you even peek. How do you know your sister has no breasts? No, I saw when we bathed together during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Mid-Autumn Festival is a holiday roughly equivalent to Thanksgiving. But to think that they would be bathing on Thanksgiving. King burst out laughing. Mid-Autumn Festival, you say? It's not like you go to the bathhouse once every holiday to scrub off dead skin. But the Mid-Autumn Festival? What about the Spring Festival? Spring Festival is a holiday roughly equivalent to New Year's Day. That's not it. I asked why my sister, even though she's a woman, has no breasts and is flat like a man, but she got angry and since then she won't bathe with me anymore. A broken bar. You really drove a nail into your sister's heart. So I can't tell my sister. She'll get really angry if I talk about breasts. I think it's too much, though. My sister doesn't even have breasts. A broken bar. The child puffed his cheeks as if dissatisfied. It's not your sister who's too much, it's you. But King found it amusing, so she didn't say it out loud. At this point, King made a judgment. He was just a curious, smart kid who hadn't learned to distinguish between what should and shouldn't be said. Full of curiosity, he couldn't help but listen to others' conversations while running around in secret passages. Being smart, he just remembers it all. As for being loose-lipped, that's a characteristic of all little kids. Once they start talking, they'll blurt out their entire life story until their voice goes hoarse. In the end, King was soft on children one way or another. Still, the child seems like a really good key to broken bar. From the way this precious young master of one of the 5 great clans consistently used honorifics when speaking to servants, it was proof of his pure character. Just look at Tang Nana. Not just servants, but even when calling unknown old people passing by, it was either hey or you there. Honestly, if she wasn't a female physician doing free service, a truly terrible woman would have been born into the world. You shouldn't say such things carelessly. Didn't your sister seem upset when you said that? Oh, you're right. A broken bar. How would you feel if someone went around telling people you wet your bed? The child's eyes wavered. At this, King was certain. This kid, he did wet the bed. I wouldn't like that. A broken bar. Right. You understand what I mean? The child nodded. As expected, He is a good kid at heart, a broken bar. Just the fact that he could understand made him top tier in personality among little ones. As King's crooked posture became comfortable again, Murim urged her. But when can I suck your breasts? I'll get scolded if I wander around for too long, a broken bar. No. What? Did I leave my breasts with you and forgot about it or something? Are my breasts laundry? Suck my breasts? You're a little sex fiend in the making. You'll become a great pervert. But you took the gold sissy. Oh no. The uncles must be looking for me. The breasts will have to wait for next time. Only then did King realize that she hadn't returned the gold sissy yet, and also that she hadn't told him how cruel and inhumane a crime it is to covet a woman's breasts who isn't your lover. Murim tapped his small foot with a kong sound, then gently rose and cut through the air. It was excellent and extraordinary King Kong, unbefitting a child. Watching the rapidly retreating back, King shouted, "Hey, take your gold sissy." Hey, little sex fiend in the making. And thus, one bright yellow gold sissy remained in King's hand. It was even brand new, untouched by human hands. Of course, whether dirty or clean, the value is the same. But it wasn't something a beggar should use. Moreover, in fact, King wasn't in urgent need of money. If she just went to a pawnshop and pawned Moonlight Sword, number 9, it was obvious they would give her a pile of gold sissies because it was such a great sword. Since a pawnshop is a place where you can get it back later by paying extra, she could just get it back with a chit book when she met her sworn sister in caving. But if a beggar goes around buying food, it stands out much more than a clean female martial artist. And the mindset is completely different between not being able to eat because you don't have money to buy food, and like now, where you could eat expensive dishes to your heart's content if you wanted to, but deliberately don't. I should return this, a broken bar. If she went to the dojo where the Murim clan was staying and said, "I'm Xaman King, a great elder of Taoism," she could meet the little pervert in the making. But why should I? Anyway, the kid seems to have a persistent side, so it's obvious he'll come back. I'll return it then. And while I'm at it, I should give him some sex education. If left like this, a sex fiend who will properly ruin one of the 5 great clans, making it the 4 great clans, will be born. King reflected. Come to think of it, when my master was guiding me, didn't she apply that harmful radioactive substance to her fist while holding back tears? Thanks to that, her disciple was reborn as a proud righteous female expert like Thesa Broken Bar. I miss my master. A child's education should rightfully be done by the family. But that doesn't mean I should just watch that state because it's not my child and none of my business. It's an adult's duty to guide a lost child. So it was time for King to fulfill that duty as well. This little brat. Just you wait. King began to set up her mental nuclear armament like a dictator. Tonight's dinner was at Xiliang restaurant for a change. Xiliang restaurant always gave generous portions, so their treatment of beggars was really good. If you just give 10 coins and ask for a set meal, they'll give you a tray filled with the stir-fries they made in large quantities that day. In fact, business isn't great because the taste is a bit inferior among restaurants. Instead, they compete with quantity, so it's a middling restaurant that's not doing poorly either. Their alcohol generosity was especially good. Even if it's all sour spoiled alcohol, it can be used as a substitute for vinegar in cooking. The generosity of pouring spoiled alcohol into a bowl because it's spoiled is a virtue hard to see in businesses. But what's worrying is a broken bar. The flower beggar has come again. Flower beggar is what they call King at Xiliang restaurant. In fact, Xiliang restaurant isn't just being nice to King out of generosity. It's because when they bring food, she stuffed herself so deliciously, it's not an insult. Stuffed is the accurate expression, that quite a few customers come in, fascinated by that sight. Thanks to this, they wanted her to stay longer, so the amount of food they gave King was gradually increasing. King, not knowing the circumstances, just thought the hospitality was getting better because she was a regular customer. King knew nothing but the way of beggars. It's starting to get hot these days. Yes, it's completely spring during the day now. Well, shall I bring you a set meal again this time? Yes, please. Damn, I shouldn't get too close with them. But it was not because King wanted to, it was just that while she was pretending to be a beggar to avoid making connections in preparation for assassins, she ended up becoming familiar with other people. Should I stop coming here too now? A broken bar. Having these thoughts makes me feel a beat to broken bar. This makes me seem like those kind of people. For reference, in King's homeland, there were extremely introverted solo diners who would quietly stop visiting when the staff started recognizing them because it made them uncomfortable. To King, it seemed like an overreaction since you could just exchange a few greetings. It's not like you have to chat with the staff the whole time, but to each their own. Everyone has their own struggles and the size of those struggles differs. The server brought a tray with a mound of barley rice bran mixed steamed rice, various stir-fried vegetables, and a large bowl of alcohol. My goodness, they gave 2 bowls. King smiled. She was in the middle of heartily devouring her meal with some drinks when a broken bar. Crash, bang, clatter. There was a commotion inside the restaurant, followed by hurried footsteps approaching. Soon, customers rushed out urgently, some pale-faced and others with smiles on their lips. The former were people who were surprised, and the latter were those already accustomed to the common disturbances in Jianghu, happily thinking someone was trying to dine and dash. From inside the restaurant came the clang of blades clashing. King frowned deeply. What kind of people are fighting with blades in a cheap restaurant where you don't even need to spend a silver sissy to eat your fill? Not a fancy inn, tea house, or specialty restaurant. I'm so curious. Let's quickly go and watch. King crept stealthily into the restaurant. The stealth technique King learned from the demonic cult, Black Shadow Stealth, was a whopping red-grade technique. It was a skill that even the server crouching behind the long table under the single seats could hardly detect. What's going on here? Wallah, you startled me. It's the flower beggar? Ahem. Why are you here again? Don't embarrass yourself and stay outside. The server, whose tone only becomes dignified when speaking to King, let his original accent slip out for a moment due to surprise. Watching fights is the most fun, isn't it? Fights are one thing, but what would we understand watching Murim masters fight? It's only fun to watch thugs fighting on the street. He meant that only low-level fights are fun to watch. King nodded in agreement. To me, thugs or these guys are all the same. So anyway, what's going on? They're human hunters. Something about a bounty. Oh my, everything's getting destroyed. Destroyed, you hear? What do we do? The server stomped his feet anxiously. Somehow, things seem to be falling into place. King first peeked out her eyes from behind the long table with a closed bottom to survey the situation. It was a 9 versus 4 fight. But in terms of realm, the 4 were higher. Still, it wasn't exactly an example of how absolute realm is in Murim from this fight. There's no match for numbers, so the 4 were surrounded and sweating profusely. Even masters need to be at least the peak realm to overturn numbers. If the strongest was late stage first rate or early stage first rate and the rest were second rate, the side with more numbers had the advantage. Which side is that kid coughing up blood on? The 4? The 9? Originally, there were 11. The servant must have been watching intently despite saying it was dangerous, as he pointed with a finger, showing a pair of knees under an overturned table. Oh my, it's a fight to the death then. No wonder they were fighting so hard. With 2 already dead on the 11's side, they had no choice but to go all out. If the 4 had shown an overwhelming performance, it might be different, but they were constantly on the defensive. And even beasts don't hold back when they have the advantage. Soon the 4 would die, and they might take a few with them, but anyway, it was a victory for the side with more numbers. However, while the evil karma of the many was quite colorful, the 4 were people leaning towards righteous karma. Among them, the one who seemed to be the leader, the strong one, had as much as 13 points. I'm going to use some chopsticks. Huh? What for? I was going to go out and clean up after the fight ended. But a broken bar. King stood up abruptly and crossed her arms in front of her chest, with chopsticks somehow fitted between each finger joint. It was a meaningless preparatory motion. She just tried to imitate what Tang Nana did. She somehow manages to throw so many at once. King shook the chopsticks back onto the table, then grabbed them one by one and kept raising her arm to throw them. The chopsticks, actually faster than arrows, stuck firmly into soft bellies, necks, and the backs of hands. With various screams of ugh, arg, gag spreading, the four didn't miss the opportunity and launched a joint attack technique. 3 of them were perfectly in sync, but one much younger one seemed to be out of step and on the outside, making it a somewhat disappointing joint attack technique. How could it be a fight when a peak transcending master who could take down even transcendent realm masters was throwing limb-piercing chopsticks? Wait, stop, spare that one. One chopstick flew and hit the sword of a late-stage first-rate master with a tang. And then the situation was over. It was a total annihilation of the 11's side, except for the 2 King deliberately spared because their evil karma was in the double digits. The strongest among the 4 bowed politely to King. Thank you for your help, Senior. I am Chogaxon of the King Martial Hall, and though I'm embarrassed to say it, I'm known in Jianghu as the virtuous Gale of King. I'm just a passing beggar. In Xiliang restaurant, I'm called the flower beggar. Chogaxon's expression became subtle. He couldn't tell if she was mocking him or just didn't want to reveal her identity because she had something covering her face. At any rate, since you can't tell a woman's age just by her voice, Chogaxon thought that despite her strange appearance, she must be a senior in Jianghu. There's more than just 1 or 2 eccentric people in Jianghu, after all. But, what's going on? Why are you fighting in someone else's business? How will you deal with all this damage? Can't you see the server uncle crying in sorrow? Oh my, a broken bar sniff. How can we deal with all these a broken bar? I haven't even paid off my debt to the owner yet. A broken bar. You don't deserve to be a server if you don't have this much tact. The server pretended to wail loudly, lying on the table and making crying noises. Surely expert practitioners wouldn't harm innocent civilians and then ignore it, right? Oh, of course not. Here, it's not much, but please accept these a broken bar. As Chogaxon took out silver sissies, King added, it really isn't much. I was going to take out more. My hands are small, so I can't hold many at once. A broken bar. To King's eyes, it was a sufficiently large man's hand, so along with this unconvincing excuse, quite a pile of silver sissies accumulated in front. Only then did King nod with a satisfied expression and ask, so, what's going on? These are my brothers, we're wandering Jianghu doing good deeds. Because of that, though it's embarrassing, people in Jianghu have given us the excessive title of the Virtuous Quartet of King. Virtuous Quartet of King? Why does that sound familiar? You've heard of us too, Senior. Haha, how embarrassing. A broken bar. Chogaxon scratched the back of his head with a smug face. Shouldn't it be the Virtuous Trio of King? It feels like there should be 3. Why is that so? Is it because it reminds me of the wonders of the ancient world that don't exist yet? So, what's going on? No, how many times do I have to ask? Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, we were chasing a vicious wanted criminal, but these guys insisted on taking the wanted poster to look at it themselves. When we sternly admonished them that they couldn't do that, these unrighteous bastards drew their swords. A broken bar. Of course, we should hear the opinion of the 11's side on this. Judging by the resentful looks of the 2 still alive, it seemed they had something to say. If you're so resentful, you should have lived righteously. As King turned her gaze away, the 2 drooped their heads dejectedly. A wanted poster. Could I take a look at it too? Yes, Senior. Please wait a moment. The Virtuous Quartet of King busily searched the corpses, then soon found and held out a folded piece of paper. When King unfolded it, there was a woman drawn in a realistic style unsuited to Chinese painting, who seemed to be beautiful but not quite. Unfortunately, wanted posters only work for faces with some distinctive features. It's difficult to depict just a beautiful person even with modern production methods from King's homeland. Black Store wanted worldwide, Anyang of the Jin prefectures and clan. This criminal is widely wanted for torturing and brutally murdering an innocent merchant before fleeing. 500 yuan for a part that can confirm death. 10,000 yuan if delivered alive. 2,000 yuan deducted for each missing limb. Characteristics: realm estimated to be transcendent, beauty comparable to the greatest beauty under heaven. Tall, but not reaching 6 Kai. However, has a large build with a thick body and much flesh. What is this? Do I look like a pig or something? Originally, when a woman with large breasts wears thick cotton clothes, it stretches out to the largest circumference like a single piece, making the body look particularly large. This is why large breasts are disliked in Central Plains beauty standards, because they ruin one's figure by making clothes look unattractive and fat. At any rate, after confirming the wanted poster, King felt relieved. What the heck? How can they find me with this? At that time, their virtuous quartet of King were also looking at the wanted poster. The human hunters gang had torn off more than one wanted poster. It was common practice for human hunters to tear off wanted posters to monopolize them and hinder competitors. The virtuous quartet of King looked at King with a subtle expression. Estimated transcendent realm. Covered face, tall, large build with a thick body and much flesh. Moreover, not only King's breasts but also her hips greatly exceeded the average, so wearing thick clothes made her body look very thick in a straight line. Senior? What? Perhaps, never mind. Chogakusen quickly changed his words. Asking a woman with a covered face to show her face was a rudeness that could lead to bloodshed even if it seemed strange. King felt a pang of realization when she saw another wanted poster in Chogakusen's hand. They can recognize me with this? Is it because of the height? But do I really look like a pig? By the way, why am I getting so angry? What's wrong with looking a bit thick? No matter how much she tried to think like that, somehow her insides kept boiling and wouldn't calm down at all. Wow, I'm really pissed off. Which bastard made a wanted poster like this? Due to the chilling aura leaking from King, Chogakusen swallowed hard and spoke with a trembling voice. A mere broken bar, senior? Right. I know what you're thinking, but I'm actually slim, you know? Here, look at this. King grabbed the hem of her clothes at her waist and rolled it up tightly. As her monstrous strength rolled up the fabric at her waist almost to vacuum pack levels, her width was reduced to about half. What an amazing I couldn't tell because you were wearing such thick clothes. It's because of the clothes, right? Yes, winter clothes are all like that, aren't they? I am truly ashamed. I apologize. Chogakusen, having completely dispelled his doubts at the good sight, showed his crown along with his disciples. Perhaps because of this, King's anger also melted away. What can you do when they apologize so sincerely? The black market is held separately in each administrative city, with 2 places in the vast Sichuan land opening in the east-west or north-south, while 1 place opens in each province. Within the city, it changes location every 5 days or so it wouldn't be far off to call it an irregular 5-day night market. Anyway, black-clad people suddenly swarmed into the black markets of Fujian province and its neighbors, Guangdong province, Jiangxi province, and Zhejiang province. Among them, there wasn't a single low-level person, and even many invulnerable monsters whose bodies weren't harmed by blades swarmed. This is the UN clan of the Jin Prefecture's event. We're only punishing the unrighteous who dared to threaten our clan head. Guests should leave with their weapons held above their heads with both hands. We're only punishing the black market. Innocent guests should leave. Since Sun Yangyang wasn't a fool, there was no reason to unnecessarily create enmity by cutting down even customers. Therefore, she specifically targeted only the black market and merchants with a justification. Merchants wouldn't have brought weapons with all their luggage, and if some did, well, they were lucky. Then the scared martial artists who used blades, commonly called blade path practitioners, shouted, "What about those who practice fist techniques? You useless fools! Why do you stupidly, foolishly, and stubbornly just swing your arms and legs when there are good weapons? You are idiots who need to test whether your arm or a sword gets cut when they clash." Those who practice fist techniques should raise both hands and keep shouting the names of the fist techniques you've learned. Then techniques with animal names like fierce tiger pounce and crane descends from waterfall rang out loudly. Then this time, ordinary civilians who just came to look around shouted, "Oh my, noble being, I am not a martial artist." TSK. Then shout your place of origin and name. The UN clan's blade will avoid you then. "I am Wang Junaiyong from Sihung, Guangdong Province. I am Wang Junaiyong from Sihang, Guangdong Province. I am Wang Junaiyong from Sihang, Guangdong Province. Thanks to this, amidst the clanging of blades and screams, the sound of animals stupidly shouting names rose high, and with untimely self-introductions added on top, it became a complete pandemonium. Through the burning black market, a sickly woman who didn't fit in moved with careful steps. As Onion Young burst into the central office of the black market like this, the Guangdong Black Store branch manager exclaimed in shock. Wasn't the Jin Prefecture's unclan destroyed a broken bar? My, what a hurtful thing to say. I am the Jin Prefecture's unclan. Oh my, is this my wanted poster? Let's see how prettily they've drawn me. Onion Young picked up the wanted poster. Onion Young's expression, which always had a faint smile, became similar to King's face when hearing difficult words. Someone watching might say it was an expression that made question marks pop up all over. Oh, our broken bar? Who on earth is this? Isn't that bitch Onion Young? This is supposed to be Onion Young? But who could this be? 6K broken bar? Xinpa, do I look that big to you? Then, poof, a snow-white hand shot out through the branch manager's chest. In the hand that was dripping rather than stained with blood, a human heart was neatly placed. Soon, the branch manager, whose heart was taken, collapsed, and Xinpa threw the heart to Onion Young while sneering. Hang. Looks like the bitch who acted so smart got properly fooled. Just look at you. It's obvious it's an imposter. Anyone can impersonate a ruined clan, right? Ah, my material. Onion Young clumsily caught the heart flying in a parabola, barely managing to grab it, and put it in the pouch at her waist with a troubled smile. How dare they impersonate me? They must be quite bold. A beauty comparable to the greatest beauty under heaven. Could it be one of the 5 flowers of the Central Plains? Unless the Black Store bastards' eyes are crossed, they wouldn't have caused this fuss without recognizing one of the 5 flowers of the Central Plains. That's true. A broken bar. Then who could it be? Broken bar. At that moment, someone flashed through her mind. Onion Young's eyes curved prettily with a tinge of longing. Kinga isn't that much of a beauty, thought for broken bar. What are you saying? My, eavesdropping on my soliloquy. You really have a nasty personality, don't you? At this, the white hand which snorted. Hearing this from the nastiest bitch under heaven truly makes me feel dirty. HMPH. What will you do now? The Black Store people were just deceived. Shall we withdraw now? We've wronged the Black Store bastards. We've thoroughly crushed them without knowing they were deceived. What? Oh my, hic, Xinpa, what kind of, hee joke, hee this time? Ha! Enters Kaya her broken bar. Onion Young couldn't hold back and burst into loud laughter, bending at the waist. After laughing heartily for a while, Onion Young wiped away tears and barely managed to continue speaking while rubbing her stomach that hurt from laughing too much. That was the funniest joke Xinpa has ever made. Then, does Xinpa feel sorry every time you swat a mosquito or fly? Ah. Shall we build a shrine to commemorate vermin together, so that Xinpa can feel at ease? At this, Xinpa's expression soured. Oh my, our dear flower beggar. Why are you giving me all these a broken bar? I knew from the moment I first saw you that you had an extraordinary face. With 20 years of server experience, I could tell right away. It was a truly server-like line to talk about someone's face when they had never even seen it uncovered. The server who had been strict, solemn, and serious changed. Of course, it was partly because he lacked the courage to act like an adult when he knew she was a Murim master, but mostly because he was grateful to the benefactor who had protected his precious shop. Surprisingly, a server is closer to a business partner than an employee. In fact, in the hierarchy of the restaurant, it goes owner, manager, server, then cook. Of course, this can vary depending on years of experience and the shop. But a server with 20 years of experience can be considered a co-owner. Don't give too much, just slowly give the exact difference. Generosity is good once or twice, but if it continues, a benefactor can become an enemy. Not saying don't give meant she intended to keep coming. The server's expression was simply delighted. The compensation given by the virtuous quartet of King was already more than enough to cover the broken furniture and the money customers had dined and dashed on. On top of that, they told him to take the money and weapons collected from the corpses and sell them. So if you calculate it, several months' worth of income came in one day. Oh my, that is such a sad thing to say, flower beggar. You are a lifelong benefactor of Xiliang restaurant. Even while saying this, he inwardly admired her, fully agreeing with King's words. The server's eyes began to fill with respect, full of wisdom in her words, and while being an incredible Murim Supreme Master, practicing the way of non-possession with nothing to her name, and then to mingle so freely with a lowly server, she is truly a righteous expert that only appears in storybooks. He thought it was a delusion that if someone heard, they would say it was as unbelievable as the sound of a dog eating grass. But little do people know that dogs do, in fact, eat grass. Usually, they eat it with a crisp sound as a digestive aid, and some unusual ones just like the taste of grass. Just as the sound of a dog eating grass exists for the owner of a grass-eating dog, King was a proper female expert of Murim to the grateful server. Look at that majestic way of eating. Could this be the heroic spirit of Xiangju when he charged in on a short horse and slaughtered Han's 10,000 soldiers? Furthermore, seeing as how she drinks strong alcohol like water, she truly lacks nothing as a great hero of these plains under the heavens. Moreover, her exposed chin and mouth are so beautiful, it's clear that the face behind the veil isn't hiding ugliness but must be that of a peerless beauty. She's acting like a beggar, and even eating like a beggar, but still maintains her dignity. The server, thoroughly affected by the eyes of one who views a benefactor, evaluated King's meal, or rather, her skill of stuffing food into her mouth and devouring it like a pig, in this way. This is why they say human sentiment is frightening. Jiang Inchai, the Black Store Association leader, who had skimmed through the report detailing the damage, messed up his hair vigorously. It wouldn't relieve his anger anyway, and it would only mess up his own hair, so it was a useless action. It just showed how shitty his mood was. Guangdong, Jiangxi, Fujian, Zhejiang. Almost all of the Yangtze is gone. The Jin Prefecture's unclan's warriors, which were supposed to be destroyed, suddenly appeared and drove out customers and killed merchants. Yangtze is an old term for the southeastern region of the Central Plains. It was also called Jiangdong. The northwestern region of the Central Plains was also called Yangtze, so it had two names to avoid confusion. For reference, the Yangtze in the northwest is also called Xiliang. The Black Store branches in every city were also destroyed. I know. I've already heard that. What should we do now? Wouldn't it be better to cancel the bounty now? Are you joking? If we back down now, how lightly will everyone take the Black Store? So that's how you want to play it, huh? Raise the bounty to 20,000 guan, dead or alive. A Broken Bar Association leader, it's Yonga. At that moment, a subordinate interrupted. What is it? Come in. Leader, this. The subordinate approached respectfully, placed a scroll on the desk, and retreated. What's this? Well, a box was delivered for you from Fujian Broken Bar. The method of sending letters or items to the Black Store Association leader was simple. If you give it to any Black Store branch, fence, butcher, loan shark, or related person addressed to Black Store Association leader, it would be delivered properly. Of course, you should keep in mind that whether it's a letter or a box, subordinates open and check it before delivering. The box from Fujian was also opened by subordinates to check if there was anything dangerous inside. There was a terribly horrific thing inside. A dog's body with a human head sewn on, and a letter placed in its mouth. The head belonged to the Fujian Black Store branch manager, Yuga Broken Bar. Just hearing about it is horrifying enough. The subordinate who actually opened the box immediately fainted and is still having nightmares. Jiang Incha unrolled the letter. 8-Ito the Dear Black Store Association leader, I apologize for harming the dog you cherish, so as a token of apology, I've attached the body of the bitch I was raising and returned it to you. By the way, the name of the bitch I was raising was Jiang Inchai, so you've gained an ugly head of Jiang Inchai. What should we do with this? Should we boil and eat it? That was just a joke. It's a stray dog without an owner. Looking at the wanted poster, it seems the person you're looking for isn't me, so I'm writing this letter. I've attached my portrait on the next page. Regarding the reliability of the portrait, you can check with the inspection officers of the Murim Alliance, or you could check with the residents who used to live near the UN clan's estate. Please take proper action after verifying. P.S. Since you put a 10,000 yuan bounty on an innocent woman, you'll accept this much damage with an open heart, right? An Yenyang, clan head of the not yet destroyed Jin prefecture's Unklana, and on the back page, there was a well-drawn portrait of a beautiful woman with height, 5 Kai 4 Kun 1 Fen written on it. This dog like a broken bar. Jiang and Chai crumpled up the letter and threw it. At the same time, goosebumps rose all over his body. How does she know my name? And what does she mean by the not yet destroyed Jin prefecture's unclan? It was a warning that she knew everything about his identity and what he was saying, along with the sentence about boiling and eating the head. Cancel the bounty, association leader. Damn it. It wasn't An Yenyang. From the start, it was another woman selling out the Jin prefecture's unclan and impersonating them. Damn it. I can't believe we didn't know this and had stirred up a hornet's nest for nothing. He had messed up badly, the mother of all mess-ups if you will. The only fortunate thing in this misfortune was that the letter didn't say you're dead now, so wash your neck clean and wait. In other words, it meant she would let it go if he withdrew the bounty. What kind of woman is she? It's 20,000 yuan if we catch her. How do we find her? Weren't the others with her also imposters? You mean Jagor Lihaon and Tang Nana? Those two are definitely themselves. Their faces are already widely known a broken bar. We can't touch the 5 noble clans, and there was another woman with them, right? Did you put people on her? Where did she go now? Well, after that, she went to the Dabi Mountains with her companions, took back the slave they were looking for, and returned to Zumadian. After parting ways with the 5 noble clans' young masters, she settled in the Seal family trading company in Zigui County, Hubei province, with the slave and an ironsmith called Old Man Ban. Seal family trading company? What kind of place is it? It's a trading company established by Seal Ganem. Are you joking now? Of course it's established by Seal Ganem if it's called Seal Family Trading Company. What kind of person did you put on this that they couldn't even find out the owner's name and just called him Seal Ganem 1? A broken bar. I'll take care of it. Anyway, it's a trading company that deals with various things, but its scale doesn't even reach that of a city. An innocent victim was about to be created. So it's a hole in the wall shop. If she's settled there, it should be easy to find out. However, since she visited the Divine Maiden sect afterwards, she might be a woman with connections to the Divine Maiden sect. What Divine Maiden sect? What's with everyone flocking together? Damn, of course they flock together. That's how those orthodox faction bastards are. Jiang and Chai banged on the desk loudly. What will you do? If we back down here, we'll really become the laughingstock of the world. Don't you know it's over if we're seen as a joke in this business? Announce a temporary withdrawal of the bounty, find out the bitch's identity first, then put up a bounty twice as high again. Seal Family Trading Company. Use as much gold as needed to bribe them, or send people, and bring that woman who's supposed to be her companion before me. Seal Family Trading Company, Zigui County. It seems to be a trading company set up in a thatched house in some countryside village I've never heard of, but if the Black Store gets involved, how dare such a trivial hole in the wall shop defy us? Jiang and Chai's eyes blazed with anger. After seeing the wanted poster, King felt relieved. So she drank plenty of alcohol, ate even more free food, and when her stomach was full for the first time in a while, she looked like someone might ask how many months pregnant she was. She looked like one of those competitive eaters from her homeland, whose existence she couldn't understand. One of King's favorite things to do is to eat until her stomach is about to burst and then lie down immediately. A master who has undergone overhaul rebirth can do this. Because the esophagus is strong, unless you're hit or poisoned, there's no reflux, so you don't get indigestion just from eating and lying down. If asked to pick the best thing about overhaul rebirth, this was one of the advantages King could proudly mention. The other two were not being afraid of periods and not getting sweaty between the breasts, thus making up the top 3. Not gaining weight no matter how much she ate was the case even before overhaul rebirth, so it seemed to just be her constitution. At any rate, for once, food filled her up to her chin. The server, impressed by her heroic demeanor, kept filling the table endlessly, allowing her to enjoy as much as she wanted, until King finally declared defeat, saying she had reached her limit. Thanks to this, her expanded stomach was screaming to stop pushing in more, and it was perfect to lie down and enjoy that sensation. So that's what King did. The only person in the world who could stop King's unsightly behavior was her beloved master, Murim. In other words, even when she wasn't pretending to be a beggar like now after leaving the Divine Maiden sect, there was no one to stop this pitiful beast who would just lie down after eating. Even before overhaul rebirth, King would lie on her left side because of indigestion. Lying down on a straw mat like that, wearing thick warm cotton clothes, it was truly paradise. Soon, a silky dream came. How much time had passed? Nuna, beggar Nuna. What a broken bar. It's me, Murim June. You come here broken bar if you came, then go a broken bar. King waved her hand, drunk with sleep. Then I'll wait here broken bar. Okay. Stay right there and wait a broken bar. King caught the dream that was about to fly away again. Sleeping is good. But this state of being drunk with sleep, with the whole body languidly relaxed and the body warmly raised in temperature, is also a truly happy time. How much time had passed? At any rate, since it was a nap, her mind naturally cleared as time passed. Since she slept during the day and trained at night, even though it was the middle of the night, this was indeed a daytime nap. If Ximenzuran knew, she would be torn between praising her for training regularly and lamenting how her disciples' behavior was becoming more pathetic day by day. King sat up, put her hand inside her face veil to rub her eyes, and asked, Murim clan kiddo, how long has it been? Just a moment. The Mna broken bar. King, half awake, knew there was a motionless presence nearby. But knowing that sweet dreams and a quickly clearing mind were coming, she just told that presence to wait a bit and left it alone. Murim June looked at the moon, raised his fingers and wiggled them as if measuring its position, then answered brightly, I came about a shishan ago. A shishan is 2 hours. Feeling sorry, King blamed the innocent kid for no reason. Why did you foolishly wait for a whole shishan? You told me to stay put and wait a broken bar, and thus, it seems he had been standing still waiting without any sense. No, what? I was just going to lie down for a bit. You should have made yourself comfortable. King scratched the back of her head. She had just been lying down lazily. But how had so much time passed already? They say enjoyable time passes quickly, the so-called theory of relativity. But was it always this fast? You should have just woken me up. But you were sleeping a broken bar. I wasn't sleeping. I was just lying down. Then, now can I? Stop the sexual harassment. Stop the sexual violence. King said firmly, showing her palm. This was a miraculous solution from King's homeland that stopped the other person's bad behavior and simultaneously made the delinquent shed tears of repentance, reform, suddenly realize the joy of friendship, help each other study hard, and solve all problems at once. It was devised by the great officials of the Korean people. And among such miraculous and great products was also a mysterious object called a laughing bell that made people burst into laughter with happiness when rung. Damn, I haven't finished organizing the gender equality education yet. I thought he'd come a few days later, not suddenly in the middle of the night. When was the last time I heard this? It was 5 years ago, before I left for Jianghu. What I remember is a broken bar. Thinking back, I know what attitudes I shouldn't take, like not treating the audience as sex offenders. First, I'll return this to you, and the breast talk ends here. Understand? Yes, a broken bar. How should I put these a broken bar? It's not very childlike to accept it without throwing a tantrum here, isn't it? He seems to listen well, and come sit here. Your big bro will tell you some awesome stories. You were a big bro? Big bro can also mean someone older. Broken bar. Murim June sat down on the ground with a thud. First, let's do a diagnosis. Well, Hasn't anyone taught you what you should and shouldn't say to others? Is the basic education of the 5 noble clans lacking? What do they teach in the clan? Even Tang Nana knows what she shouldn't say. She knows, but she just does whatever she wants, and if it becomes a problem, she gets through it with an excellent apology. Come to think of it, this kid at least asked. Tang Nana just groped in secret. It appears there was a real sex offender elsewhere. Martial arts. And then Murim Jun made an expression as if asking if there was anything else to learn besides swordsmanship. How old are you, kid? 9 years old. And you haven't learned anything besides swordsmanship? Yes. They say I'm the hope of the clan. They say I just need to work hard on martial arts. And martial arts are fun. Seeing him fly away with King Kong during the day, it was a skill unbelievable for a 9-year-old. He must be a martial arts genius, or a martial arts prodigy or something, but still, they should teach him some basic common sense. This was King's thought, who was likely to be ranked first as the person with the least common sense under the heavens, about the adults of Jianghu. But well, it wasn't strange. In King's homeland too, weren't there many parents who didn't care about their child's usual behavior as long as their grades were good? Thinking they'll get better as they grow older. If grades could solve everything, how could they get better just by growing older? They were like parents smiling at their child's report card, not knowing they were preparing to be abandoned in old age. Alright. First, listen. In the world, there's something called chastity, a broken bar. King conducted her version of Chinese-style gender equality education. King wasn't so ignorant as to suddenly teach complete gender equality in the Central Plains. However, she fully agreed with Ximenzuran's radical ideas, which were radical only in the Central Plains but common sense by modern standards. The primitive, ancient, uncivilized Chinese level was exactly like this. If a woman showed her bare feet, it was like losing her chastity, so it was grounds for divorce and okay to beat her and drive her out. Beyond China, the West wasn't different given the time period. Murim Jun's expression, which was curious at first about what she was saying, gradually turned into a tearful face. A broken bar, so if it wasn't me with my broad mind, our little one would have done something so bad in the world that he'd have nothing to say even if he was killed with a sword. Understand? Then, did I do something wrong? A broken bar? Yes. If you did something wrong, what should you do? These a broken bar. The child fumbled and held out the gold sissy that had been returned earlier with his tiny hand. Look at that hand. It's like a quarter of mine. 4 of them would match mine perfectly. My goodness. But cute is cute, and wrong is wrong. King, as a sensible adult, had a duty to teach that there are opponents in the world where cuteness doesn't work. Thwack! It was a crisp sound like bamboo swords clashing. Ow! Naturally, Murim Jun grabbed his head and rolled on the ground. Shaolin monks don't need to learn useless supreme techniques like the 72 Shaolin fist hearts to enlighten evildoers, saying they'll guide them. To reform evildoers, Ximenzuran's radioactive fist bombing technique is enough. So this unprecedented technique should be widely spread in Murim. It hurts. A broken bar. Murim Jun had large teardrops hanging from his eyes. If you did something wrong, you should apologize first. Offering gold comes after that. Understand? Yes, a broken bar, but Beganuna, am I not bleeding? It was exactly the reaction someone else had made. I know that pain. King held back her laughter and admonished him. Stop rubbing it since you're not bleeding, and remember that pain. My heart hurt like that too. How dare you call a stranger a dirty prostitute? Well, I was dirty because I'm a beggar. But still, why a prostitute? Do you know what prostitute means when you use it? Someone who does anything if you give them money. A broken bar. BZZT. Wrong. Ignorance is not an excuse. Don't try to understand on your own. You should have checked with an adult first. Yes, a broken bar. Then, Beganuna is an adult, right? He was asking to be told. Of course. There's no adult as great as me. In the world, there are good words and bad words. A broken bar. King conducted her version of education suitable for a 9-year-old child. It was childish content like don't say bad words, it hurts the listener's feelings. However, it was also precious education that no one had given Murim Jun, but should have. It wasn't that the Murim clan people were ill-mannered. A genius who was certain to become the greatest under heaven in the future had appeared in the family, so they were excited about teaching martial arts which he absorbed so well, and took turns acting as teachers all day long. They wanted to be able to say I taught the greatest under heaven later and clear their throats proudly. Thanks to this, thinking someone else will teach common sense, by everyone including you and me, this disaster occurred. A broken bar, so you shouldn't use such words. But adults already use them freely. King was momentarily at a loss for words. So that's why they talk about mirrors and such. Of course, the clan members probably talked freely because they didn't know the child was eavesdropping. Is that secret passage the problem? Still, adults already know their bad words when they use them. Then isn't that doing bad things? Yes, that's right. Instead, if problems arise because of it, they take full responsibility themselves. Yes, the child was too young to be told about personal responsibility. King had never thought so carefully since coming to Jianghu. So if Ximenzuran had seen this, she would have praised her for already becoming an excellent teacher. They're bad adults. So, does our little one want to be a bad adult too? Will you become a bad adult with them? A broken bar, I don't want to. Right. Good boy. King patted Murongjun's head. It would have been better if her hand wasn't dirty. The crown of his head is a bit swollen. Did I hit him a bit too hard? But, you know, a broken bar. Yes. What about breasts? A broken bar. But the kid has a persistent side. However, his next words were pitiful. Then is there no way for me at all? I can't do it because I don't have a mother. And I don't have a wife because I'm not married. If it's bad to do it to other people, broken bar. Sadly, that's right. That's unfair. A broken bar. It was a pitiful thing to say, but those words were right. But how should I explain this? I can't spout nonsense like you, rich young master born with the best silver spoon in the Central Plains. How dare you complain about your blessings? Don't you have any mother at all? Damn it, why am I talking like this? It keeps coming out wrong. No other mothers? In a rich family, aren't there usually several mothers? Right, a wet nurse. Don't you have a wet nurse? Well, she became my aunt. A broken bar. Did the wet nurse and uncle fall for each other? King thought simply, but the reality was a bit more complicated. A wet nurse was roughly in the position of an honorary wife, so she wasn't a servant but just not registered in the family tree, and was practically family. Neither King nor Murongjun knew, but there existed a great victory, a pure love that overcame everyone's opposition when a man took his brother's honorary wife as his main wife. However, only Murongjun, who had no mother and now had his wet nurse taken away, became a bit pitiful. I'm sorry. There's no other way. You'll have to get married quickly, I guess. Yes. Butte. A broken bar. Murongjun looked at King. King made a troubled expression behind her face veil. Oh dear. I really don't know why kids like me so much. This is why they have cute aspects. I'll tell you in advance, I have no intention of getting married. No matter how much you look at me like that, I won't make a marriage agreement. I don't want to marry Beganuna either. King's eye twitched. What's this? Didn't you just look at me with eyes that said what about you? No changing your words because you're suddenly embarrassed. Okay. Well, I was going to ask if marrying for breasts would be doing something bad to the other person. A broken bar. When you teach one, they learn 10. Or so they say. You've had a very good thought, little one. The little pervert in the making has now become Jianghu's #1 eligible bachelor. King wiped her hand on Murongjun's hair again. It's still swollen. I hope no one comes chasing after me later asking who hit him. A broken bar. The child made a clear laughing sound, pleased. He's a child. But I should question what needs to be questioned. But you said you don't want to marry me? How dare you? But Beganuna wears a face veil. People who wear face veils do so because they have faces that might upset others if seen. A broken bar. Who said such a thing? Is this another eavesdropped story? Father said so. Broken bar. There was someone wearing a face veil before, and when I asked why that person covered their face, he answered. He said they're covering their face for others, so we shouldn't point fingers or try to peek carelessly. I see. You know well. This is why you should listen to everything. Given how people in the Central Plains perceive those wearing face veils, and since the conclusion was excellent, the father spoke correctly. King, who just covered her face because it was bothersome, is a special case. It wasn't like there were absolutely zero people in the Central Plains who use it for that purpose, but there was no need to emphasize the unusual minority. Suddenly, King's mouth curved into a mischievous smile. So, you don't want to marry ugly me? Come to think of it, I might be willing to marry our little one now. Want to think about it one more time? Number. I'm going to marry a pretty woman. Isn't personality more important than looks? You are broken bar then. I want to marry a woman who's both pretty and kind-hearted. Not Beganuna. The child answered after thinking for a moment. It was truly a clever answer. Ah, when a rich young master says this, I have nothing to say. All right. So you're going to marry a woman who's both pretty and kind-hearted? Think carefully. This is your last chance. If you reject me this time, I'll be so hurt that I'll never marry you. My broken bar. I'm sorry. The child bowed his waist while sitting. Seeing that, it seems he's been well educated. Really? Then there's nothing I can do. I don't want to marry you either. Even if you cry and cling to me later, it won't work. I don't think that will happen. A broken bar. It's over now. Completely over. Eternal friends, understand? Don't expect more than friendship from me. Got it? Huh? We're friends? Murim Jun's expression changed to one of happiness. At this, King's expression also became pleased. Yes. Want to be secret friends with Nuna? Number. I want to be just friends, not secret friends. You keep having these firm moments. A broken bar. Then, since we're friends, you can call me Ajahn 1. Then Beganuna broken bar. I'll give you special permission to call me Flower Beganuna. Huh? Flower Begara broken bar? Murim Jun looked at King's face veil with an awkward expression. By the way, about this brat. Why does he take a crooked path every time he's about to be cute? Why, I'm a flower beggar because I'm a flower-like beggar. Got a problem with that? But you're far too broken bar. Hey, peonies are flowers and lotuses are flowers too, right? Are they not flowers because they're big? But those two are pretty. A broken bar. You really speak your mind, don't you? Fine, you're so great. All right, now go, flower beggar. No, Beganuna is going to sleep. Well, then, pumpkin flower. No, pumpkin flowers are pretty when you look at them. So how about just pumpkin, or bitter melon or cucumber? Murim Jun rolled on the ground again, not realizing his expensive silk clothes were getting covered in dirt. According to King's personal theory, kids are of the earth element anyway. They originally live by eating dirt, so it's okay for them to roll around a bit. It was much weaker than before, not strong enough to dare attach the almighty name nuclear, so it was just a regular head flick. Third rate, but getting hit in the same spot again hurts much more viciously. After rolling around for a while, this time Murim Jun seemed to feel wronged, and threw a gaze full of betrayal with eyes hanging large teardrops. I told you bad words aren't allowed. But Beganuna also said my father was right. People who cover their faces. Enough. Would you feel good if I called you a bedwetter? Are you really telling me you've never wet the bed? Not even once until now? Enough. Beganuna is sleeping. King then lay down completely. At this, Murim Jun stood still, just rubbing his crown slightly. Beganuna. Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep here? Our house. No, not our house. How about sleeping at Sohwa sect? No one could deny that the child was kind at heart. King answered while lying down. You have to think about the people at Sohwa sect too. They won't like it if you bring a beggar, right? Alright. It's late at night, don't wander around alone. Wait, what? What time is it now? King lay on her back and looked at the sky. Judging by the position of the clear moon shining faintly, it was about the end of the ox hour to the beginning of the tiger hour, which translates to about 3 a.m. in modern terms, when people's sensitivity is at its fullest and they cannot help but send the famed 3 a.m. vibes messages. I superscript 1 Yashas. No, What's a precious young master doing wandering around in the middle of the night? It's dangerous. Ah, I'm not alone. I came with Warrior Green who guards me. Warrior Green? Suddenly hearing a phlegmy sound, she looked and saw a black-clad person looking this way from under the shadow of that wall. Though his realm was unknown as he seemed to be hiding his aura, other information showed his evil karma was in the early 200s. What? I didn't notice him at all. But wait, what the heck? Isn't he a bad guy? King became sharply alert. At that, Gardnock waved his hand as if to reassure her, and King was unsure but suddenly remembered Gramps. Right, there could be people like Gramps too. The child is opinionated and persistent, but he listens well and is cute too. Murim Jun seemed like he would have made a fortune as the nation's little brother, a top visual child actor if he had come out in modern times. Wait, then does that mean he heard all the gender equality education I gave too? Why did he just leave it alone? Did he think it was content Ajin needed to hear? Well, I guess a sensible adult wouldn't ever stop such a beneficial lecture. But he wouldn't tattle about how I gave such loving strikes, right? The strikes that I had to endure, the heartbreak of even daring to lay a hand on such an adorable kid. Warrior Green hurt his throat before, they say. Your family will be worried. It's late, so go home quickly. You might not need sleep, but Warrior Green must be sleepy. Warrior Green is always awake at night. During the day, Warrior White guards me. You always have an escape route. A broken bar, King muttered, lying spread-eagled. She was already fully awake and clear-headed. Forcing herself to sleep here would just result in a short nap and a headache when she woke up. There's nothing to do at night anyway, so I should just do some martial arts training. I'm going to train now, so if you're done with your business, go home and sleep. Sleeping at night makes you grow tall and such. Hasn't Beganuna slept too much? What, kid? When I was young, sleeping only 1.5 sessions a day was a child's virtue. They said if you sleep more than that, you can't become a great person. That 3 hours sleep 5 hours fail. Shit. Which fucker said such things again? For reference, 3 hours sleep 5 hours fail was a bad practice in the Korean people's harsh college entrance exam culture, meaning you pass if you sleep 3 hours and fail if you sleep 5. Ah, my father said that too. He said 2 sessions of sleep is enough, so if you can't sleep, there's no need to force it, and if you're bored, you should at least train. So that's why you're wandering around now. A broken bar. It was hard to tell whether this father was strict or not. But since the child didn't show any hesitation when mentioning his father, he must be a father who gives plenty of unconditional love. Then, train with me. I'm stronger than the clan's warriors. This body doesn't cross swords with mere first rates. How about coming back after you've improved a bit more? But it's good to improve together. A broken bar. King let out a laugh mixed with a snort. Alright, let's train. Training is what's left. A broken bar. Murim Jun's father's words that 2 sessions of sleep is enough are roughly true. First, masters who have achieved overhaul rebirth can manage with 2 sessions a day, and those who possess supreme techniques excellent at relieving mental fatigue were like that. King fit both categories, but she just liked sleeping, so she slept a lot for a master. Anyway, King's daily routine remained the same. She lazed around during the day, ate a hearty dinner, immediately lay down hugging her full belly to enjoy a post-meal nap, and when she came to her senses, she swung her sword in the middle of the night. With high probability, Murim Jun would appear at night and spar with her while keeping her company, and with low probability, Murim Jun would also appear during the day and annoy her by disturbing her sleep. What is it? I need to sleep. You said 1.5 sessions is enough for broken bar. I'm making up for not sleeping then. By the way, is that person someone you know? King pointed to a man on one side who was glaring at her as if she were his mortal enemy. Ah, that's Warrior White. But why is he glaring at me like that? Did I do something wrong? It's not that. I told Warrior White he should apologize for calling Beganuna a dirty prostitute, and now he's like that. I'm sorry, our warrior is a bad adult. I'll apologize instead. Oh my, how sweet. Yes. Grow up just like this. The future of the Orthodox Murim is bright. King patted Murim Jun's head. At this, White warrior put his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. What's he going to do? Draw it? When King threw him a mocking sneer as if to show off, his expression changed as if he had bitten into a bug. Warrior Green with high evil karma was occasionally spotted and would bow politely when their eyes met, but this bastard leaning towards righteous karma was a completely ill-mannered scoundrel, saying things you shouldn't say to a child, this guy. So sometimes when the kid appeared during the day, she deliberately kept him company to tease Warrior White. Time flew by like that again. Originally, if there's nothing special and it's not particularly hard while the daily routine is regular, time passes quickly. However, as you get older, you become accustomed to the ways of the world and special events gradually decrease, which is why time passes quickly for adults. As spring starts to bloom, clothes become hot. It's hot during the day and cool at night, so King, who was strong against the cold due to harsh training, tore open the seams and took out all the cotton. She could treat it roughly since it was clothes she was going to throw away anyway. Beganuna, did you lose weight? Suddenly, it was because the clothes were thick. But where are you looking? Is the little pervert in the making reviving? Ah, I'm sorry. It was just surprising a broken bar. Isn't it heavy? It is heavy. But don't look so openly. Others will gossip. Glance, glance. Pretend not to look and glance. Thanks to Tang Nana, King had become able to properly distinguish lewd gazes. It wasn't Tang Nana's damp and desire-filled gaze, but truly just a child's curiosity sparkling. Either way, curiosity doesn't last long, and in reality, after a few days, Murim Jun quickly lost interest and stopped glancing. However, other bastards were a bit of a problem. Even with your face covered, your figure is nice. Well, if it's an unsightly face, covering it is enough. Where's your brothel? Ah, would you come this way? Brothel refers to a nail warehouse. It means a place where you quickly nail in and then pull out, like hammering nails, showing how Central Plains people are quite good at wordplay. Warrior White's words that all female beggars are dirty prostitutes were words that shouldn't be said to a child, but if you ask whether it's true or false, it did fall under the category of truth. Lying on the street and glancing, you can't see the face anyway because it's covered. But the lines the body draws, wow, my goodness. How can this be? How can it be like that? So a man's lustful heart and other things can't help but rise. King, who had moved to an inconspicuous place in a back alley, nuclear bombed the crown of the man who was already untying his waistband. Whack! At the moment of impact, there was almost an illusion of his head being crushed into a concave shape. It was the ultimate secret technique of Ximenzurin style complete destruction head flick, the staff of God, containing the meaning of punishment rather than admonishment. Where are you going in broad daylight, you perfectly fine bastard? I'm dying. I hit you so you wouldn't die, so come to your senses. This is what happens when you get frisky carelessly. Got it? You crazy beggar bitch. Do you want to die? Hup, your martial arts are quite strong. You should have said something in advance here. Broken bar. The stone that was in King's hand turned into finely ground powder and scattered lightly. The man who was about to shout angrily became docile. Now, you've learned a great life lesson that if you try to play with your dick anywhere, you might really become a dick, right? Leave the tuition fee. Yes, teacher. I'll leave it here. Good boy. After taking out the cotton like that, King, who had knocked down 3 walking sticks just on that day, thought, this should be enough for rumors to spread about a violent female beggar, right? They won't bother me anymore, right? King's thinking was short-sighted. There was no way such rumors would spread. How could a man say he got beaten by a beggar, and a female beggar at that, and even paid a hefty tuition fee before running away? Rather, the opposite rumor spread. What? You said you made a fortune today? Why don't you have any money? You said you'd treat us. Are you changing your words? No. Well, I gave some charity to that female beggar over there. Female beggar? You're talking nonsense. Isn't 21 enough? You say you were robbed of 1 silver sissy? Did you get beaten and robbed? No, that's not it. Yeah, she was so good. I was moved and gave her a bit. That good? Should I go too? Yeah. You should definitely go too. It's something you really have to experience once in your life. I really almost went to paradise. No, I briefly visited paradise, I tell you. This was because the men whose money had suddenly disappeared avoided interrogation with roughly similar flows, along with the childish psychology that they couldn't be the only ones to suffer. And so, 10 days later, in mid-April when flowers were in full bloom and spring was brilliant, the money King had earned just from tuition fees filled her travel bag with silver sissies and coins. What's wrong with this neighborhood? Are they in heat? Don't rumors spread? Or do they want to get beaten? Should I quit pretending to be a beggar since even the black store is quiet? King grumbled after creating a large hill on another guy's head. By the way, maybe because it's spring, everyone's coming out to bask in the sun. It's really crowded with people. King lazily lay down and watched people. Suddenly, feeling a sense of incongruity, King tilted her head. Were there always this many women in this city? Meanwhile, there was another person burning with anger besides the black store leader. These parasites who only suck the blood of civilians, who should be hiding quietly under rocks to avoid being seen. How dare they put a bounty on my disciple? I should have exterminated them and wiped out their seed long ago. Blue flames shot up from Ximenzuran's eyes. This is not a metaphorical expression. It was an actual eruption of inner chi, and because it was the color of the setting sun from the Zuxiang heart cleanse mirror, it flickered like flames. It was the master's anger after hearing the circumstances. Moreover, it was even more so because her disciple had done absolutely nothing wrong, not even a speck. She was a disciple who raided an unorthodox faction and tracked down and dealt with slave traders to help one innocent old man. While she could be scolded for being careless and reckless in her behavior, it was truly a righteous deed that would make her name widely known as a female martial artist and chivalrous hero. She was a disciple who deserved praise 100 times over. But what? 10,000 guan of gold? Although her disciple had cleverly hidden her name, it would eventually be revealed anyway. Ximenzuran rose from her seat. It's been a while since I've seen Zhou Hai Enriang's face. Zhou Hai Enriang is the Grand Patriarch of the Black Dragon Zhou clan, one of the 9 great clans, no, the 8 great clans after the Jin Prefecture clan was destroyed and its only successor defected. He was more famous by his name as the current Murim Alliance leader. Originally, she wasn't going to participate in the Murim conference. It was her disciple who should shine in that place, not Ximenzuran herself, so she had intended to avoid it on purpose. Ximenzuran, Sortie. There was an important agenda for this Murim conference. A vacancy had occurred in the 10 great clans with the Jin Prefecture clan dropping out. The Jin Prefecture clan had been destroyed, or more precisely, it had been burned from within by a defector. Murong Chengyai, the clan leader of the Murong clan, muttered. Anyang, that child wasn't the type to do such a thing. Anyang was originally betrothed in the womb between the Yuan clan and the Murong clan, so when she was little, she came to Kulining every summer for vacation. Azf tmashethzi circumflex apostrophe ethetn. The little Anyang that Murong Chengyai had seen was a sickly and weak-hearted crybaby, but he hadn't seen her since the Jin Prefecture clan suddenly and unilaterally broke off the engagement. He only occasionally heard rumors that she was doing well as a Murim Alliance patroller. What on earth happened to make her like that? However, it would have been quite chilling if the marriage arrangement hadn't been broken off. It might not have been the Jin Prefecture clan that was destroyed, who knows? Maybe the child harbored resentment after experiencing something after the broken engagement. She was a timid child who trembled in fear at the sight of any beast or bird, even cute animals like martins or squirrels that normal girls would find adorable. It was incomprehensible how such a child could harbor resentment and annihilate her clan. Anyway, since hearing that news, he couldn't help but become sensitive about his children's marriages. So he had to react sensitively to the news brought by Guard White. Clan leader, these days the young master is associating with a beggar. Moreover, there are bizarre rumors that she's a terrible harlot. What should we do about this? Is it only during the day? Guard Green doesn't stop him at all at night, so they're on the verge of developing feelings seeing each other every night. We must immediately capture that bitch, no, that woman. Beat her, sternly scold her for her advances, and drive her away. However, The story written by Gard Green in sign language was contradictory to this. Eildorf. Her behavior appears to be that of a beggar. Her words are reasonable and logical, and she seems to be a wise woman. Moreover, in dealing with the young master, she treats him only with the attitude of an older sister, and the young master also follows her as an older sister, so it's nonsensical slander to discuss matters between men and women. Furthermore, her martial arts are powerful, with at least late-stage peak realm capabilities, so she teaches the young master every night, and the young master has shown great achievement recently. In fact, Guard White was frustrated because he couldn't find fault with everything being crooked. The words of Guard Green, who was taciturn, because he was mute and earnest, and who volunteered for the arduous night guard duty, were much more believable. But both testimonies ultimately pointed to a beggar. With the clan's prestige, how could the direct legitimate heir associate with a female beggar, not even a member of the Beggars' Union? Moreover, Guard Green was single, and Guard White had 2 wives. Guard Green didn't understand matters between men and women, so he didn't know the principle of sisters becoming ladies and ladies becoming wives. Just recently, Murim had his son's wet nurse snatched away by his younger brother. After pondering what to do, Murim decided to hear the story from the person himself. Of course, from the son's side, not the beggar's. Juna, I hear you've been associating with an unusual friend lately. Ah, you mean beggar sister? He was already at a loss for words. If she's a beggar, she's a beggar, and if she's a sister, she's a sister. But what on earth is a beggar sister? How can the word sister even follow beggar? Moreover, these words were coming from the mouth of the direct descendant of the great Murim clan. Yes. How did you come to know this acquaintance? She's not an acquaintance, she's a friend. It's already progressed to friends, he says. Murim expression became even more serious. You know, father, before, Warrior White said something, that female beggars are all dirty. Why did you stop? Beggar sister said we shouldn't use bad words, so it's a bad word. She said we should be especially careful in front of our parents. I'll specially allow it just this once. So? He said all female beggars are dirty horse. A broken bar. That bastard Guard White. Her broken bar. A vein popped out on Murim forehead. It is a bad word, right? A broken bar? Yes. You shouldn't use such words carelessly. Not just in front of your father, but when talking to anyone, using such words only degrades your dignity, so you shouldn't use such terms. Ah, beggar sister said that too. She said using bad words is like shouting that I'm a bad person, so it's better not to use them at all. Murim expression softened a bit. Guard Green's written message said her words were reasonable and logical, and she seemed to be a wise woman. As expected, Guard Green is more trustworthy. And did you learn anything else? Ah, and a broken bar. Murim excitedly recounted King's gender equality education to his father. Although it seemed too favorable to women in Murim's ears, it was a valid education about proper behavior, speech, and mindset. Since a woman taught it, it was favorable to women, and even then, it was virtues that men should rightfully uphold, so there was no problem. It's just that everyone knows but doesn't follow. What do you think, father? Is it all correct? Beggar sister said that when I hear unfamiliar stories, I shouldn't try to understand them alone but should check with adults. A broken bar. Excellent. Everything you said is correct. Murim smiled broadly and opened his arms. Excited, Murim jumped into his father's embrace. But Murim's heart was not excited. Rather, it felt like a heavy boulder was tied to it. Hearing the story about trying to bite breasts from a beggar woman with a gold sissy made him feel like he was falling from a 1,000-foot cliff. Moreover, when I hear unfamiliar stories, he says, everyone was excited about teaching martial arts to the youngest son born with the heavenly martial body. Not a single person until now had taught him these obvious principles of human conduct that should naturally be followed. Even Murim was the same, thinking it was so obvious that he would naturally know, or that he would understand when he grew up. Come to think of it, how could one understand without being taught? Usually, the mother should step in to admonish, but wife, Why did you leave so early? A broken bar. I looked down on her because she was a beggar woman, but it turns out she was my son's benefactor. I was taught to regard everyone I meet in the world as a teacher, but I've become thick-headed and acted like this. I should immediately call that woman and express great gratitude. A broken bar and right. Beggar's sister asked me to marry her. What? How dare she so? How did you answer? I said I don't like women who cover their faces. Father, you said so, didn't you? That women who cover their faces do so because they're horrible to look at. A broken bar. Yes, I did say that. Phew. Well done. You did well. Murim Chengi. I was greatly thankful for his own teaching that he couldn't even remember. Now I see she wasn't the child's benefactor but a schemer with a black heart. It was a ploy to seduce an innocent child and try to change her fate. Juna, father is saying this just in case, but marriage is a major family matter. So you absolutely must not decide on your own. And especially not with that beggar woman. Absolutely not. It can't happen even if dirt enters this father's eyes. I said I didn't want to either. So beggar sister said she would absolutely never marry me no matter what happens. What? How dare me? A beggar speak such nonsense. Hearing that made him angry in a different way. Father? It's nothing. Forget it. She said she wouldn't marry you. Can you tell me in detail? After hearing the circumstances, it was a bit ambiguous. Was this a seductive ploy, or just a sister teasing her little brother? It's something that can only be judged by knowing a person's gaze, gestures, and tone of voice, so it can't be known just from hearing about it. Then there was only one way. It's something you'd know if you talked to her directly. Peng Disan was having the worst time of his life. Even if he left the clan, women would just swarm around him annoyingly, so he just shut himself in and trained every day. He even had an achievement and entered the late-stage peak realm. However, Peng Disan did not stop training, because, previously, hey, little brother, I thought you looked at women like stones, but my, TSK, what is it, elder sister? I saw, this, you sly dog. Peng Koryo poked Peng Disan's side repeatedly. For reference, Peng Koryo has never had the concept of controlling her strength, so it's extremely painful. Along with the pain in his side and the blatantly annoying slimy attitude, Peng Disan's voice lowered a notch. What did you see? That girl, Kinga. She was pretty, wasn't she? Peng Koryo said this with a sly smile. Peng Disan was dumbfounded. Why that name suddenly? Do you mean Miss Xaman King? Yes. That Xaman King. A friend, right? A friend, right? A friend, right? That Jade Kylan's friend. Girlfriend. Female friend. Lady friend. To Peng Disan, Peng Koryo was more than a sister but less than a mother. Peng Koryo was the sister who raised Peng Disan on her back. This wasn't a metaphor but a plain fact. Peng Disan suppressed his irritation with that affection. Elder sister, I'm really getting annoyed. Can't you stop? But you need to step up your game. She's about to reach Transcendent Realm soon. Since she underwent overhaul rebirth, should I say she's already gone there and come back once? Hey, where are you going? A broken bar. I'm going to do wall-facing meditation. Don't misunderstand. I'm doing this because I feel like I'll really get annoyed if you keep smirking about that woman reaching Transcendent Realm. O.K.I.got.it.good.luck.my.little.brother. And Peng Koryo's expression he saw was so annoying that he felt like kicking away even the grace of being raised by her. And then, oops. Once their unavoidable companion comes to the Peng clan of Hebei, it's literally impossible to avoid. So he had to escape before that, but he forgot because he was too immersed in training, and so, currently. Look at that, young master. The spring flowers have bloomed so beautifully. The azaleas blooming among the phlox are truly a rare sight, the finishing touch. Just like Miss Murong. Young master. Look. It's a deer. A broken bar. You damn Jade Kylan. A broken bar. It was the golden sun sword flower Murong Jui, reporting on every single thing she saw. And the grinding teeth sound, was Jo Hyung, the heir of the Black Dragon Jo clan. He was trying to flatter and make advances to the sword flower, but he was being treated almost like a non-existent person. Every time he was ignored, He ground his teeth while looking at Bengdisn, hostile towards another man just to gain a woman's favor. Jo Hyung was a really generous and good brother when among men. He'd be an even better brother if he didn't keep urging to go to brothels, but he had the strange habit of suddenly treating all men like enemies when a woman joined the group. Anyway, women would just leave for a more handsome man when they meet one. But friendship isn't like that, so if he had asked for help instead, I would have tried my best to help somehow. Besides that, Jo Hyung's younger sister Jo Yeon was busy pretending not to look while stealing glances. If Jo Yeon's eyes met his, Murong Jui would show her displeasure with a cold attitude and ruin the atmosphere, so his neck was sore from looking out the window to the left. This is why women are absolutely detestable. The only man present was in that state, and he missed the beast sage Tobiri and the troublemaker Hwang Bo Hyung to the point of wishing they were here instead. Yes, if only that sword lunatic were here instead. It would be better to hear that bastard's half-sword talk. This is unbearable. Brother Chenbin, you're the only number. Come to think of it, with two women present, Brother Chenbin would just pretend to be mute. Bengdisn let out a deep sigh. It was truly the worst time. The only consolation was that they would arrive in Zangwon City tomorrow and meet up with the Murong clan members. Anyway, a small city's martial arts hall isn't big enough to accommodate 3 groups of 5 great clans members. Moreover, it's not right for one martial arts hall to take all the precious guests, so they'll inevitably have to stay separately by clan. Then both the Murong clan and Jo clan could be separated. Ah, young master. Look over there. Isn't the shape of that cloud strange? It's like something. Anyway, it's strange. If I had to compare it to something, maybe a snake? A rope? To find uniqueness even in such ordinary forms, as expected. Sword Flowers Observation Skills A Superscript 1 SA Cubed Idiaresis 1/4 Register Date tilde apostrophe A Cedilla inverted question mark SA. Ah, young master. Look at those people passing by. Could they be lovers? Ah, I wish I could stroll on a spring day like that with a lover too. Isn't there anyone? A broken bar. You damn Jade Kylin. A broken bar. Jade Kylin very slowly, firmly pressed down and brushed his bangs. Murong Chengyai went for a night walk with his son. However, at the place where the female beggar was supposed to be, there were just 2 layers of straw mats spread out. Ah, she must have gone to train first. It's this way. And then he headed towards an empty lot that was secluded and rarely visited by people, which he called a training ground. And that's when Murong Chengyai finally saw King. Oh my, a broken bar. Murong Chengyai let out a sigh. How could Murong Chengyai, who was ranked among the 10 great masters under heaven, fail to see through a mere face veil? Under the moonlight, a peerless beauty was absorbed in a sword dance, a rare sight that no beauty under heaven could capture. Honestly, his flirty daughter keeps saying she's the best among the 5 flowers of the Central Plains whenever she gets the chance, but this completely ruins that. Moreover, while the sword dance was familiar, drawing the forms of the common maiden sword, the subtleties contained within changed moment by moment, showing she could freely handle sword imagery. The subtleties of slowness and heaviness were admirable, but unfortunately, the subtleties of swiftness and illusion fell short. However, she had mastered 2 of the 4 subtleties of swordsmanship. Among the transcendent realm, there were plenty of useless fellows who couldn't even properly handle one subtlety like the golden mean. They say Jianghu is vast, but how could such a talent be hiding in beggar's clothing? However, when it came to sunset-colored true chi burning through the night, even Murong Chengyai was reminded of a certain person. At Murong Chengyai's presence, King turned her head. She had known the kid had come long ago, but only now noticed Murong Chengyai, who had deliberately hidden his presence. Kid, if you've come, you should greet first. Why just clear your throat? Ah, are you Ajin's father? Yes. I came out because it seems my son has been causing trouble. By the way, that's a familiar true chi. Could it be the Zuxiang Heart Cleanse Mirror, the divine technique of the Divine Maiden sect? If he's Ajin's father, he must be the Murong clan leader. However, to King, he was more her friend's father than the Murong clan leader, so she was very polite. Yes, I learned from Master Ximen Zurin. However, due to circumstances, I didn't officially join the Divine Maiden sect. So I'm Ximen King, an outer disciple of the Divine Maiden sect. Senior Ximen Zurins. At the same time, Murong Chengyai ground his teeth inwardly. That bastard guard white. Her eyes are overflowing with pure spiritual energy to the point of spilling over, yet he talks about beggars. How can a guard with crossed eyes properly protect my son in the harsh Jianghu? Of course, guard white, who lacks the ability to see through the face veil, might feel wronged. And in front of guard white, King was just lying sprawled out scratching her belly, not displaying the beauty etiquette of Ximen Zuran style. But why are you in such a state? As far as I know, female mad no, Grand Matron Senior wouldn't allow such an appearance. This girl had unavoidable circumstances that led to this decision. Could you please keep this a secret? A broken bar? For a moment, the beauty's dignity cracked and a mischievous aspect peeked through, making Murong Chengyai laugh softly with the feeling of seeing his daughter. All right, you know how Senior's personality is. You must have your own reasons for hiding your identity, and this old man has needlessly made you reveal it. Not at all. As the father of a friend, what father in the world would just watch when told his son is associating with a beggar? Rather, I should tell you that the deception is beautiful. With her manners and attitude so proper, isn't she truly a splendid female hero of Jianghu? Murong Chengyai smiled contentedly. In fact, since the face completes the clothing, to Murong Chengyai who could see through the face veil, there was a certain charm even in the beggar-like clothing. Indeed, from what I see, your achievement is no ordinary thing. Looking at your limbs, it seems you've achieved overhaul rebirth, but unfortunately, you haven't crossed the barrier yet. Yes, to be honest, this girl had some careless complacency. But I'm keenly feeling how high that barrier is. Since you've already glimpsed beyond it, you'll reach it soon. By the way, how old are you? I've just reached the age of beauty in my prime years. King brazenly lied through her teeth, saying I'm 20 years old. If her master asked, King could lay down not just an iron plate but a diamond plate. Prime years is a term used exclusively for women, referring to an age around 20. In King's homeland, many people completely misunderstood it to mean unknown age. Oh my! Signora Broken Bar. Murong Chengyai swallowed his admiration. They said the old monster female mad dog had grown old and lost her energy with no news in Jianghu, but to think she was raising such a monster. Come to think of it, I've heard something like this before. Didn't the Mount Hua sect leader give the ridiculous title of Divine Sword to a disciple about female mad dog's age, and was accused of going senile? Seeing it in person, it was an achievement worthy of the title. Moreover, she's just barely 20 years old. With an achievement of peaking beyond the barrier and achieving overhaul rebirth, she was not only destined to be the future zenith among women, but also a heavenly talent who could compete for the title of greatest under heaven with his son who had the heavenly martial body. Indeed, she's a blessing to the orthodox faction. Ajahn, you've made a very good friend. To you as well. Though my son is lacking, I entrust him to your care. What are you saying? Your son is already a magnificent young man, so there's no need for worry. Right. You said you have circumstances, so I didn't see you tonight. But if your schedule is to go to the Murim conference, my family members are staying at Sohuman, so feel free to come anytime if you want to go together. Murong Chengyai took out a small wooden box from his bosom, opened it, and pulled out a guest token to hand to King. Of course, it was a special token, and moreover, a special token with the clan leader's name. With this, 4 of the 5 great clans' unlimited free pass tokens were gathered in one person. Except for the Jagul clan who hadn't given a guest token yet, she had 1 clan leader's guest token, 2 heirs' guest tokens, and King was also a benefactor at the Tang clan. I've thoughtlessly intruded on friends hanging out together. I'll be on my way now. Please be careful on the dark night road. Alright. You be careful too. Murong Chengyai left for Sohuman with a completely lightened heart. But then a thought quietly arose. By the way, if she's an outer disciple, isn't marriage possible? If 2 heavenly talents marry, wouldn't their child be born as the greatest of all time, surpassing even the Supreme Celestial Martial Emperor Senior? This kid he should have accepted when offered marriage. Although having female Mad Dog as an in-law is frightening. And following the Black Store leader and Ximen Zurin, yet another person burning with anger. How dare those Black Store bastards? Choi Leong frowned deeply. Suspicious guys tried to bribe with gold sissies and Ion Po he while digging for information. But the Seal Family Trading Company is the Hubai branch of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, constantly guarded by elite warriors dispatched from the Divine Cult's Covert Operations Division. The guys who attempted bribery spilled the truth under the principles of the 5 elements: fire, water, thorns and clubs, iron tongs, earth, revealing that the Black Store bastards were behind it. However, Choi Leong wasn't such a peerless master that he could single-handedly raid the Black Store and slaughter them all. But instead, he knew a group that would get angry together. Hey, young cult friend. Yes, Elder. I'm sorry, but could you deliver this to the Divine Cult's secret pavilion? It's a very urgent matter, so please make it top priority. Though his words were polite, it was actually just an order. And with top priority, it meant a grueling schedule where messengers had to relay it desperately in a relay race to quickly reach the cult's leadership. If there was one consolation, it might be that since the Divine Cult advanced into the Central Plains and took over Jiaquan City beyond Jiayaguan and Gansu Province and established a secret pavilion estate, they didn't have to cross the terrible desert. The Zigui contact point only needs to deliver it to the next city anyway, so there's no need to worry about the desert. Understood. I'll deliver it with top priority. And so, Choi Leong's letter raced towards the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult's secret pavilion. The Peng clan of Hebei arrived in Zhangwen City around lunchtime and unpacked at the Zhangwen Taoist Temple. Although the Zhangwen Taoist Temple was only ranked 5th in Zhangwen City, it was in accordance with clan leader Peng Xian's principle that Taoists should naturally stay at Taoist temples. Thanks to this, only the angry Zhangwen Taoist temple leader was busy excitedly welcoming the important guests. This allowed the beloved disciple Zhang to show his face at the Dragon Phoenix Assembly gathering of the Murim conference. Of course, after the introduction, building personal relationships was entirely up to Zhang disciple, Buta Broken Bar. After roughly unpacking, or more precisely, after finishing giving instructions with just her fingers, Peng Koryo teased her younger brother, giggling like the hooligans in the marketplace. Loosen up your expression. You'll get wrinkles between your eyebrows. What if my brother's beauty is ruined? It's not just your problem, it's a loss for the entire Murim world. Next time, I'll tell father to find 3 marriage candidates and put them in the same carriage with you, sister. He'll surely welcome it, saying a man must compete. So your words are indeed right. But shouldn't there be 2 to be fair? We should include a woman too. You mean a woman who emanates killing intent towards you whenever she makes eye contact with a man? I'm sorry. It must have been very difficult. Peng Koryo apologized readily, shuddering. After that, the usual things guests should do followed. Exchanging pleasantries. Having lunch together. After eating, drinking tea and exchanging more pleasantries. Meanwhile, Peng clan leader Peng Xian's title was Taoist gentleman, because he was very generous in imparting teachings to other orthodox Taoist sects. When Peng Xian said he wanted to see the Zhangwen Taoist temple's skills, they were so honored they were on the verge of shedding tears of gratitude as if they had seen the emperor. In fact, Peng Xian wanted to be called the Tao King, like the Sword King Namgung Daero, the clan leader of the Namgung clan whom he considered a rival. But he gave up because he couldn't dare use king in his title so close to Beijing. Normally, Peng Dison would have also gone to the training ground with his father to train together. But due to the great fatigue from traveling, especially the overwhelming mental fatigue, he just went to his room and quietly fell into meditation while circulating his qi. After some time had passed, a servant came looking for Peng Dison, saying there was a guest looking for him outside, asking what to do. I'm tired now, so please decline. Well, a broken bar. The servant hesitated and said, it's someone I can't dare to stop, so they're already here. Just then, as if on cue, a man with dark skin appeared. Ha ha, right. Don't blame him too much, he couldn't help it. So, Why are you cooped up in this room on such a nice spring day? Jo Hyung. It was Jo Hak, the heir of the Black Dragon Jo clan. Come on, don't be so stuffy, let's go out. Just this morning you were grinding your teeth so much. Do you still have teeth left? Ha ha. I'm sorry, but don't dwell too much on past events. Is it the first time I've acted like that? Jo Hyung, please be more mindful. You completely lose your senses whenever you see a woman. What can I do when there's no sense left to be mindful of? Isn't it the sad fate of a man for all his senses to be focused solely on flowers? Bang Dison let out a deep sigh. This was exactly who Jo Hak was. All the men in the Dragon Phoenix Assembly evaluated Jo Hak as a true man they want to emulate when there were no women in the group. Or they called him that woman crazy bastard. Somehow hearing this gossip, Jo Hak laughed heartily and brushed it off, saying, "Yes, I'm Jo Hak, a crazy bastard who'd give his life for women," showing his broad-mindedness. I superscript 1 ya a circumflex eth as ed circumflex tma tilde a superscript 1 inverted exclamation mark. But he was the very person who had been grinding his teeth and emanating killing intent towards Peng Dison for 10 days straight. Come on, let's go. Going to a brothel right after unpacking, what on earth will people think? What will they think? They'll just say the bee is going to the flowers. But this time, it's not that. You mean you're not saying we should go to a brothel? Peng Dison asked back with a surprised expression. It was because this man was not the type to avoid brothels, rather than a drunkard quitting alcohol. Right. Actually, I heard something interesting. It's never actually been interesting, not even once. No, listen. You'll find this interesting too, Brother Peng. There's a unique female beggar in this city, a broken bar. It's already not interesting. Please go back. Peng Dison cut him off flatly. No, just listen. I don't want to hear it. Why don't you keep it to yourself and share it when Brother Chenbin comes? Brother Chenbin turns into a stone statue when women are involved, even though he talks like he's the greatest flower-admiring young master under heaven. It would be nice if we could combine the two of you and split it in half. Ha ha. Then wouldn't that be completely my loss? 3 furrows appeared between Peng Dison's eyebrows. Where was I in the story? Jo Hyung. Please come to your senses. I can understand high-class courtesans, but a female beggar? Surely you're talking about those who sold their bodies. Right, you're right, brother. I was talking about the female beggar. Just listen. Peng Dison pressed his forehead firmly. Why don't people listen when someone speaks? Perhaps, did I actually not speak? There's this female beggar who covers her face. Good heavens, she even covers her face? But they say her body's figure is amazing. They say she's a living hourglass figure. Isn't it interesting already? Her face is ugly but her body is that of a beauty. It's not interesting at all. Peng Dison cut him off again. Of course, it didn't get through at all. Right. It's interesting, but they say this female beggar's night skills are so excellent. They say it's like going to paradise. You believe that? Isn't it not much different from what Brother Chenbin always says? No, don't be surprised. They say the female beggar tells them to pay as much as they enjoyed, and the least amount is 1 silver sissy, with many men paying 10 or 20 sissies, and someone even paid 4 gold sissies. At this, Peng Dison's eyebrows twitched. A broken bar indeed, that is a bit surprising. Men usually change their minds after finishing their business. You're saying they willingly paid that much? Even in brothels, there are quite a few men who try to avoid paying and get beaten up, but they willingly paid that much money to a mere female beggar? That's why they say it's like going to paradise. It seems she started her business when it got warm after rolling around in the cold, and in just half a month, half the men in the city have tasted paradise, they say. Peng Dison's expression soured. How can that be, broken bar? That's why it's even more surprising. They say it takes less than half a quarter of an hour to finish the deed, so she receives 100 customers a day. Half a quarter of an hour. How can they be so satisfied and offer gold and silver in such a short moment? Peng Dison's expression soured even more. If someone had seen it, they would have been surprised that a sour expression could become even sourer. Jo Hyung, you have a strong stomach. Isn't it disgusting? Isn't she a whore rolling in the gutter? No, the gutter would probably be cleaner than her. Don't worry. They say not a single person has gotten sick in the past 2 months. That's not the issue. If it's not disease, what's there to hesitate about? It's not like she's a woman to take as a wife. Anyway, let's go. I'm not going. Bang Dison cut him off flatly. No, no. Just listen. I don't want to hear it. Why don't you keep it to yourself and share it when Brother Chenbin comes? Brother Chenbin turns into a stone statue when women are involved, even though he talks like he's the greatest flower-admiring young master under heaven. It would be nice if we could combine the two of you and split it in half. Ha ha. Then wouldn't that be completely my loss? Bang Dison let out a deep sigh. It was because he knew this man wouldn't listen even if he refused. In that case, we're just going to see that beggar and don't ask to go to a brothel afterward. Ha ha, that depends on the female beggar. If I'm satisfied after visiting paradise as rumored, would I still want to go to a brothel? You're not saying you absolutely won't do it. I can't lie, you know. Ha ha. In the end, Bang Dison, who was forcibly dragged out, had an expression as if he had bitten into a bug. Nevertheless, the wall of women who swarmed around, squealing "Oh my, how handsome!" How can even his frowning expression be so handsome? Were just busy blushing and gazing dreamily at the Jade Kylan's jade face. Jo Hyung. Even like this, do you really have to embrace that female beggar? All the women in the city, no, those annoying stalkers beyond the city will tell all of Central Plains that Jo Hyung slept with a beggar. A man shouldn't back down, and anyway, aren't I already the guy crazy about women? If I can experience paradisey broken bar. You're really crazy. Bang Dison shook his head. It was truly madness incarnate. If this wasn't called madness, what else could be called madness? And so, 2 men and hundreds of women swarmed across the main street. And finally, they arrived at the female beggar's dwelling. If you can call a spread straw mat a dwelling. As the two reached the sunny corner, hundreds of women surrounded them in a semicircle. If they spread a net of heaven and earth like this, no one would be able to escape. However, there were only 2 straw mats at the spot, and the place was empty. It seems she's not here. Should we wait? Or is she receiving a customer? Oh, from a narrow alley slightly to the side of the beggar's spot, a man came out rubbing his head with bloodshot eyes. The poor man was startled by the wall of women spread out as soon as he came out and didn't know what to do. Jo Hak grabbed the man. Hey, friend. It seems that female beggar has set up her brothel over there? Yes, that's right. Really? No way. Have you been crying? Jo Hak couldn't hide his admiration seeing the tear marks left on the man's face. How moved must you have been for a grown man to shed tears? So, how much did you pay? Well, 1 gold sissy, 7 silver sissies, and 32 copper coins a broken bar. My goodness. Judging by the odd units, it seems you gave all the money you had. Am I right? Yes, that's right, a broken bar. Good. Did it really feel like you went to paradise? The man felt like he wanted to die. His head was beaten, he gave all the money he had, and now he had become a man who slept with a beggar in front of all the women in the city. And then he couldn't let only himself suffer. Yes, I briefly saw my late grandfather, didn't I? I definitely went to paradise. Well then, I'll be going now. And then, unable to break through the wall of women, he slipped out sticking close to the wall. See that? It's certain. Enough. Why don't you go in and do your business? Come on, man. After finishing business, a woman has things to take care of too. Is it manly to just barge in? You're already doing things a man shouldn't do. Oh, there she comes out. Indeed, she's voluptuous. Her figure is completely different. What do you think? A broken bar. Hey, Brother Bang. Jade Kylin. A broken bar. Getting no answer, Jo Hak turned around and smiled mischievously. This friend is completely dumbstruck. Why, are you moved now that you've seen her with your own eyes? At that moment, Bang Dison strode forward. Then he firmly grabbed the female beggar's wrist and forcefully led her beyond the narrow alley. Where are you going? Brother Bang. You have to follow the order. Jo Hak, who was suddenly cut in line, smiled awkwardly. And then, no way. Jade Kylin. No. Come back. How can this be reality? A broken bar. Hey, snap out of it. Open your eyes. All sorts of screams, wails as heartbreaking as if tearing one's liver, and lamentations burst out at once. Some fainted and lost consciousness to the point of passing out, while some who were enraged immediately tried to rush into the alley. But, oh my young ladies, you mustn't dare interfere with a man's cloud and rain pleasure. My heart burns like fire to dare point a sword at you flower-like beauties, but I can't let you ruin my most beloved brother's first experience. With Johak blocking the narrow alley and unleashing his sword chi, what could they do? However, at the words cloud and rain pleasure and first experience, more women fainted again, and only terrible screams echoed as if tearing the sky in broad daylight. Meanwhile, King, who had returned after sending one guy away, was surprised. What's this wall of women? As if some jade Kylin had appeared. A broken bar. No, he really did appear? King pondered for a moment. Should she pretend to know him or not? The conclusion came quickly. There's nothing to gain by pretending to know him now. After that distribution, she'd just click her tongue with a blank face while pretending to be a beggar. She'd have to see him in human form at the Murim conference. As King was considering her escape angle, suddenly a broken bar, Bengdison, approaching urgently with large strides, grabbed her wrist and pulled. Ouch! What are you doing? Shut up and follow me. In fact, she could shake him off easily if she wanted to. Not just shake him off, she could even grab him and swing him around like a weapon. But rather than breaking through that wall of women guarding the Jade Kylin and escaping, it was more advantageous to take the alley first, so she obediently let herself be dragged along. However, that chatterbox was not obedient. Oh my, why are you doing this? No matter how urgent, you shouldn't do this. First, you should set the mood gently. It won't break even if you squeeze that hard. Suddenly feeling pressure squeezing the wrist, King said. The beautiful wrist of the white-hand demonic arts, which contends for first place among the 10 great demonic arts under heaven, is an indestructible vajra that wouldn't break even if hit with a hammer, let alone grip strength. Due to insufficient realm, it's not invulnerable, but extremely difficult to break. Ri grave fa tilde e circumflex z e degrees a cedilla inverted question mark th apostrophe. You, what on earth have you been doing? What's all this? King flinched. As a Pengdison expert, his friend's voice burst out in the highest danger level ultra-low frequency voice from the start, according to his mood-based vocal range classification. King tried to play it off. Did I get caught? You recognized me well. Wow, is this what they mean by having a good friend? Long time no see, San. Bengdison's eyes trembled violently. It was the most terrible form among all possible scenarios of meeting a female friend. Reuniting with Xaman King was the worst. Just what have you done? The man who just left a broken bar. Bengdison's voice trembled. If Peng Koryo had heard, she would have known it was a sign of an impending explosion of anger, but Peng Koryo was the highest authority who had raised Pengdison on her back, so how could King know? That guy? I don't know why there are so many guys like that these days. A perfectly fine guy tried to harass me in broad daylight, so I beat him up, extorted some money, and chased him away. What? Bengdison's expression suddenly twisted. Remembering the subtle expression of the harasser with evident tear marks, it meant that his words about seeing his grandfather in paradise and returning actually meant he was beaten and briefly fell into the yellow springs before coming back to life. The deep relief was short-lived, followed by anger erupting like an active volcano. You call that an explanation? What? Beat him up and extort money? For that bit of money, your face? No. Do you even have any intention of living with your head held high in the Central Plains? San, my friend, first calm down and beat a broken bar. Do I look like I can calm down? Do you know what all the men in the city are saying about you? A mere broken bar. There's a foul-tempered female beggar who beats you up if you touch her. They say there's a beggar prostitute who sleeps with 100 men a day as the city's specialty. Even though I just arrived around lunchtime today, I've already heard about it. What? King's expression also soured. These damn bastards. Which bastards spread such rumors? Who said such things? All the men in Zangwan. Damn it. King's insides boiled. What's this and that? All right, I was wrong. I was wrong. I should have just burst their heads with the delicious taste of the black slaying demonic palm instead of a head flick. This won't do. Which bastards are they? I'm going to cut their limbs into star shapes. The light in King's eyes gradually disappeared. Seeing King unable to hide her anger and instead raging, Bengdison's energy drained. Ha! Alright, I understand you didn't know either. What on earth were you doing pretending to be a beggar without picking up even one such story? No, I didn't hear anything. King spoke with an aggrieved voice. Of course, how could King, a woman and the person in question, hear stories circulating among men? A broken bar first, you should explain why you're in that beggar's appearance. This? Well, how this happened is a broken bar. King explained what happened in Zumadian. Old man sob. Unorthodox faction. Boom. Silkworm pupae nom nom. The strange choice of the human trafficker who chose to become a eunuch over receiving a gold sissy. And the 10,000 guan bounty. A broken bar. So I didn't want to cause trouble for anyone, and to avoid being seen, I was disguising myself as a beggar. Really? Should I say this is just like you? Hearing this, King had done nothing wrong. Moreover, the black spot originally deals with all sorts of poisons, drugs, stolen goods, slaves, and even human flesh, a collection of the worst scum. Well, it's fine. Anyway, only 3 people know my identity. No, including Asan, only 3, right? I've already got promises from 2 people. You'll keep it a secret, right, San? Anyway, the flower beggar of Zangwan would soon disappear even without that. The only people who know her identity are Ajahn and his father agreed to pretend he didn't see her, and she talked to Ajahn well, and he's a kid who listens exceptionally well, so there's no problem. The beggars' union treated her like they couldn't see each other after she mentioned Grandpa Nuguk's name, so they don't know anyway. So if she just leaves, it's over. The flower beggar will disappear from the world. With that body of yours, you think you can just disappear? What's wrong with my body? Are you asking because you don't know? Is there another woman among Jianghu women with that height and that vulgar big broken bar broad figure? Bengdison said, somehow avoiding eye contact. King burst out laughing. Why are you choosing your words? Why can't you say vulgar tits worth 3 demerits? A broken bar, you remembered that. And I didn't say such vulgar words as tits, damn it. Was that Seal Ganem? Just what kind of bastard? I'll withdraw the demerits, so please just forget it. No way, I'll never forget it for the rest of my life. And, people judge surprisingly by appearance. If I'm wearing beggar clothes, I'm a tall beggar, and if I'm wearing Divine Maiden sect uniform, I'm seen as a female martial artist of Jianghu. And well, what if I say I'm not? Bengdison was momentarily dumbfounded. Come to think of it, occasionally, very occasionally, she did say such wise things. That's when it happened. Wow. But how did you recognize me at a glance, even though I've undergone overhaul rebirth and my limb lengths have changed? Still, you should be careful. Rumors, if they want to be malicious, can attach anything. If such a terrible scandal spreads in the world, what on earth do you plan to do? Bengdison changed the subject. San, are you worried? Wow. Simon King is touched. A sea of tears of emotion. Don't worry. At times like that, I just need to reveal my face, right? Here, look. Da. Revealing your face won't change anything. Bengdison's words cut off abruptly. It was the fate of someone who faced King's harmful face up close without mental preparation. Just her bright smile like an innocent child, her eyes full of brilliant affection, her smile made of deep joy was so dazzling it hurt to look at. And the red lips drawing a mischievous arc. For some reason, in the world that suddenly turned gray, he couldn't take his eyes off that soul red color. But that was only for a moment. King didn't give him a chance to let his guard down. Look, I've become pretty, right? This is the power of overhaul rebirth. Overhaul rebirth is really good. I can't explain it in words. You can't understand unless you experience it. Someone still doesn't know, right? How could a mid-stage peak realm know about overhaul rebirth? How pitiful. That damn mouth. Bengdison's eyebrows twitched. Mid-stage? I'm late-stage peak realm now. Right. Are you coming to your senses now? See, When you look at my face, you can't see anything else, right? Bang Disn, who fully understood its power, cleared his throat out of pride rather than answering. Seeing this, King became triumphant. I did a proper job pretending to be a beggar because I had a plan. If I was ambiguously beggar-like, wouldn't everyone be suspicious? For a moment, King's righteous karma was deducted by 1 point. In fact, she had no plan. However, King, who didn't keep her status window open, didn't know. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Then, what do you plan to do now? The flower beggar will exit. Of course. I was planning to just laze around until the Murim conference. But that won't do now. After I bolt like this, I'll take a bath in the middle of the night. You hate dirty things, right? Please understand. It would be strange if a beggar was clean, right? It's fine. Bang Disn, who was usually very particular about cleanliness, unexpectedly gave a plain affirmation, contrary to expectations that he would be horrified. What's this? Is it a friend privilege? Has this Bang Disn finally realized the preciousness of friendship? Right. If I disappear like this, won't it be troublesome for you, San? You'll become the guy who slept with a beggar who receives 100 customers a day. Don't ever bring up that talk, even as a joke. It's something that should be hidden forever. Your voice is getting low again. How about this? Actually, the flower beggar was a great demonic adept hiding her identity, and San, the great expert of the Orthodox faction who recognized this, chased her away after a fierce bloody battle. Even King thought it was a very convincing story for something made up on the spot. It could explain the disappearance of the flower beggar and simultaneously raise Bang Disn's reputation, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then, I'll see you at the Murim conference. You're going to leave like this again? Of course. Becoming the guy who slept with a beggar doesn't seem so bad. No, rather it's good. Those annoying women following me will fall away, so isn't it a good opportunity? Moreover, never mind. Bang Disn swallowed his words. If it were to be exposed later, the 2 of them matching their stories might seem even more suspicious, so he couldn't do that just in case. But a man doesn't show off his good deeds. What? Why did you stop mid-sentence? There are 2 things that make people angry, and one is stopping mid-sentence. King looked at Bang Disn as if to show off. Bang Disn quietly waited for the rest of the words. Only after a long staring contest did Bang Disn realize he had been had. Forget it. Let's just go together and get an in-room. You can slip out after cleaning up completely. Why would a woman take a secret bath in the middle of the night? What if someone peeps? Oh, San, I'm about to be touched again. Enough. After you slip out, come to the Zangwen Taoist temple later. We have the same destination. So is there any reason to go separately? I'm sorry, but that's not possible. What? Why? Bang Disn's eyebrows twitched. King answered with a serious expression. As a swordsman, I cannot endure the humiliation of staying at a half-sword sect. Puke. Suddenly, Bang Disn burst out laughing. Though he was clearly trying to hold it in, his face turned red as he struggled to hold back the wind trying to escape. Why don't you just laugh if it's funny? Do you feel like you lose if you laugh? I'm not a broken bar laughing a broken bar. You are broken bar a broken bar. Puke. Bang Disn suddenly made a sobbing sound. Even so, he stubbornly refused to let out the sound of air escaping from his lungs, truly showing his determination. Alright. So it's the Zangwen half-sword sect, is it? Is Miss Bang the 2? That damn half-sword talk a broken bar if you mean my sister. Unfortunately yes. His laughter not completely subsided. Bang Disn's voice went up about a semitone. At this, King quickly changed her words. Then, it's back to the Zangwen Taoist temple. As a friend who has shared the Tao with Miss Peng, insulting the Tao is like insulting me. If you say great sword, isn't it just 2 sword blades put together? From now on, I'll call swords twindos, with 2 moonlight twindos. The day when the moonlight twindos roar is not far off. At this, Bang Disn's gaze towards King settled down completely. It was a look that said, my goodness, how can there be such a woman in this world?